All right. Serious business. 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 So, Maxine, thank you so much. I'm getting a pimple. Thank you so much for making that. I truly appreciate it. It's gonna be on repeat when I'm going on a break or whatever. So I do truly appreciate it. I'm screaming. Wait, where's this coming? Oh, okay. I thought something was acting up, but it was just Thema. Look, y'all play too much. First and foremost, let me pull up my thing so I can see the chat. How are you? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I'm excited. I got my coffee together. Was watching Sinji just now, and Sinji out of pocket. I can repeat. Can I repeat what she said about? No, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone for now. Um, Welcome everyone. I think I want to start with some updates quickly. If you have tried to sign up for the debate, please note that instructions were emailed to you recently, and you are supposed to be following the instructions for the email. It is very important that you follow the instructions and provide the information before the end of Sunday, because on Thursday we're having our first meeting. Um, she said, yeah. Sinji said she has a strong throat. she, she said, she said she. She said she had a strong throat, and I was waiting. There were too many things happening because I wanted to clip it to play it here. Um, Anywho, if you haven't watched her live stream, I'm sorry, I think my eyes gonna start watering. If you haven't seen it, please go see it. Apparently, Blueface's baby's mother, they have a picture of her sort of juxtaposed against not Krishan, the other one. Juxtaposed again. No, I can't do this. That's not kind. Ignore that. Ignore. I definitely I definitely went and looked up the picture, and I've been laughing ever since. I have been I've been laughing ever since. But I can't do it. I can't tell you what was happening. So again, please not do it. Please remember, if you signed up for the debate, that it will start coming the end of this month. But please respond to the email that I sent you, and keep a look on the email. If you don't respond properly, and if you don't follow the instructions, we'll just be eliminating people, because there are too many people for me to like particularize anything. It just has to keep going, and I'm just assuming everyone is watching their emails and following the instructions, because I don't have the capacity to sort of make exceptions and go back and forth, regarding any kind of exception. So please look out for that email. That's all I'm saying now. Let's move on. Wait, no. Let's not move on. I feel like we are at the comment section. I said before I start every video, I would go to the comments, and I think the comments are very important. So let me go to some comments, because I made a community post, and I don't know why everyone is in my inbox crying, and in the comment section crying. But I already told you, and I will make no disclaimer, that comments are now content. It is what it is. Comments are content, and I'm responding to your comments in video form. I'm not even really responding, I'm just reading them out loud. And people can do with them what they will. If any of the authors of these beautifully written comments would like to come up and like explain themselves, and whatever it is, what it is. So, in my community, on my community wall, I made a post, and it was about obviously what is happening with Keke Palmer. That is going to be at the end of this show. We'll get into her boyfriend. I don't know if they're still together, because he definitely went and scrubbed his entire social media of anything to do with her. So yay. Yes. Anywho, so I made this post. And it was, I used Giannis' picture. So obviously, when you use people's stuff, please, I think it's important to credit them. So I said, it's the lack of breadwinning, though. You are dad. And obviously, I was joking in response to what he had said about Keke and Keke's outfit, saying that she is a mom. Nothing too serious. Tell me why these men are in the comments like crying about absolutely nothing. There is literally nothing to be. There is nothing to be mad about. There is nothing to like respond to. Like there is literally nothing is happening. Anywho, they decided to come on, and so we're going to look at some of what they had to say. And TG, you've been here for a while, so we know that you're here. Let me know if you would like to come up and defend yourself and explain what you want. We don't really care, but the offer still stands. It is not like he's broke. According to Google, he's worth 500K. If Keke wasn't who she was, he would be more than capable of financially holding the household down on his own. I don't know. See, this is the thing. I feel like people don't really understand content. Oh, let me play the violin. Well, let me play the violin and then read it again for dramatic effect. not like he's broke. According to Google, he's worth 500K. If Keke wasn't who Keke was, he would be more than capable of financially holding down the household. Look, here's the funny thing about this foolishness. This man did not even attempt to uh, grapple with what was being said at all. Even if you're saying if it wasn't Keke, then he would. He can't. He can't compete. It is what it is. I don't know why you're trying to compete with the person you're with, but he can. And if it wasn't Keke, then period. The post had nothing to do with his net worth. We need to get into this net worth in a minute, but the post had nothing to do with that at all. The post has something to do with the fundamental principle about shame and shaming. And when you say you love someone or you care about someone, love and care does not have you online shaming the people you love and care about. That is the problem. And I don't understand. I'm not even going to get into this because we'll get back to it at the end of the stream. I don't understand why you believe, and most people, the responses that they're giving is saying, you have a right to your feelings. How is that a response? How is that at all a response? Who here thinks that this man does not have a right to feel how he want to feel? When you're a wannabe, you can feel however you want to feel. No matter how much money you have or don't have in this case, it does not mean you don't get to feel how you want to feel. It is what it is. Feel how you want to feel. I don't know what to tell you. However, Demas asked me to be available to come. Yes, yeah. You're gonna be next. After I read the comments, I will start the show and then I will drop the link for you to come up, Chris. I did ask you to be here, so I'll drop the link after I go through these comments. Love does not make you, and it should actually prevent you from embarrassing the people you claim to love and care about. This is bottom of the barrel kind of behavior. And you get to feel how you want to feel. I don't care how you feel. Actually, most people don't care how you feel, Darius or whatever your name is. The problem is your response to your feelings. The problem is how you decided to weaponize the internet, or you thought you were about to weaponize the internet against Keke. And so you went online and tried to shame her. That is the problem. But we'll get back to that in a moment, because for now, we're just kind of going through it. Someone was talking about a la carte traditionalism. So here again with the he's jealous of Usher like he is not supposed to be jealous of Usher, or is a man supposed to be a robot? Again, these men are like, I don't understand what it is, but they refuse to understand the problem. You can be jealous. You can, but what you're doing with this jealousy. Now TG came back, and I'm kind of, the reason why I'm so disappointed in TG is because he's been here for a while, and I don't know why I keep expecting more from people, but I did expect more. But here we go. So, since he's not the breadwinner, and I wish I could do that Sinji voice. I can. I'm not actually attempting to do it. I'm just trying to make my voice sound sad. I cannot act to save my life. But so since he's not the breadwinner, he doesn't deserve respect. Also, I'm not about to sit here and play the responses y'all had for him in the comment section. Here you are. There you Not you are here. Not you. I am so disappointed in you. Let me drop the link. Here you go. Please come up. No one else come up. No one else come up here. This is only for TG. And then after TG, it will be for Chris. But this is for TG because I don't want to be dragging you. TG, you have 5 seconds to come up, or the dragon will commence. Oh, what do you say? I thought we were cool teammates. Don't do me like that. No, 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 no. I will. You know me. You know me. I am here to support the men's. So I'm gonna wait for you to come up. This is again for TG. Um, so this lady came and she said, what did she say? Yeah, she chose a man who makes less money than her. He didn't put a gun to her head. I like Keke, but she was a little too thirsty for Usher. It wasn't the outfit for me. It was the groupie behavior, distasteful. Okay, look, you can believe. You know what? I can't be doing this. I'm equal opportunity. Um, Zodiac Wars. I'm sorry. Here we go. Yeah, she chose a man who could make. Oh, I can I? Oh my God! Yeah, she chose a man who make. Like I can't do it. Anywho, I'm. I feel so bad. Let me not do it. I actually thought I would have so much fun with this, but I'm not. Um, he didn't put a gun to her head. I like Kiki, but she was a little too thirsty for Usher. It wasn't the outfit for me. It was the groupie behavior, distasteful. Again, this is all going to the idea that it was disrespectful. If it was, you don't then disrespect this person back. Like, that's not okay. Someone said, Demon with a Valley Girl accent. All right, DG, how are you?
Hello?
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine.
All right, what were you saying here? Let me pull up your tweet, your message. What? So since he's not the breadwinner, he doesn't deserve respect. Who are you responding to?
Uh, I was responding to the initial post you made.
What about? Did I say he didn't deserve respect?
No, it was just a lot of comments and things I see online, pretty much talking about him like he don't deserve respect because she make more than him.
No, 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 no. See, you said you were responding to my post, and what about my post said that he didn't deserve respect?
Uh, not your post, but the whole situation.
Is there a sense that you think I believe he doesn't deserve respect?
Uh,
What do you think I'm upset about?
what do I think you're upset about?
Yeah, what do you think I'm reacting to?
His post on Twitter.
Yeah, that's it. So, do you agree with him posting and quote unquote blasting her on Twitter? Hello? All right. Well, darn. I thought we were going to have a conversation. Anyway, it looks like we won't. I appreciate you for coming up. I don't know
Hello?
what's. Yeah. Do you agree with his post on Twitter?
No, I said I wouldn't have did it. I don't agree with how he went about it, but as far as how he feel, I understand.
Yeah, I understand how he feels too. Like if I were I want to be I'm kidding. I admit I would feel some kind of way too, but I would not blast someone on there like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have did that either. That's not the route I'd have took. I was just pretty much talking about the situation at hand, not him making it public on Twitter.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're making those comments under my under my post that had nothing to do with that at all. Like at
I, that's what I was saying. I was reading some of the comments, and people in the comments were talking like, "Boy, shut up, uh, shut up and raise the baby, and go back to raising the baby and shut up." No, it's just like the shoe was on the other foot. Wouldn't that be a little unfair?
Mm. So, like what starts above the Emerald Forest said, Beige Kwan should have just burped the baby and then addressed Keke off social media. Is that what you were like upset with?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
The comment below, Beige Kwan should have just burped the baby and addressed Keke off social media.
Yeah, comments like not necessarily because I feel like he should have addressed her off social media, but the part where it's like he should have just burped it, like pretty much just like burp the baby and shut up, like
Yeah,
take
isn't
care of
he home with
your
the
wife.
baby? I feel,
That's
isn't he home with the child? Isn't he the one home with the child currently
yes,
while the mom is out working?
yeah.
So what's wrong with saying he should have just burped the baby? I don't agree with the beige Kwan. Stars above the Emerald Forest should go in time out for saying beige Kwan, but is there something fundamentally wrong about saying go burp the child to the man or the woman?
It sounds like it got the same energy as like when you tell a woman to like get back in the kitchen.
No, I agree with you. Someone else said something. Kiki baby daddy is the bus driver. This is what happens. Oh, could y'all imagine people's baby mama being upset at getting a lap dance from Janet Jackson? It's Janet Jackson. Yeah. I mean, you can be upset if you want, but I think you and I, TG, I won't then go over your comments because I think you and I agree that putting a target on this woman's back that is not the best thing to do publicly.
You agree?
All right. Thank you. I won't drag any further. I appreciate that. I wasn't dragging. I was just reading the comment. But thank you. Have a good one.
You too, man.
All right. So this one is still here. Hood Mystic says, if y'all want to be single, just say yo, one of the things these men will continuously do is wave relationships and pretending like you're not. Sinji was also just talking about this. Happier statistically when you're not in a relationship, bending over backwards to try and please people. So I don't understand what this is supposed to mean. If y'all want to be single, just say that. Don't know what he's saying, don't know what he's talking about, but let's move on because he never gives anything. The last one, and then we'll have Chris come up. The last one says, so give me a second. So a man who doesn't move as much as his partner doesn't deserve to have standards. Demas is a clown for this. Girl, I'm tired of y'all. Not you can have your standards. You can have your standards, but literally no one cares. No, absolutely zero people care about you and your standards. Actually, even the manosphere will tell you that a high value man, quote unquote, the one who is earning the most, are the ones who get to make determinations about standards. So you can have your standards by your lonesome selves over there, again, with the incel groups doing absolutely nothing. Like, you can have your standards. You should have your standards, but nobody care about that. If your standards is that the woman should dress a particular way, if you don't buy the clothing, you probably don't get to say any of that. Even if you bought the clothing, you probably still don't get to say any of it. So you can have your standards commenting on what people wear and don't want to wear. If you're not buying, if you can't afford the clothes, if you're not paying the bills, yeah, it's a little tricky to try to run a home that you don't and cannot afford to run. That don't make no sense. Right? So this idea of traditionalism, one, goes through the window. Two, I believe everyone deserves respect. It doesn't matter how much money they make. We all should respect each other as sort of basic human kindness and ways of interaction. I am all for that. My problem is when your standards require you to blast people online who did nothing to you outside of providing for you. Ain't nobody about to sit here and be a submissive provider. You lost your mind. Like, absolutely, you have lost your mind. So, Themis is a clown for this, and that's on period. So, anywho, that was the last one. Let me read this last super chat and then we'll begin the show. Truthfully, it's hard to take a man serious or care what he thinks when he's wearing a skirt in the relationship. She should have listened to Steve. I don't actually think this is true. I I I think, and I've seen women bend over backwards who make more than the man to make the man comfortable. It inevitably happens in a way where the man's ego, because of his own insecurity or societal pressures, have him sort of reject the relationship, and build resentment towards the woman, even though he wanted to be in this relationship where the woman is providing. And a lot of those men cheat with women who do not have the kind of resources that the one they're with have, because it makes them feel, quote unquote, more like a man, right? And so it's a very tricky situation. But I have personally, and this is again anecdote, but I've personally seen women make more and try, really try, diminish themselves down to like absolutely nothing in an effort to please the male ego. I don't know why y'all do that, but I do understand like the need for love, and I'm not critiquing you because I don't. If I'm in love, girl, I will move mountains. So I understand. I just standards, boundaries, and expectations. Keke took her post baby grown woman body out on the town, and oh boy tried to police her. Nope, Usher was all about love everything, period. I think there is a sense, and I have this sense that where you have a child for someone, they think they own you. And Keke, it's not like bounce back and blah blah blah, diet culture and none of that. But I think she, after the child, developed the body that people see on Instagram and say, yes, that's the body I want. And she's having fun with it. Steve Harvey leading women astray to ask Strawberry letter later. Talking about Steve Harvey leading women astray, he was definitely trying to lead Keke to, to someone who has something to offer. But Keke said, absolutely not. I want a submit. I'm done. Wait, Rochelle?
Oh, hi.
Hey, what is up?
Wait, can you give me 2 seconds? I'm chewing something.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm going to start the intro and then I'm going to invite Chris up. So, whatever you have, I'll have you say it um after our conversation.
Okay.
All right. Chris, I see you in the back. I will add you in 2 seconds after this intro. All right, I'll see you guys after the intro for hopefully a good segment. If you guys don't like the serious conversation, it shouldn't be that serious. You can leave and come back, take a break, blah, blah, blah. But I'll see you guys in a minute. Chris and I will have a brief convo and then we'll go back into the rest of the content. All right. Hey.
Hey, Themis. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. So first of all, you're probably about to get dragged in the chat, so get ready for that. Let's see. You had some issues with the framing the way we talked about affirmative action and the court decision. I want us to talk about affirmative action more broadly, but what was your issue?
Well, actually, I really did appreciate what I believe it was Malcolm said. He came out and he said, yes, it is systematically racist, and I appreciated that response from him, because that's what I was going at. And in full disclosure, I only caught maybe the last half of the conversation, so I don't want to make too many presumptions about where you're coming from on the subject.
Right.
But
So we can stop there and then we can move forward.
okay.
When you say it's systematically racist, what do you think that means?
It is taking within, at least within the education system, including the U.S. Department of Education, and it is establishing a set of guidelines and policies which systemically discriminate in favor of some races to the detriment of other races.
So you believe that any program, I'm trying to figure out how you're defining systemically racist or systematically racist. Favoring one race over another, in your mind, is racist.
Correct.
All right.
Generally.
So it feels like the definition, I disagree with your definition, by the way, but it doesn't seem like the definition is meaningful. So I'm going to then ask, do you think it's wrong? Affirmative action. Do you think affirmative action is wrong?
In the case where it is a public university or a private university that receives taxpayer funding, it is violative of the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause, as also Title VI of the Civil Rights Act.
All right. I didn't ask if it violated the law. I asked if you thought it was wrong.
I think it is morally wrong to favor one classification of race over another classification of race.
In all situations.
There is a small minority of situations where it would be acceptable, but overall, I would say wrong. That would be my starting point.
What is an example of when it would be permissible?
Where it is to, I think one of the good examples John Roberts gave was in a prison race riot. Obviously, forcing inmates to be integrated in the middle of a racially charged situation, that's absolutely unconscionable to do that to inmates.
All right. And you disagree with a second one that Roberts, well, not Roberts, but the court would have pointed out.
The service academies,
Mm-hmm.
I'm, as a matter of separation of powers, I would tend to give the executive a little more leeway on how they compose the officer corps.
So you don't find convincing that affirmative action, let's take affirmative action out, that the government should attempt to redress past harms that were predicated on race?
I don't have a problem per se with the government trying to address past harms, but I think that it has to pass the strict scrutiny test. It has to be narrowly tailored.
But you can't, because the next question is going to be, if you believe that the government should have the right to address past wrongs, if you go to the strict scrutiny test, then I'm going to ask, and I'm assuming you believe that redressing it through affirmative action, for example, doesn't work, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Are you saying it's not a compelling interest, or are you saying it's not narrowly tailored?
I agree that it is a compelling interest. I don't believe that it is narrowly tailored. And just from a kind of pragmatic approach, I look at treating affirmative action the way I would look at like SMART goals. Are you familiar with the acronym?
Yeah.
And I think that it fails on almost every level of the SMART goals, and I don't put a lot of faith in our government to fix problems
All right,
as it
but
is.
wait. What is the past wrong you think it would be addressing?
The systemic racism of the past.
No, I mean,
Right.
sure, but specifically the lack of access to schools and university for Black people in the past. I think
Right.
so. I am concerned. Are you saying from your moral standpoint, from your view morally, that you use strict scrutiny as a litmus test to decide whether or not it is good or bad? Like, because I didn't ask a legal question, so you went to strict scrutiny when I asked about a moral judgment.
So philosophically, I would say it's affirmative action in the private context is fine. I have no problem whatsoever. Harvard has an endowment of somewhere between 41 to 52 billion dollars. And the fact that Harvard feels it necessary to take taxpayer funding, at least $220 million annually, if they feel it compelling enough to fix the past wrongs of racism and slavery and denial of entry into their institution, then that's fine. Let them fix it on their own dime. They were responsible for the policies,
But
and let them be responsible for the fix, not the taxpayers.
the argument you're making seems to suggest that once government touches it, it should adhere to the. I asked you a moral question, and you're saying for government to touch it, it has to adhere to the 14th Amendment. I'm trying to understand if your moral basis for rejecting affirmative action is somehow predicated on the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause. Like, I ask a moral question and you're defining it specifically through a legal lens.
I have a problem with the government attempting to legislate morality in the first place, because it always depends on whose morality, who has the most votes, whether something that the government does is moral or not. And that's my problem with the government trying to legislate it.
No, but I'm not asking about the government legislating morality. I'm asking about your moral position about whether or not
let me put it this way. I'm morally agnostic to whether a private individual or a private business or some private school, private entity wants to practice whatever form of affirmative action they think is appropriate.
All right,
I have no problem with that whatsoever.
So then you would reject it if the government attempts to do it, yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Do you believe that the government was involved in high-level discrimination, specifically
Absolutely.
towards Black? And you don't think the government that engaged in this level of discrimination has a moral obligation or a legal obligation to correct its behavior?
Well, the problem with that question is that whenever the government tends to investigate itself, surprise, the government finds that the government did nothing wrong. And even when the government finds that the government may have done something wrong, the solution is crafted in a way that it punishes the taxpayers,
You're sidestepping
not the government itself.
You're sidestepping the question, and I don't know if this is intentional, because I'm not asking you if the government, like when I say to someone, hey, should reparations be paid? The response is, well, we don't know how to calculate it. It's going to be difficult. The government is a bureaucracy and it's very difficult, blah, blah, blah. That's not the question at all. I feel like you're not even addressing the question.
Well, let me put it this way. if you were to ask me, should reparations be paid, I would say absolutely yes.
All right.
My
So,
frame.
wait, pause.
Okay.
If you're saying that, then the next, you should also be saying yes to the government redressing past wrong.
Yes.
All right.
And I did not object to the government
Yeah,
addressing
but you
past
didn't
wrongs.
answer it. Instead of answering, you explained why it would be difficult or we can't trust the government to do it.
No,
Do you see the difference?
I agree. I'm sorry I didn't make it clear. I agreed with you that it is a compelling state interest for the government to address past wrongs,
Yes.
particularly around slavery, Jim Crow, systemic
And
racism.
wait,
of that
no.
nature.
Admitting that it's a compelling interest under strict scrutiny is not the same as answering that you believe they should redress it.
I believe that personally, I believe they are obliged to address it.
All right. So then your issue is that you don't like them addressing it through affirmative action.
That's correct, because the problem with them addressing it through affirmative action or any type of government program is that it will inherently run afoul of the 14th Amendment, which was specifically legislated and crafted to remove the government's ability to favor one race or over another.
Do you remember when the 14th Amendment was, when the Constitution was amended for the 14th?
The 13th, 14th, and 15th, I believe, was 1867, 1868.
Yes, the 70s, 1867, late 1867, after the Civil War, right?
Right. The second founding.
Yeah. So what was happening at that time? Also, like
slavery had just been abolished.
Yes,
Reconstruction was happening in the South.
And Jim Crow.
Yes, Jim Crow was starting. Well, Jim Crow had not started to be established until later on as a response to the 13th, 14th, and 15th.
Yes. Yes. And the Supreme Court in Plessy versus Ferguson affirmed that this was separate but equal was fine. So for almost a century,
which was repudiated by Brown.
Yes, repudiated by Brown, yes. But for almost a century, we had in this country apartheid, essentially.
Yes, and the Supreme Court has not yet repudiated Korematsu. So,
yeah, but the problem here that we are looking at is you're using the 14th Amendment equal protection, saying that redressing the wrong would run afoul, while we know that the U.S. government has been, like, laws in this country have ignored the 14th Amendment equal protection clause at least for a century. And then they said, okay, yeah, we're just going to be colorblind. Do you understand why that is a problem? You can't have 4 centuries of just disrespecting, dehumanizing, removing resources from a group of people, and then say, oh, today we're going to just decide not to see color. And
absolutely. Absolutely, because it is continually, what Jim Crow was continually ripping the scab off of the wound created by slavery in the first place.
Yeah, but it wasn't just Jim Crow, because even in a system made to fail, Black people were developing communities separate from white people who then came in, burnt those down. So it wasn't just now you can compete, even though we've disenfranchised you. We have made an economic decision as a government to prevent you from access to resources, including loans. But when you somehow created communities, we went in and destroyed these communities. It wasn't just a little bit of community. It wasn't just Black Wall Street. It was all over Florida, Georgia, New York, wherever, right? Those things.
And that was exactly the point of violations of the Second Amendment, disarming Black families, Black neighborhoods from being able to protect themselves. And that was an abomination that until recently has not been repudiated.
Yes. And so the problem is, we can both agree then, hopefully, that Brown v. Board of Education and the interpretation of it, where we're just moving into color blindness in the way that we legislate, ignores that we were legislating literally disparaging Black people. Like, part of the legislation in the US was to disparage. So when we're saying de jure segregation or de jure discrimination is not allowed, it seems odd because that's what we've done for over 4 centuries in the country. And then we're just going to ignore all of that and say, okay, now compete at the same level as everyone else when we have siloed you off to the ghettos. We have removed resources, but now you have an equal access, so compete. Like that seems a bizarre thing.
So what my biggest problem is taking the Ibram X. Kendi approach that the only solution for past discrimination is present discrimination, and the only solution for present discrimination is future discrimination.
But can we admit that we don't know what the answer is, though? Like, you can dislike that, but I don't know if it's going to work, and you don't know if it's going to work. What we do know is that that's how they discriminated in the past. So, like, how do we know what's going to work? You can find it repulsive to even consider race in anything that we do, but you know, and I know that we don't know. Like, you don't know the answer.
I think that repeating the mistakes of unequal protection under the law to try to remedy.
Is it unequal protection?
Well, when Black neighborhoods are destroyed and they have no redress, I would say, yeah, that's unequal protection.
Yeah, but when we say because the government has siphoned resources legislatively out of communities, we should put it back in these communities legislatively. I don't see how that makes it unequal when what was unequal was the removing and preventing of access for Black communities. So now specifically allowing that kind of access seems to me to be redressing that harm. And I don't consider that, even if you want to consider it discrimination, it doesn't mean that the others weren't protected. It's that they were given a kind of access that was unfair. Removing that is not making them less powerful, it's just making it equal.
Well, let me put it this way. I don't think the 14th Amendment stands for anything if it comes with an asterisk that says equal protection under the law, regardless of race, color, etc., except for cases where we feel it's justified, because that is no different than what it was before.
No, where we feel it's justified is essentially what strict scrutiny does. So, like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, you can't say, oh, having an asterisk makes it unusable when there is a huge asterisk that you pointed out in strict scrutiny. Strict scrutiny, in my mind, just means when the court feels like something is okay, then they'll find it repugnant, but they'll allow it.
Well, the problem is, like with the affirmative action, do you feel like it's narrowly tailored?
Huh?
Do you feel like affirmative action until recently was narrowly tailored?
Yes. I think affirmative action was actually gutted by the Bakke and Grutter cases, but to the extent it was being used in their sort of in a way that didn't give it much teeth, I think it was fine. I think it was narrowly tailored in that it didn't really mean much, but it was.
Well, that's not narrowly tailored. That's just neutered.
Yeah, well,
those are two different things.
yeah, but it was narrowly tailored because it didn't cast a wide enough net to let people who weren't sort of able to compete go into universities that the institutional mismatch would have you believe. My issue isn't that. My issue was maybe it should have specifically highlighted Black. And that's what you don't want it to do.
Well, under the 14th Amendment, it can't be, because that runs headlong into both Title VI and the
When you
14th
say no, no,
Amendment.
no, no, when you say it can't be, that's not true. If the court decided that it was, it met strict scrutiny.
Well, the problem and the problem with Grutter is that you were trying to find the five, as it were, of the opinions, because there were, I think, 7 different opinions, and
No, that was Baki.
oh, okay,
Yeah,
Baki, and Grutter was reaffirming the Baki decision,
from Powell.
and
Yeah,
that's when they agreed on was it Powell's
yeah.
okay decision, but Powell's decision was only one of the 5, and it was just a 20% chance that it could have been any of the other 5, and that's a problem with pluralities coming from the Supreme Court. They're very unhelpful to giving anyone any real guidance as to how to proceed.
Yeah, which that only lends to my argument about it's whatever the Supreme Court wants. What I'm asking you, and I feel like we keep, for you at least, it goes into whenever there is a judgment call about what you believe or want or think is right, instead of like, and you haven't always done this, so I apologize if I'm making it general. It feels like instead of answering, you go to like the law or something in an effort to like, I'm interpreting it as not saying it.
Here's my feelings aside. I don't feel I'm in the place to create the carve outs and the exceptions to the law. What I feel is different than what the 14th Amendment and Title VI would dictate. If we want to talk about changing the 14th Amendment, that's something I'm open to. I don't have a problem changing the amendments, but as soon as you start going down the path of, well, I know what the law means better than what the law says it is.
Well, that's not the issue. It's not like I know what the law means more than what the Supreme Court and people have said. I am saying that what we have done is we have the 14th Amendment in the way that it is being interpreted, specifically the Equal Protection Clause. It is done so that we cannot address specifically the harms done to specific groups of people. In vogue right now are Black people, for my purposes.
And I think that the problem with the approach of affirmative action, let's say for the purposes of addressing slavery, rather than trying to do something through affirmative action, which would have all sorts of equal protection hurdles, what I would suggest is to remove the qualified immunity for city, state, local, county,
No,
and
but
the federal.
you are doing something that I'm not about to do, because the problem with what you're doing, and if I attempt to do it, is we're prescribing what we think would make Black people better. I am not fully in the business of doing that. Rather, I am critiquing the criticism of what the government has implemented that have been beneficial to Black people, i.e., affirmative action.
Well, I think that I'm not trying to prescribe what would make people better. What I'm talking about is how to create an avenue of redress that doesn't run afoul of the equal protection requirements. As far as how affirmative action may or may not have helped Black people, I would look at California as an example, where they have twice rejected affirmative action, particularly for the UC system and the state system. And what has happened is the percentage of minorities graduating has increased, although the level of applicants dropped. And
no, the research here says that Black people have less access to STEM programs, and there was a drastic decline in the amount of people who were getting into some of the top schools in California. While there was somewhat of an increase in the percentage of graduation, the overall number, I think, is more important here, right? Like, how many people are graduating and getting access to job? And because you didn't graduate from a top university doesn't mean you can't leverage the fact that you went to a top university to have access to certain kinds of jobs.
Right. And again, if we're talking about private colleges, I would have no problem with a private college having like Harvard, having a full-throated, not just affirmative action, but a full-throated quota system or a racial balancing system. I would have no problem with them doing it. The problem is that when you take the taxpayer dollar, I feel like you bind yourself to the 14th Amendment.
This is a
libertarian,
libertarian.
and to Title VI.
This is a problem with the libertarian sliding scale regarding government involvement. It doesn't work because you might have your line drawn at government spending, and once you don't have any government spending, then you can do whatever you want.
Well, that's no different than the non-delegation doctrine.
Yeah, no, but the problem here is there is an extent, if you are a business, company, school, whatever, in the United States, you are going to be using the taxpayers' dollar at some point, whether it is roads, whether it's infrastructure. Like, you operating in the US would require government involvement, while you will cut it off at spending to sort of go back and forth about how involved government should be. I think
I mean, but by that logic, then there's no reason for the non-delegation doctrine, and there's no reason for the 9th or 10th Amendment. We just let the federal government make all the decisions.
You can limit it. No, you can limit. My problem isn't that you can limit. My problem is you saying that the government now gets to dictate and say, oh, this is running afoul of the, you are not truly private. And also, while I understand the Commerce Clause and why government involvement in this way should allow for some kind of regulation, because we would not get integration in a meaningful way if we were saying this is not government involvement, which opposes, I think, the libertarian view on how involved government should be. I don't think the free market is going to regulate itself into equality.
It's not just the free market, but the 9th and 10th Amendment. The reason why we have an almost national drinking age of 21 is only because of the states accepting highway funds. That's the only reason why the states are bound to a drinking age of 21.
All right. So to some, because we can probably take this up offline somewhere. To sum up, you agree that the government should redress past wrongs.
Yes.
The issue is how they do it. And we
Correct.
can both concede that we don't know the end result. So prescribing from our end as to how becomes a problem. So we might have a problem with the how, but we agree on the fundamental principle that they should redress it. We just don't know how.
Well, and I actually have an idea of how that I
Yeah, but
think.
that's not. I will let you say it, but let me just say it feels odd to say, oh, it sounds like you're saying you black people don't know what you need. Here's how you should do it.
Well,
That's how it
one
sounds.
of sure, one of the criticisms I received was why, and this was people in the chat, why do we have to come up with a solution for the problem that white people created?
Yeah,
And
I think white people and black people should be negotiating this, but I think it is a bit. It seems a bit arrogant to say I have the answer to how to solve the historical wrongs done to black people in America, and you might have the answer, but I think that is a more
well,
that
that's
requires
no
more
different than a group of white men and I two white women in Baki deciding they had the answer to the
Yeah,
problem,
no,
which
no,
was
no. I'm talking about. I'm not saying that you are. If you have the answer, you have the answer. I don't care who the answer comes from. What I'm saying is, I thought we could both agree that we don't know what the. I am okay stopping at. We both agree that there should be a redressing of the wrongs done in the U.S. We don't know fully how, which allows you to say, well, I disagree with affirmative action, and for me to say, I agree with affirmative action without us trying to prove the other wrong. Because honestly, I don't. Once you get the principle, I don't actually care about the opinion of whether you think it's right or wrong. The only thing that I would care about is if you thought they shouldn't redress their wrong. But you can go
okay.
ahead.
Well, let me just hear me out on this and see what you think of it. What I would do is treat it like we treat personal injury. And what I think the first thing to do is remove the qualified immunity for the state actors, local cities, counties, federal, state, and to open up a period of, say, 15, 20 years for ADOS plaintiffs to bring a suit against the entities involved in their ancestors' enslavement, and that would include opening up, which the U.S. rarely does, but open up access in the federal courts to bring in foreign jurisdictions, foreign state actors, and the baseline damages should be what the equivalent was to 40 acres and a mule, because that was the best guess at what the federal government decided the slaves should be compensated with, and that's just as the basement amount of damages.
Why
And
15 years?
because at some point the opportunity has to be closed off, because at some point the issue has to be laid to rest.
You're not answering my question.
Why 15 years? It could
Mhm.
be 20. I'm just thinking a period that would be long enough for people to do the discovery, to get the word out that this opportunity is available, You've seen it with, the mesothelioma things, with Roundup, even with sexual abuse. They've reopened up the statute of limitations for a set time period, and bring an action to be compensated, and the let people who believe that they are qualifying plaintiffs go through the process.
And after I ask, because the next question is, after this time, if there are people with good claims, the statute of limitation in this way would have run out and they wouldn't have a claim after that.
Right. And it could be 25, 50 years. We
No,
can say
my issue isn't the time period. I wanted to see if what you're proposing would actually capture everyone, or everyone, because enough is not enough. So
I think that with social media the way it is, it would be hard to believe that after 10, 15, 25 years, people who are ADOS would not know that they have a potential claim against the government.
you severely overestimate the capacity to engage in meaningful or access meaningful information online. You severely overestimating
okay.
it.
I mean, it's an arbitrary number, but
No, it's not the arbitrariness of the number that I'm trying to. It is in limiting it that way. I'm critiquing the proposal, because even I agree with you on qualified immunity, for example, right? The problem I'm having is, what if people decide, okay, well, if I can't have that, then I can't enter this profession? And what does that do to a society if people are afraid of engaging in, again, I am for removing this in certain circumstances. But it feels like my initial critique still stands, where it's like, maybe at least we don't know what the answers are yet, and it requires more engagement and negotiation in good faith. And I think from your perspective, you think you have the answer. And that's where we, I think, diverge the most.
Well, it's a suggestion. And what
But
I
it is
think
a suggestion.
positive.
It is a suggestion that you think is better than, and this is not even reparation, not even close to it, affirmative action. Like, in the way that you're critiquing, why I wanted us to stop at, we agree that the government should redress past wrongs, is because it feels like we have to care too much about the comfort of too many people, when no one cared about the comfort of Black people during slavery. Not no one, but it
Trust me,
happened.
from a libertarian perspective, the last thing I care about is the comfort of politicians and bureaucrats.
Yeah, but it's comfort of people who feel like they've been harmed in some ways. In fact, I actually would prefer if majority and the government just said, look, we don't care. You're not about to get reparation. We don't care about you. Figure it out. We will not burn your cities down, and actually stick to that, so that we can get a very specific, verified answer to the question of, will the government address this? So then we can move accordingly.
That is one of my criticisms of Bakke and Grutter, is that it was walking a very fine line and trying to be too cute by half, in that, well, we're not calling this reparations, and we're saying that, well, quotas are not okay, race balancing isn't okay, but we're just going to call this affirmative action thing enough. And I think that that was a disingenuous way to have the discussion and approach, pardon me, what a majority of people felt quotas, reparate, or affirmative action should be is a form of reparations. And trying to shoehorn affirmative action so that it does comply with the 14th Amendment, and call that reparations, I think is disingenuous and ineffective.
I actually don't disagree with that. I think that I don't care about not your, but the 14th Amendment as it relates to redressing Black people. And if that was a part of reparation, then it should be. And including, quote unquote, the word minority dilutes the entire meaning of it. And if you wanted to address the past wrong, which they ruled was not a compelling government interest, then be specific about who and what you're talking about. The unwillingness to do that and the intent to go colorblind, I think, removes the ability to address what needed to be addressed, because you knew specifically the race of people who you would enslave. You knew specifically the race of people who was going through Jim Crow, and knew specifically the neighborhoods you were burning down. So when you know those things, you need to specifically address those people. Like, you don't get to say, oh, colorblind. No, you specifically disrupted those people. You need to specifically redress those people. You get the last word
and
on
that's
this.
the problem with waiting. And I obviously the biggest problem was the federal government not following through. And granted, it was a battlefield order and it was not legally binding, but the fact that we still know what 40 acres and a mule is means that it was widely enough known at the time and disseminated at the time that the federal government had an absolute obligation to address it then, which it did not do. And that's why I think going through the court system is really the only effective way to deal with it, because it does give a time bound to the issue of reparations, and it says, okay, this is now the window, the opportunity that we are going to address this as a country and deal with this demon that needs to be exorcised before the country can move on and heal from it, rather than just a handout here, a handout there, and calling that reparations with no definitive answer as to, yes, we're going to have it, or no, we are not, or this is how much, this is what the ceiling is, this is what the basement is, and that's it. And to the issue of Jim Crow and other civil rights violations, I think that needs to be treated differently and separately and apart from the question of slavery and what is specifically due and owing to Ado's descendants.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks, Themis.
Mm-hmm. Preach, Themis. Yeah. I mean, I think my thing is, if someone doesn't believe that, like, the wrong should be redressed, then I will figure out whether or not to continue the conversation separately. The how, if you guys want to hear it, that's fine, but it doesn't matter to me. I do actually have a ton of like work that I've been doing regarding reparation, and I've actually come to a really bad conclusion, and that is, if you're not going to do it, just say that, because I think so many people have so much hope for it, and that's the problem for me, because it feels like there are people who literally aren't able to like engage with agency within this world and system unless they are thinking about, oh, well, I'm owed this, I'm owed that. So it is what it is. Does Chris think it's possible for the field to be level for people of color without the white community being negatively impacted, power and resource wise? DJ, I should have asked this. He's here. Please, please, please respond to this. I would love to see a response. Thank you, DJ. And lawyers would take 30 to 40% of that money. Yeah. The bank would figure out how to snatch the rest. We'd still be broke in a generation. Yeah, and well, cut the check. Some money is important, but also there should be a lot of other things included. Would those be pro bono cases? Period. They would have to be. Thank you. And then Court Chronicle says Chris is being disingenuous. Affirmative action was narrowly tailored because it was tailored so that it only redressed the group harm for necessary for compelling state interest. Meanwhile, he ignores legacy. Well, so I am doing a debate. I don't know if this will be public, but I'm doing a debate and this is going to be a part of it because I think after my Discord, we had a conversation on my Discord the other day, and there was a lot of arguments about whether or not affirmative action was discrimination, blah, 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 and that Asian people were wronged, and so they have a right to go fight the system. It's weird that you thought Asian people were wronged only through affirmative action when there was glaring legacy admission upwards of 40% staring you in your face, and they didn't even care about that. And so the idea that you were wrong and it was definitely Black people and affirmative action that wronged you, and not those people coming into the university because they had fathers and mothers who've gone through the university, even when they themselves aren't qualified to be there, seems like a very weird position to take. So I'm excited for that. I guess it's a private conversation that I would want to make public, but the people aren't willing to come up and talk. So that's that on that. Before I continue, Rochelle.
Oh, hello.
Hey, what did
So,
you have before we move on?
oh my gosh, a lot was said, but thank you for having me back up. Um, wow. Well, first of all, can I quickly address Chris's solution and the time frame?
Mm-hmm.
Well, for his 15 to 20-year solution plan, I think that is far too small of a time frame, and I think honestly the length of time that like these cases should be open for should be the length of time that slavery went on, and the length of time that Jim Crow went on, and the length of time that the war on drugs went on. So that's probably like what, 400 years. What, 400, 500 years. So I think it should be open for that amount of time. And second of all, it's it's very interesting how he was talking about like bringing up the Constitution and everything and bringing it to that legal standpoint, which you didn't want to take there because when has the law ever been fair? And I don't think it's very, I don't know, it's not one of those things you should take into account, especially since like it should be more about a morality thing, like just like having this notion of like, oh, we must follow the Constitution to the letter. It's like I don't I
I
don't
know.
believe that.
Well, as Chris is an attorney, I believe, so I can understand the need to like go back to the law. I don't have a problem with that because we can discuss and argue about whether or not strict scrutiny was met. That's fine. But I think my problem is when I ask a moral question and the answer was a legal response. It seems
Right.
odd to me.
Yeah, because like you can't bring legalese into this because it's like you're assuming people are working in good faith. Like there are some people who aren't working in good faith and who actually want bad for a certain community. So like just relying on a legal standpoint, like we'll all be messed up then because you can't just rely on that. There needs to be some form of like what's morally right and what's not. Like there are clear things that it's like discrimination and clear things where it's like okay, like it's not. So I don't really agree with that standpoint. And it's just it's interesting because whenever the topic of like progress or like helping black people get to a point where they are like on a level playing field comes up, it's like we always got to refer to like the law or like merit or something. But it's like whenever you want to rip back progress and hold people back, oh, all of a sudden it's it's a free for all. We can do anything. It's like wow, the double standard. It's insane. But
Yeah, a ceiling
that's
on reparation is there, a ceiling on the country and its slavery owner descendants benefiting from slavery, violating patents, etc. Period. Go ahead. Sorry, I
exact.
interrupted.
No, no, it's okay. And there was this. I don't know if you ever saw this video in your recommendation, but it was of this Asian. I think she was Chinese. Girl who basically was talking about how she applied to all these elite colleges and how she was rejected from all of them. And she basically made this video reacting to someone else reacting to that video. And that guy was explaining how she possibly wasn't accepted into any of those elite universities because on her transcript, she didn't seem well rounded enough. She was like the
Yeah,
top of everything, she had the best grades, but like her 4.0 and like all that stuff didn't matter in the end because these universities were looking for someone who like had a plethora of other things that weren't just the academic.
yeah. And I
Yeah,
think universities have a right to do that if they have some kind of standard. So, yeah, I find it odd when people complain that I have the perfect grade, but do you have like leadership and other things? This is not specific to Asian Americans because there is a stereotype around Asian American regarding this. So
right.
I'm thinking more generally. But yeah, I think
Yes, and but it's interesting because she when she was reacting to that guy, she was like, "Oh yeah, I can see that. I can see where like I could have done more to actually take more like clubs and be in more extracurriculars and kind of show my personality because it seemed more like she was like a top A student, but like they didn't care." So I guess that's kind of like one of those warning signs for people who are applying. Like actually try and be well rounded and try being in clubs and don't just solely focus on your 4.0 because sometimes that's not a guarantee.
yeah, I-
And
that's
one more
true.
one more thing. Oh yes, the whole like POC and all that stuff. It was it was kind of disheartening to see that all this kind of kicked off with like an Asian student who was kind of like disgruntled that he didn't get into Harvard, like because he was kind of used as like a pawn in that like racist guy's game. You know what I mean? So it was kind of discouraging because it's like you hear the term like POC everywhere, and it's like, well, sometimes even just because you're all different skin colors doesn't mean you're necessarily aligned in the same goal to kind of get like beat white supremacy. So it was kind of disheartening because it's like, wow, you really kind of you rolled back everything for like everyone. Like you thought it was a win, but I don't think the Asian enrollment's going to get higher. I don't think so, but it's kind of sad because you just rolled back the clock, and for what? Because you didn't get into Harvard. Like really? So
Mhm. Yeah.
it was it was not it was kind of disheartening when I heard that news a few days ago, but what can you do?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that and your perspective. I'm gonna read, I think, one super chat and then one comment that I saved, and then I'll get back to the program because we are very off from the program. But yeah, have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right. So, Concern said we should have asked us who would be the jury of these cases' peers. um, Interesting, actually. Um, so someone said, Demas, as an immigrant, do you think it is moral for the immigrants to benefit from affirmative action? Do you mean like morally right or wrong for immigrants to benefit from affirmative action. I think that in an attempt to redress past wrongs, I think ADOs should be prioritized if the past wrong is about slavery. When it comes to Jim Crow, I think that to the extent the immigration, Black people from all over the world were here, then they would be included, less so than ADOs. But yeah, I think it would be primarily an ADOs um, uh, thing. I think Western society owes Black people generally, but I don't think the U.S. need to foot the bill for every country regarding slavery. Yeah, because they weren't in charge, and the British weren't the only ones involved in slavery. I don't know if that answered your question. I don't think we would be prioritizing immigrants if you're redressing the past wrongs, unless we can figure out how involved immigrants were. But that's kind of my take on it. All right. So now that that's done, let us continue into someone was like, didn't you benefit from who knows? I don't know if affirmative action was why I got into elite universities. Never questioned it because the Thomas concern about having a psychic attack and not being smart enough and feeling smart enough. Never felt that. I was around a bunch of people and most of them were not smart. So it is what it is. You're not going to convince me that I only got in because I was Black, because I got in, did well, and got out. So, yeah, don't know. AJM, eliminating affirmative action, which really relates to the minimums in admission, also doesn't address racial caps, which are really what kept the Asian students out. I don't think a lot is going to fundamental change. Thank you, AJM, about school admissions, but maybe I am wrong, because if people have used colorblind race approach to race to discriminate for so long, if these universities want more Black people, they can get more Black people without requiring it to be a point on an admissions. So I will watch and see what they do, but you're not going to convince me that because the Supreme Court said it, you couldn't get more Black people in. You're not going to convince me of that, because I've watched how colorblind approach to race has operated, and you're not about to convince me that you can't get Black people in because they didn't put it on their CV, because they didn't put it in their application. You don't know who is Black. You do, and you can figure it out. Unfortunately, and the reality of this is that disproportionately, race lines and socioeconomic lines are sort of drawn the same way. All right. Thank you, AJM. Why were their poor graduation rate? Oh, I didn't see. I don't know. And people are going to assume that it was poor because of institutional mismatch, as opposed to, I don't know. These people were not being taught well. Thema said he kicked in the door and mashed, and you did. All right. Let's do a refresher. So I saw this and I needed to show it to you all. Let's get back on track with the foolishness. So Jennifer Lopez went back to her old home, and I have to watch. Y'all have to watch this foolishness.
I used to live here. Huh? I used to live here. Huh?
What's your name?
My name is Jennifer.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I used to live and my room was upstairs right there.
Jennifer.
Jennifer Lopez.
Who's Jennifer Lopez?
Me. Hi.
That man said, who? Not her walking past. This is what humbling look like. Not her walking past talking about I used to live here as if no anyone. Sorry. So my opinion is that Mariah Carey paid this man. You're not about to convince me that Mariah Carey. Yeah. Mariah Carey had to have met this man beforehand and paid him off because ain't no way. In any case, I'm not. I just wanted to show that because humility is great. Walking around with camera crew talking about used to live here. That man was like, and you are. Um, have you guys heard about Tubi? Please let me know. Drop a one if you've heard about Tubi. If you've heard about Tubi, drop a one because I thought the black-owned app that is now a network show where they have all the kind of ratchetry on was like the worst, and it still is. It still is. Zeus is still the worst, but Tubi. Tubi coming in a strong second. Look at this foolishness. I hope you guys will be able to see this because they did a remake of like Christ, the crucifixion, and I'm gonna need y'all to look real close. If you're far away, come close to the screen because I'm gonna show you who they had acting as Jesus. You need to see who they have acting as Jesus.
Hey, but what is this? Not my Lord. I know that ain't my Lord. Baby, somebody say it looked like he had a couple of Last Suppers. Baby, they finna have to put him on 2 crosses. This worse than when Flex played Michael Jackson. Okay? Jesus was a carpenter. Okay? Not a plumber. Child, this one ate the 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread by himself. 5,000 souls was hungry in this movie. I like to see the scene when they walked on water. Under the sea. But this ain't Jesus Christ. This is Jethro Christ from Alabama. Please. I'm so glad I ain't got 2 because, baby, what is this? Not my Lord. I know that ain't my Lord. Baby, somebody say it looked like he had a couple of Last Suppers. Baby, they finna have to put him on 2 crosses. This worse than when Flex played Michael Jackson.
Sorry, I have no comments at all. Let me just continue play. I'm gonna replay it one more time. I'm sorry.
Okay? Jesus was a carpenter. Okay? Not a plumber. Child, this one ate the 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread by himself. 5,000 souls was hungry in this movie. I like to see the scene when they walked on water. Under the sea. But this ain't Jesus Christ. This is Jethro Christ from Alabama. Please. I'm so glad I ain't got 2 because
Anyway, I have nothing to add, no comments at all. You saw what you saw. That GT man said, "Who? We only play Mariah music." Period. He said, "I don't know her." They're like, "Who are you?" Jennifer Lopez. He was like, I don't know her. I don't. I want to know her, but I don't know her. Did y'all hear about Amazon employees? So apparently they stole $10 million from Amazon. Like, I'm not reading this. I feel like we've been like we've been an hour and 33 minutes, so I don't have time to read this. I mean, I do have time, but apparently there was a manager at Amazon with like 5 or 6 other employees in Georgia, and they stole $9.4 million. Wait, it says, I don't know why I'm laughing because this is not funny. Someone said reparations. No, they got 16 years in prison. They got 16 years. I'm sitting here like, girl, now y'all stole $1 million a year and just kept taking millions of dollars. Like, at what point do you stop yourself and say, I got away with 2 or 3 mil? Like, you think Jeff Bezos just not gonna see that millions of dollars is moving? You just thought you were just gonna steal millions of dollars because he's like a trillionaire or whatever, and you're not gonna notice that millions were being moved. So they were scamming. They were putting people falsifying document. Let me read some of this. Tubi films on iPhone and has a free lunch. Period. So a former Amazon.com manager has been sentenced to 16 years in prison. Nothing is funny about this. After stealing over, let me play my music because ain't no way. Ain't no way I'll sat up here and still like engaging in white collar crime. Period. We in there. Not white collar. Kyrika, by the way, I did not look up this person. I intentionally chose not to look up who this person is because why? We don't need to look up who this person is. So Kyrika Wortham, along with 6 other people, have been charged in connection with the stealing of the money in Georgia, according to the U.S. Attorney Office, Northern Department of Georgia press release. Wortham, 32, worked as an operations manager at an Amazon warehouse in Georgia from August 2020 to March 2022, where she supervised other workers and approved new vendors as well as the payment of vendors' invoice for the company. Let me turn the music down. The release stated that Wortham used her job to submit over 10 million in invoice for fake vendors, leading Amazon to pay her and the other people involved 9.4 million. The release also stated that Wortham had her employees add the fake vendors' information into the system unknowingly. Once the information was entered, Wortham approved the fake vendors, enabling them to submit invoices. Wortham and co-conspirators then submitted fictitious invoices to Amazon, falsely representing that the vendors had provided goods and services to Amazon. Wortham approved the invoices, causing Amazon to transfer millions in fraudulent proceeds to bank accounts controlled by her and her co-conspirators, the release stated. Wait, I just realized you could just have made a cleaning company and hired yourself to come clean. Sorry. Officials say that Wortham worked with other people, including her partner, Brittany Hudson, 37, in the scheme to submit fake invoices to Amazon. She also worked with Demetrius Hines, who worked in loss prevention at Amazon, and Laquetta Blanchard, who was a senior human resource assistant at the company. Officials say both employees helped Wortham create more fake vendors' accounts. Hines used stolen personal information that he purchased from Jaquan Fraser. Yeah. Let me stop the music. Let me stop the music. Someone said, "Oh, they black." We don't know if they're black. Don't assume that because someone's name is Demetrius or Letitia means that they're black. That's not. And Jaquan Fraser, we don't know if they're black. So, I haven't looked up their race. I refuse to look up their race because absolutely not. I'm not about to do that, and I'm not engaging in stereotyping. So we just don't know, and we won't know these people's race because we just don't know. Hines used stolen personal information that he purchased from Jaquan Fraser, who allegedly purchased the information from Daryl Burgo, according to the release. These demons, stop the cap. You know, this sounds more white collar to me. So I don't know their race. The names incriminating our whole. I don't know what y'all look. I don't know what y'all in the comments talking about. Y'all, you cannot lean into stereotypes about people. Absolutely not. I refuse. Um, how Jeff gonna compete without his pocket change? Period. Let's not assume Jaquan Fraser with a Z is black. You don't know that. Period and comma. Again, I don't. So let me address the chat real quick. What we don't do is stereotyping over here. We don't do that. So we don't know, and we will continue to not know these people's name. I'm sure their mugshots are out there. I'm sure you can go look it up, but please don't do that. I won't do that. I think it is, we should just, let's keep race. I think this is important. I think we should keep race out. I think we should keep race out of this. I feel like we shouldn't be leaning into race at all. We don't see color, so let's keep colorblind. Let's keep race out of it. Absolutely. I'm not about to engage that way with you all. Thema, stop it. They blackity black black. Again, I don't see color. I think we're all equal. Thema, they ain't black in Georgia. Okay, period. It didn't say Atlanta, so Hines and Blanchard were paid in fraudulent proceeds. It states Hines also recruited Jamar L. James, Sr., another operations manager at Amazon location in Duluth, Georgia, into the scheme. Like Wortham, James allegedly approved fake vendors and fictitious invoices, including after Wortham left Amazon in March. The release state that while Wortham and Hudson were on bond, they committed new criminal conduct resulting in the cancellation of their bonds while attempting to open a hookah lounge in Atlanta, Georgia. Not Atlanta, Georgia. Not a hookah lounge. Not a not a hookah lounge in Atlanta, Georgia. Again, we don't know these people's race, and I think it's inappropriate. With the help of our CRU franchising company in January 2023, the peer lied about Amazon fraud charges against them, stating the charges were dismissed. They could have misunderstood. Wortham and Hudson then emailed fraudulent court documents. wait, the thing is, let me just say, the more you read, the worse it gets. Like, the criminal behaviors are just kind of like stacking up on each other. Not only are they stealing millions, they're submitting fraudulent documents, and they are submitting fraudulent court documents. Like, I feel like they didn't care at this point. I feel like they were like, girl, we going down, let's go out big. Because usually people are like, oh, you took out $5,000 in PPP loan, and that's what you're going to prison for. You guys can't say that now because they stole $10 million and they were trying to open a hookah lounge. And they were forging signatures from judges to say that cases were being dismissed. So they went out with a bang. They're going out with a bang. We are not stereotyping, we are confirming. No, I refuse to acknowledge. Let's continue. Wortham and Hudson then emailed fraudulent court documents to CRU franchising company that appeared to show the dismissal of the charges and had forged signatures of the chief U.S. district judge, as well as the forged seals and signature of the clerks of the court, period. Sorry, this is not right. This is Hudson also allegedly emailed CRU doctored bank statement and personal financial statements that fraudulently inflated the balance in her account to support the franchise deal. The court stated, I feel like Trump did a lot of these things. Why? I mean, I guess he's indicted now, and he's probably. Hudson also alleged, Wortham pleaded guilty and was convinced of the fraud of the fraud charge. Wait, am I feel like they should say convicted. Wait, who wrote this? Wortham pleaded guilty and was convinced of the fraud charges on November 30, 20. All right, period. She was sentenced to 16 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release, and will have to pay restitution to Amazon. So now she have to pay back 2.4 million. Wait, not she gonna have to pay back 2.4. If you have to pay back the money, should you go to prison? Let's do a vote. If you have to pay back the money, I feel like if you have to pay back the money, you should. If you go to prison, you should have to pay. Where, 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 wait, Chris is in the back. You came back up, Chris. Hello? 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 Oh, I think that was a mistake. Drop a one. I don't care. I'm not going to ask that question. Additionally, she is indicted for allegedly defrauding CRU franchising company, as well as forging the signature of a federal judge and the seal of the court. Hines also pleaded guilty to wire fraud conspiracy on November 30, 2022. On June 27, Blanchard pleaded guilty to wire fraud conspiracy, and Fraser pleaded guilty to misprision of felony. All three defendants will be sentenced at a later date. Chris? Hello?
Hey, Thema, sorry. I was just dropping a note in the chat because you asked me to respond to DJ Ashir's question about leveling the field. I wasn't trying to disrupt your flow.
All right. So, all right. Gotcha. No, I got it. Thank you.
Yep.
A grand jury also indicted Hudson and James for conspiracy, wire fraud, and money laundering, and Hudson for forging the signature of a federal judge and seal of the court on June 20. Bargo was charged in the indictment with conspiracy, access device fraud, and aggravated identity theft. Wait, and that's that on that. So I feel like these people went out with a bang. There was another article talking about how they were living like in luxury or whatever. I don't know why we needed to know if they were living in luxury or not. They did what they did, and it is what it is. So someone said, why? 9.4 million, $10 million, apparently. So that's just that on that. That's why. All right. So, I don't have any comments on this, by the way. We don't know the race of the people involved. I don't see color. I don't think it's important to be looking at people's race. So I just think we do the best with what we have and hope in a forgiving God. And it is what it is. Girl, life. Live your life. I don't know why they're talking about her living in luxury or whatever. It is what it is. In any case, I'm just going to go ahead and move on because I think we need to get into Larsa Pippins. I don't know. I don't care. So someone sent me this and asked me my opinion on it. I don't have opinions on like these like. She is divorcing someone named Scottie Pippen, who is apparently big basketball person, retirement. She's getting half of his retirement and all of that. I mean, that's what a wife gets, I guess, when you marry without prenup. People are mad that she's dating a young guy after having children. People are crying. I don't know what to say. I only included it because everyone said, "Oh, what is your opinion on it?" I don't have an opinion on it. What I have an opinion on is Sierra and Russell living their best life for their 17th wedding anniversary. I really do hope that their private life is actually as beautiful as their public life, but we don't know what's happening. Someone said he's a legend. I don't watch sports, so I wouldn't know. But good for him and good for her for taking. I don't mean for taking anything, but it is what it is. I like seeing these two. I don't believe in couple goals. Um, I don't believe in couple goals, but I really, 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 really like seeing them. I don't know why. I just like seeing them. And then we get to Blueface. Now, I don't think I've ever I don't think I've ever covered Blueface really in any meaningful depth. We've talked about Krishan once or twice, and we had a heated debate, and people wanted me to care about things that I definitely didn't care about. It is what it is. But I saw this video, and everyone people are outraged about him asking his son if he was gay. I don't know why that specific thing upset people. The reason I don't care is because I feel like this is very well known. Like the idea that we are, a, as a group, it is my opinion that we're extraordinarily homophobic. Someone said 17. Oh, I said 17. I misspoke. It said 7. It literally had 7 on there. So apologies. I was going to say I have an accent, but an accent doesn't actually make you. I was literally about to say I misspoke. I have an accent because that's my crutch. Whenever I am doing something and I misspeak when I was younger, I would just blame it on my accent. But I realized I couldn't do that. So it is what it is. No. It's fine. It's 7, not 17. Now, everyone is mad about the whole, and I appreciate this because it means we're moving towards being less homophobic. That's a good thing. But I'm concerned about how empty there's no food there for this child. It's giving Little Boosie. Now, I don't know if y'all remember when Little Boosie said what he did to his children and nephews and how he's trying to get them to be a man. We have created a very sort of hypersexual culture, and we are forcing young men, not even men, these young boys to engage with things that they are not ready to engage with. This kind of engagement, I think, is going to this kind of engagement, I think, further denigrate the community. And when people say they want fathers in the home, I think Sinchi was the one who was pointing this out. The idea that fathers should be in the home is a problem for me. Not just any fathers. We don't want every father in the home. Blueface, when I was watching this, it's children want to make their parents proud of them at a certain age, at least. And you can tell that there was a moment where the child realized that gay is a bad thing in his father's eyes. Because I don't know if a 6-year-old boy know what being gay is. Like I doubt it, but whatever. And it's such a weird thing to say when you have women out there twerking and you're asking your son, why isn't he out there at 6 years old with women essentially just twerking all over the place? And why is he hiding in here and not out there where they are quote unquote cheeks? It, it's abusive in my opinion, and I think it represents too much of how we treat our children and how we expect kids we adultify children in really, really strange ways and apparently don't feed them. So here's the video. Let me play this video because I'm very annoyed by it. And I don't want to talk about Blueface, but here it is.
Casual day. Son, come here. There's booty cheeks out here. You in here looking for chips and Slim Jims and shit. You ain't gay, is you? Huh? Are you gay? You ain't gay, right? My man. My dog.
The mom came out, said they were in a different room. That's not, I don't care what the mom has to say. When you're saying you're in here when there are essentially naked women out there, you're telling your child to be out there with naked women and not in there. And because they're in there, that says something about their sexuality. But don't think I missed at all the fact that there was a jump cut in this. Like there was a cut in there when he first asked, "Are you ain't gay, are you?" Because that child does not know what a gay is. He don't. He does not. What he does know by the time the video started filming again, is that his dad don't want him to be whatever gay is, and so he's responding to that. So I feel like there is a lot, I don't feel like, I'm sure there's a lot of trauma around sexuality. And I'm not talking about gay and straight. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about forcing kids that are too young to even have a conception of what sex is to engage in behaviors that you find to be straight so that you can prevent them from being gay. Little Boosie does this. A bunch of rappers talk about this. A bunch of rappers and older people men have talked about how they engage in these behaviors that are more adult or for adults, and how that shape the way they view women, one as commodities, but also how they view themselves in relation to women and what they have to contribute in a relationship. I think this is sick. I wish it would stop, but I don't see it stopping because the currency, it seems, for social validation for men is access to women in this way. And when your father at age 6, at 6 years old, when your father is pushing you, forcing you to engage in ways that you shouldn't have to engage as a child, you are not about to convince me that won't have an impact on this child's development. This is wrong. The culture is sick. Any culture that perpetuates this kind of behavior among young people is fundamentally sick. And I don't know how we change this, but it's definitely wrong. Lil Boosie does it. Even T.I. talking to his son about how the son at the time engaged with women versus how he was treating his daughter. Like this is, and I'm using celebrities because they're setting at least the hip hop culture. They're setting that. And we in turn accept it and acquiesce to it. That is a problem. That is definitely a problem, but I'm going to remove. I hate that this child was even on my screen because he shouldn't have been on my screen, and that's just sick. I just looked down and I saw Britney Spears on my outline, and people ask. I probably shouldn't have included this, but I feel like let's talk about it because Britney Spears don't bother anyone. All Britney Spears does is twirl around and around online, dancing in her own little world, in her own little corner. But apparently she was out, and there's an NBA star. I'm gonna just use his first name, Victor, who Brittany apparently knows and wanted to say hello to. And in an attempt to say hello, the security guard hit Britney apparently. And there's a big hoopla online, and Britney came out with a post saying, "Oh my God, I'm super embarrassed. I want an apology." And the guy, let me show y'all the interaction because so that was the security guard who probably hit her. And so the player came out and had the following to say.
We were in a hall. There was a lot of people, so people calling me, obviously. And there was one person who was calling me, but we talked before with the security. Don't stop because it's gonna make a crowd. So I couldn't stop. So that person was calling me, sir, sir, and that person grabbed me from behind. So I didn't see what happened because I was walking straight and we told don't stop. But that person grabbed me from behind, not on my shoulder. She grabbed me from behind, and so I just know that the security pushed her away. I don't know with how much force though, but security pushed her away, and I didn't stop to look, so I kept walking and enjoyed a nice dinner. So actually, I didn't know for a couple.
So Britney came back, and it's Britney. Britney said, "This story is super embarrassing to share with the world, but it's out there already. However, I think it is important to share this story and to urge people in the public eye to set an example and treat all people with respect. Physical abuse is happening too much in the world, often behind closed doors. I stand with all I stand I stand with all victims, and my heart goes out to all of you. I have yet to get a public apology from the player, his security, or the organization. I hope they will. I cherish the tremendous amount of love and support I'm receiving at the moment. Thank you to the Las Vegas PD and the detective for their support." There was an earlier statement that said, "It was traumatic. She's a huge fan. She did not grab him. She just tapped him so that she could get his attention. And the security guard came in and removed her in her mind violently." Um, all right, so Adam 22. I don't I don't have an opinion. Should we treat people better? Yes. Could this just be a mistake? There's a bunch of people. He's a tall basketball player with a bunch of security. It's odd to, like, if you run up there and they don't know you're Britney Spears, they're gonna try to remove you from him. But I don't know. I don't have an answer. I'm not a celebrity. I don't know how this works. So that's my opinion on that. It's not much of an opinion. But Adam 22. So yeah. You remember when Adam 22 got married and people were online crying that he made money off of black people, but no black person was invited to his wedding? Yeah, I remember. When there's nothing funny, there's literally nothing funny about what I just said at all. But I don't know why I'm laughing. But there's a word that has been on the internet trending for a while. It is CUCK. And apparently it's a huge thing. But Adam 22, this is a picture of them. I feel like no one knows what's happening. And let me explain what is happening. So Adam 22 married this lady who is, she's an OnlyFans model or star. So they're married. And Adam 22 and this woman apparently in love, blah blah blah. So I went on Twitter today, not looking for anything like, and we don't kink shame, but I'm not looking for anything in particular. And a video popped up, and I was like, this video, let me show you which video popped up. I don't know. I don't follow anyone, so I don't know who these people are. So this video popped up, and let me play.
We're done. It was great.
Had a blast. Way more fun than expected. Holy shit.
Ooh, I could say the same about you.
I have to go get a massage now.
Same. I definitely need a massage.
Oh my goodness.
So I was like, oh, people are mad. I don't know why. But then I read the caption. I read the caption. It says, Adam 22 wife, Lena the plug after enjoying her wedding gift. And I'm getting like very confused as to like what is happening, because I see a ton of retweets now and everyone making jokes about Adam 22 and his wife and her being on OnlyFans, and that this was a collaboration between that guy that you just saw and that lady who was his wife on her OnlyFans page. Apparently they did a collab. And then Adam 22 interviewed these two. So Adam 22 interviewed his wife and this guy who apparently did a collab on OnlyFans. So they engaged in you know what. And people are dragging him, making fun of him, but I don't have an opinion. It is what it is. Let people live how they want to live. But before we get to Adam 22's response, this is what Adam 22 had said previously. I won't put this on the screen. I won't be on the screen, but this is what Adam 22 had said about multiple people involved.
Ever have a dude be in your scenes?
No. We got a one-way thing going here.
One-way thing.
I mean, we're monogamous in our private lives, and then we do shit on camera with other girls.
Right.
I got too much money to have her getting dunked fucked by some fucking linebacker. I can't do it.
Should I use that same logic on you? I've got too much money to let my man do this.
If you want to cancel Plug Talk,
now, would you guys ever have a dude be in your scenes?
No.
So this was over like a year ago or something. No, actually, this was this year. Adam 22 and his wife were interviewed because she does OnlyFans, and the question was, would another guy be ever involved? And he said, no, he's too rich. That would never happen. It's only women. But fast forward today, and well, that's not the case. So Adam 22 actually put out a tweet that said something about, y'all say you support Black people, but you won't let a Black person do your wife or something like that. And I'm not reading this out loud. Let me put the tweet. Let me put what Adam 22 tweeted. Oh no! What is this? Why is that up on there? That is disgusting. I did not. This is why I don't like Twitter. Right here, because that is not what I'm supposed to put up there. That is disgusting. Let me try to zoom in. Let me zoom in. So below this are images of what happened. And I don't know why Twitter allows this to be on there. So I know, but it was blurred out. Even the image itself is blurred out. So even if I put it on there, but I don't want to put it up. He says, people will be like, I love Black people, and then never let their wife have with one. I don't know what he's talking about. But then we get into an interview with him and his wife. So he interviewed his wife and he interviewed the guy. Here's a snippet from the conversation he had with his wife. And I'm going off screen. I don't know why. This popped up today and I was like, I don't know what's happening. This seems like a lot.
It wasn't hard to come back to your dick. I was in a lot of pain for a few days. So having sex was... it was reupholstered. You're a little traumatized.
So not playing any of this. This is weird. why would you be interviewing? It feels like this is the guy that he called in. They did an interview. I'm not going to play this part of the interview. It is what it is. So all of this seems odd. The only reason I'm bringing this up at all, let me summarize why I'm bringing this up. It is odd to me, like if you have a kink or whatever, why is this public knowledge for public discourse? Why is this being interviewed? Are there like handlers where people are like engaging this way and it's okay? It feels like there's an attempt to normalize all of this. I don't know if that's good or bad. It just seems odd that a person, Adam 22 is like fully hip hop, I think. Whether or not he should be is up for discussion, but he is. And so is this idea like of engaging this way, is that something that we've accepted as something that should be like public for public consumption? I don't know. And I hear a lot because of like the reaction and how many people have been forwarding this to me. But I saw it. I went online and the first thing I saw on Twitter was this. And then everyone on Twitter that follows me were sending it to me and saying, should I discuss? And then Destiny came up in this conversation. And let me be clear, I don't care what people do. Like I don't. Someone said it being public is a part of the kink. All right, well, if it is, let me just leave this alone. I don't know, it just feels like we're trying to normalize this, and I don't know if I don't know. I'm gonna leave it alone because there were too many mishaps. There's too many mishaps happening, and I don't think I want you guys to send this to me. I've investigated it myself and I don't fully understand it. But two, there was someone online talking about Destiny and whether or not this is what they're doing. And I don't know why people care that much because it's not like Destiny's putting his stuff online. This is now for public debate and public scrutiny. Again, don't know why this is, so I'm just going to move on. Truth Teller said, why? Because we are in an era of oversharing. Too many people are telling way too much of their business. Yeah. So on that really disturbing note, let's go to Darius and Keke. Darius and Keke. I don't understand why everyone doesn't just agree on this. But before we continue, for the men defending Darius, for the men, black men specifically, saying Darius is a stand-up guy who supports traditionalism. Sorry. Look, he might support traditionalism in his dreams or something, but there has been nothing that he's done to me that indicate that he supports traditionalism. So I don't know why people are saying he supports traditionalism, but he went online and apparently he deleted Keke from his social media. And you know that when it comes to the kids, when you are not on their social media, if you get deleted from the social media, it's looking like it's over, right? I don't know if it's over, but for the kids, it looks like it's over. And then I went back to an old interview. Someone online, I don't know which, I hate when this happens. a content creator played this clip of Keke Palmer talking about privacy. And I want you to hear what Keke says about being public. And I feel like she's not being respected in the way that it sounds like she prefers to keep what is happening in her intimate relationship off the internet, particularly when there are issues. She's not someone who likes to put her issues out there in the public. So let me play what she said. She interviewed her then boyfriend, still boyfriend, I don't know. And this is what they said.
And what happens if you ever had a Summer Walker situation with me? Some girl was just like, yo, just so you know, she was wearing like my Eagles jersey.
She's not even getting on the line with me. I'm not talking to nobody. I don't care. She could be standing next to you in a picture. I'm blind. I'm Stevie Wonder to the bullshit. And whatever that we going through, we talking about that in the closet. Like ain't nobody like, it's on some like he's got a twin brother. Like I'm not discussing that.
But then how are you going to react when people bring it to you? I saw your man or I saw that. You know, people are
and I saw your man. I didn't want to bring it up, but since we're bringing it up, have you checked with him?
So for me, that just sounds like someone who is smart, at least when it comes to her own image, and not wanting her image and what is happening in her private life outside of what she wants us to know to be out there. I think it's highly disrespectful to sort of remove that barrier that was up regarding how she deals with public facing issues and private facing issues. So I just don't appreciate how he did that. I'm surprised they didn't get here the Rico not Rico Rocketeer. Carnes, clutching my pearl steam look. But there was some more things that I learned about Darius from my Discord. And it has to do with domestic violence and his stance. And I don't believe you can fully vet someone, but I do believe you can try, and I do believe you should try. None of this is Keke's fault. You don't blame people for the actions of other people. But going through Darius' tweet, now this was from 2015. I wanted the date to be included because I don't want it to seem like I'm just saying he tweeted this yesterday. So he tweeted something that got 1 like in 2015 about DV. And he says, I don't support DV, but look, if there is a but after I don't support DV, I'm just going to have a problem. Like, I remember talking with this lady who was like, men shouldn't hit women. And then I said, women shouldn't hit men. Women shouldn't hit men, but no, there's no buts. And it's like, don't support DV, but I am not surprised that $1 million athletes get in trouble cause BRS. Like, look, he could have been a child. I don't know how old this man is. I'm not looking up this man's age, but this sounds like you support DV. This seems like you support DV. When you're out here tweeting, I don't support DV, but it sounds like you support DV. That's what I'm going to say about that. Then we go to this. Oh, they found these tweets about Alton Sterling, and now people are trying to change their tune, acting like they weren't out here supporting this man. But he says, what would have happened if Alton Sterling listened and followed orders when the officer yelled repeatedly to get on the ground? People tend to ignore the fact that you're supposed to obey the law regardless of circumstances. Alton Sterling didn't comply. Alton Sterling could have made this situation easier for everyone if he would follow orders and get his A on the ground and not resist. So this is who y'all are out here supporting, talking about, oh, black men don't get to say this, and forget the fact that he is biracial. And for some people, biracial is black. For some people, biracial isn't black. I'm not going to gatekeep blackness. You guys decide who is black and who is not black. But it is odd to me that people put so much weight behind someone who will make tweets about this in defense of police action, where police are engaging in ways that are harmful to a community that you might belong to. Because again, we don't know if you belong there, but you might belong to. And it's odd to me that this is a person people are getting behind. But period, I feel like, and I think Sinji also said this, Keke might actually have to come forward and talk about this. Because to be fair, if I am an interviewer, I'm going to ask. I'm gonna go ahead and ask. Like, if Keke is interviewing with me, because I do respect her wanting privacy, but when your man is like tweeting out about public stuff, I'm not asking you your opinion on it or what's his opinion on it. I'm asking your opinion about what he said. Did you know he said these? Like, I'm gonna ask. And I feel bad because Keke has been sort of drama free, like as a general matter. She'll say things here and there that people are upset about, but as a general matter, there's no real big drama when it comes to Keke. She supports people that we wouldn't support, but we don't see this kind of, I don't know, like this kind of mess around Keke's name. But here come Darius. Here come Darius, and now Keke is in mess. Now, anyway, this is what we talked about on Wednesday. So she is out at an Usher concert, just living her best life, doing her, getting what she needs to get, doing what she needs to do. Here come Darius online. It's the outfit, though. You a mom. Apparently, a lot of people just assumed he was joking. Obviously, he's not about to insult Keke, who he claims he loves. You're not going to put a huge target on the woman back that you claim you love for her to be attacked by a group of people who are just looking for an opportunity to attack someone. I know that you are not going to claim you love someone and then put them out there to be dragged by the internet. So people just assumed he was joking. But no, he came back and he clarified that, no, absolutely not. I was not joking. So he said the following. We live in a generation where a man of the family doesn't want the wife and mother to his kids to showcase booty cheeks and please others, and he gets told how much of a hater he is. This is my family and my representation. I have standards and morals to what I believe. I rest my case. No. Please don't rest your case, because someone came under this and said, wait, wasn't this you who was filming Keke and posting it up, talking about my son done transform Keke? Wasn't that you reposting her? But now that you cannot control her, you have a problem. You have standards. You are the man of the family. I don't know what the man of the family mean. Do you mean you're taking on the head of the family? Are you the leader of the family? Are you the provider for the family? Like, what do you mean when you say you're the man of the family? Because the man of the family doesn't mean anything to me. You keep saying the word wife, and I don't know if y'all are married. Like, I don't know what that means. Are y'all married? But that's not the part that got me. What got me was Keke came back, and I think in an attempt to respond to him, just played music and dance. And it seems like Keke is not willing to like talk about it, which I can respect. I just don't understand why it is that in response to the issues around blasting the mother of your child online, people are like, well, Shouldn't he be respected? Shouldn't he be respected? Sure. Respect is due. But in the absence of quote unquote respect, what do you do? And also, how is it respectful or not respectful to him how she shows up in the world? Like I'm confused as to why how she chooses to show up in the world is a reflection of a man that is not married. Like, why do you care? If y'all are in a relationship and the communication is that bad, y'all probably not in a you're probably not in a relationship. I don't know how to tell you this. I'm breaking it to you. If you can communicate to your partner that something upsets you and you need to come tell us, John Q. Public, that something upsets you, that you can communicate with the other individual who you're supposed to be in a relationship with. Y'all not in a relationship and there's no obligation. I don't understand why someone who like you choose, and this is something that I we were talking about in the beginning. If you're choosing to be with a woman who is more well known, who has more resources and more access than you are choosing to be in a position that is very uncomfortable for a lot of men who are not secure with themselves, right? It's very difficult to take the back seat when society is telling you you are the man and you need to be the leader, but you can't lead if you can't provide, right? If she is the breadwinner, she is the person who makes the money. You don't then get to tell her what she can and cannot wear when she is the one paying for what she can and cannot wear. And even if you did pay for it, you still don't tell grown folks what they should and should not be wearing. But you don't get to do that when you're not about to pay for things. Like, it is weird to be like, I want a provider, but I also want that provider to be submissive. Look, how are you a man saying you're dating someone who is the provider, but you need that woman to submit to you because tradition? Where was the tradition in the paying and taking care of the family? Like, I feel like patriarchy has y'all in a chokehold, and I don't know why that is. Like, it is okay to opt out if you can't afford to opt in. Like, it's fine. This is why, by the way, I support passport bros. Outside of the degeneracy that they do, the idea, and only this idea, I actually appreciate that they realize, look, I can't compete. I can't do this. So I'm opting out of trying to compete in this world. I'm going to go compete somewhere else because I just don't cut it. I can't make it here. I can't do it. So I'm going to go try it somewhere else because I have failed here with every group of women. So I'm just going to go out there and do it. Just let it like let it go. You don't have to be the provider if you don't want to be. Just know that you don't get to disparage people who are working and providing for themselves. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Talking about it's the outfit though, your mom, and what about it? And what about it? Like, what about it? What should she be doing? She's a mom, so what? You thought because she has a child that she would be stuck at home, can't do anything? It's Keke Palmer. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? It's so no, I don't appreciate the way in which he decided to talk about it. I don't agree with how he decided to critique her publicly and attempt to shame her, bringing her down a peg. I don't agree with the fact that because you're hurt, you get to publicize this hurt so that everyone can then attack a person. Like, I don't know who raised you. I don't know why people think this is okay. I don't know why there are men online saying, oh, but he gets to feel how he wants to feel. Yeah, you get to feel how you want to feel privately. You don't shame people. And by the way, if Keke sees this, engages with it, and then decides, you know what, I don't care. This is the one for me. I'm just going to go back to him and we're going to live together. and it happens again, I will be quiet as a mouse, because I think that we are to learn from our experiences and the hardships, because if we keep repeating these kinds of cycles, then there's nothing people can do. It's exhausting to always, and yes, we do get to comment on this, by the way. For people who are like, oh, it should be private, leave people alone, why you? No, I'm going to comment on it because he made this tweet public and people dragging him rightfully. I think he is rightfully being dragged. And I have no qualms about that. My issue, though, is I hope that this is a lesson about how we engage. I don't believe, and I don't push for hypergamy. I like hypergamy. I would like for my daughter to be hypergamous. It is what it is. But if you are dating someone and you're going to marry someone, hopefully prenups are in order. Hopefully your assets are safe. Hopefully you know what you're getting into when you make the decision, because I don't think it is safe to put everything out there in this way in the name of love and just completely ignore the realities about dating down economically, dating down academically and intellectually. They don't usually, that kind of relationship generally don't work out. And it doesn't work out from the woman being the one making the most or the smarter one, academically, on paper at least, dating a man who is not, quote unquote, on her level in that way. The reason it doesn't work is because, and it works the other way most of the time, is because women have been conditioned to put their ego aside when the man is making more. The red pill talk about this as if it's a de facto truth about the male and female condition. It is not just a truth. It is something that we've been socialized to do. And because of that socialization, women are better equipped at adapting to a man's quote unquote world when he makes more, whereas a man finds it harder to adopt because the society is telling him that he has failed and he should be leading. And even if they pretend like they can do it, a lot of men are not secure enough to let the woman be the provider. And whether or not they should or shouldn't is not a question that I'm going to answer. You do what you want and you create your own relationships. But it's an odd thing to decide to engage in a way that is statistically going to fail. But also, you don't change that statistic if you don't engage with it. But I don't know who wants to be the guinea pig. But if you want to be a guinea pig for someone call it homosexual, and I feel like homosexual is not a I feel like homosexual is not actually a term. I feel like y'all are playing in my face when you say homosexual. I actually feel like you guys are playing in my face when you say homosexual, because it don't make no sense. I've never heard that phrase. Did I? No, I don't remember looking it up. But I feel like, no, not my Discord is going off. Y'all are playing too much. Anyway, question, is homosexual a word? Robert says, I used to be homosexual. Someone said it's been around for 15 years. All right, well, I'm using it as if it's a word. If it's not a word, it's on you. So if it's only in the Urban Dictionary, I'm going to stop using it. Y'all play too much. In any case, I'm going to open the panel up because I do actually want to hear you all's responses for the next 30 minutes. I was going to go over a video, but I don't want to go over it anymore. Yet women are expected to be okay with men on strippers. Thema, someone asked, how can Keke Palmer legally protect her finances if the baby father asks for child support? Well, she can't, right? Like if he wins custody, then yeah, she is gonna have to pay child support. Which it's just a very strange thing, because I think people engage in relationships with these rose-colored lenses that does not allow them to see the consequence of like bad actions and bad outcomes. And when that happens, you have to look at how do you in advance protect yourself. One of the ways is to date and marry people who are around your socioeconomic bracket. Like, it doesn't make sense to put all that you've worked for at risk. Like, it doesn't make sense to be giving so much to people who did not contribute to your success. And I feel like it's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate reality. But like, the men complain about feminism, but feminism has helped them. Put everything in a trust. I'm kidding. Usher had them trading places. He was definitely a bitter single mother on that. Not he was a bitter. Wait, here's the link. We have 30 minutes before I have to go. And I want you guys to come up. Robert, please hit that link when Themis drop it. Oh, there's the link. What is Robert saying? Let me find Robert's quote. I'm trying. One of the main things you need to do is not that you don't lose custody of your children. Hey, how are you? Is it Fearless?
Yes, it's me again. Back. I'm back.
What say you?
Okay, one thing first. The last time that I was on here, I said that I came up with the term Pokemon, and I watched the playback, and people were saying like, no, somebody else did. I did not know that at the time, so I want to apologize to that person. I don't want to disrespect them or your channel or your space, so apologies to them. EB918. In terms of Keke Palmer and the Darius situation, I say that, well, I don't really feel bad for Keke Palmer because she knows what kind of man he is. I think that she did very well for herself and being private about the kind of person that he is in their relationship, but she knows what kind of man he is. She knows what he's like. I can't want better for somebody than they want for themselves. The only person in this I feel bad for is Usher.
Not Usher.
I only feel bad for Usher. Because he just got his nose broken by Christopher Crack Brown, and now he has to deal with the male single baby mama woes. Like, I only feel bad for him.
I think it's good promo for him. So I feel bad for Keke because I don't think this is what she wants, and like, I can empathize with that. But going back, I think Sinji played this. I don't think Sinji played this today, where not today, but she played it earlier, where Steve Harvey was talking to her, and sitting there, it was really painful listening to her just defend like dating, like intentionally dating down. And I never fully understand that outside of like self-worth. But I could be wrong. I don't think it's a self-worth issue. I'm probably most likely wrong about that. But every time I see people not wanting more for themselves or thinking that they have to go quote unquote down, it always seems like they don't believe themselves worthy of more. And money seems to be deemed a bad thing. And so if men have money, I don't know, it just feels like women are saying they're not about to try that. They would rather date down. And that doesn't make sense to me. The mentality doesn't make sense to me because, like, in this world, you do need money to survive. So why wouldn't you want that? Like, you can want a good man while also wanting someone who can provide. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, the idea that you have to be shamed into thinking that wanting someone who can provide or actually help you and you guys can build together, or whatever that means to anyone, is a bad thing.
I think that it's a very calculated tactic on the part of men, because now with the shifting cultures, and specifically the United States, I'm just going to talk about the United States. where women don't necessarily need men. Women are now with men because they only want to be with men. Men have a vested interest in lowering the standards of women so that they can have sexual and romantic access to women. Because, well, the only ones who really benefit from relationships in that way long term is men. They get somebody to have sex with, they get somebody to take care of their family, they get someone to take care of their children and any extramarital children that they have, they get someone to manage their finances, they get someone to be their emotional ShamWow, to suck up all of their energy and expel it into the ether while she has no one to actually emotionally or physically take care of her. And I think that that's a part of the big reason as to why women, specifically Black women, are so accustomed to
Wait,
doing
if
for
this is
themselves.
how if this is how relationship is viewed and is, why would anyone want to be in it?
I mean, I think that you've had conversations on your show about this before. I've said like the PR agent for women needs to be fired. Honestly, for women who are in marriages, it doesn't really make sense. Married women swear up and down that some of these things are just a part of the trials and tribulations of normal relationships, and yet I can accept that to an extent, but I would also like to have a conversation about where exactly is the boundary between going through a problem in a relationship and being on the rocks and emotional, financial, sexual abuse or mistreatment or exploitation.
Yeah. No, thank you. So AJM said social conditioning. Thank you. There are 5 people in the back, so I will get to some more people. Thank you so much, Ferris.
Bye.
Bye. Lauren, before you go, Lauren, would you date someone who makes less than you, Themis? Yeah, I don't generally care about my touchstone is not money. Actually physical beauty. It's intellect. I like smart people. Actually, I try to only date people I think are kind of smarter than me. Yeah, I prefer intellect. That's all I care about. Intellect and confidence. So, Lauren, go ahead.
Hi, Themis.
Hey.
So you said in the previous conversation that like you think that it's kind of related to women's self-esteem when they date these dusties, and I agree with that. But I also think that like in at least within Black Americans, it has more so to do with, well, these are the options we have to choose from. So like if you look at like, let's say like certain Africans, for example, where the men have more money, the women's standards are higher. But then you go to Black America where the men have no money and the women's standards are lower. So I think that women tend to adjust their standards to the options that they have. And it's typically like, even again with Black Americans, it's more so if I'm only going to date Black men or Black American men, then I'm going to lower my standards. But women who open their options outside of just the Black community, we tend to have higher standards.
Sorry.
How dare that freeloading leech
Sorry.
try to get on Michelle Obama's internet?
I don't know why that was playing yet. I'm not ready to play that. But I agree with you. I think that part of the problem is once we have limit ourselves, then we look around and see what the sort of options are, and then we adjust expectations according to what is available. That makes sense in a sort of dating marketplace, right? So I understand that. And this is why it is important to widen your, even if you want a specific thing, opening your options so that the people who you have access to have more love, more kindness, more experience, more money, more whatever. Instead of just limiting.
Right. And another thing I wanted to add, when we look at some of these like toxic relationships, a lot of people misconstrue toxicity for just normal relationship trouble. And I think that we should be a little bit more mindful of that. So for me, I'm like in my past relationships, and not all of them, but just the majority of them, when they've ended, when we've broken up, whatever, it's typically been because, maybe our feelings just changed. I don't feel the same way about them as I did initially, or, I'm moving away, they're moving away. Just like normal things. It's not like, oh, this man cheated on me, gave me STD, blasted me on Instagram or Twitter, got a baby mama, like that weird kind of stuff. Like that's not normal. Relationships shouldn't have those kind of issues. So I think that's like something else that we can maybe delve into at a later point. Like what are
Yeah.
healthy red flags and what are like red flags,
Yeah. No, there was a phrase stated to me about I was about to do that in response to, well, let me leave that alone. I'm going to post a blog this weekend and you'll see what I'm talking about. But thank you, Lauren.
Bye, Themis.
Bye. Have a good one. So there are some people, I'll add you guys in a minute. People care more about the quality of the shoes they put on their feet more than the quality of the partner they let share their life. Math ain't math. Whew, a word. Agreed. And that's the problem. Jay, welcome to the membership. All right. RS. Let me add Rochelle and Hey and Truth Teller. Everyone is here. Let's go with RS first. Go ahead.
Hello, hi everybody. So my thing is like, I think that she picked the wrong dude. If she was gonna go with a guy that was like mainly hypergamous, she picked the wrong type. I don't judge people who decide, hey, they're going to pick a person that makes less money than them or significantly less money than them because hey, they want companionship, they want somebody. It's cool. Everyone has their own reasons for it. I personally would rather be alone. But regardless of the fact, she did not pick the right type of guy that made less money. For me, if I was going to go that route, I would pick a guy that was a community man, somebody that like volunteered, somebody that had great, morals based off of his past and the past things that he's done. I don't think that it was the right decision for her. So I don't know why she did that, but that's just my take on it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Before we continue, I'm going to read the super chat and then actually play this video. Fury says, Pokemon copyright 2023 EB918, all rights reserved. Many apologies for my mistake. I didn't mean to offend or disrespect, simply didn't know at the time. Thank you so much. I didn't know who came up with that. I thought that was you, but thank you. All right, let's watch this video and then we can continue. Let me get off camera.
How dare that freeloading leech try to get on Michelle Obama's internet and tell our good sis, my cousin Keke Palmer, what the fuck to do. Y'all already know how I feel. You're single until you married. So how dare that single man try to tell that single woman what she can and cannot wear to a Usher concert that I know he ain't motherfucking paid for the motherfucking tickets. How dare you try to tell her what dress to wear when you ain't buy the dress? I'm confused. I'm genuinely confused, okay? Because y'all want women to be traditional so bad and follow the leader and do what y'all say, but you're not a traditional man because why were y'all dating for years and you never married her? Y'all was dating for years. You chose not to marry her when she got pregnant. You chose not to marry her when she had birth. After she had the baby, you chose not to marry her, but you choose to get on the Black woman's internet and try to shame somebody. And here's the thing. It was not about him correcting what she was wearing, because if that was the case, he would have privately told her either before or after the event, hey, I was a little uncomfortable with what you chose to wear. No, his goal was to publicly humiliate and shame her because he got on a public Black Twitter forum and decided to tweet something about a celebrity that he knew was going to get millions of views. But you see, when you do clownery and the clown come back to bite, they ate his ass up, had to deactivate his Twitter. You see, when you do nonsense like that, don't let these insecure males stop y'all, okay? Because a lot of times they try to baby mama y'all to stop what you got going on because they insecure. Like, don't get pregnant by these males. Don't let them try to tell you what to do, because how dare you not being her husband or her father, try to tell her what to do. I'm so confused. The math is not mathing. Keke, our good sis, I'm so sorry that you were with a clown like that. That.
All right. One thing I disagree with, I don't know this is a fact, but I do actually believe, I believe that they're not married is Keke's decision. But I don't have anything. Rochelle?
Oh, hello.
Hey.
I feel so sad for this situation. It's so unfortunate. But I think a lot of things were probably going through Kiki's mind at the time. She probably felt a little insecure, a little, probably had some, self-esteem issues and sorts of stuff like that. And I think another factor was probably her age. She probably was like, I don't know when the next man's going to come. And it seems like it was like a whirlwind kind of relationship or situationship where it kind of just spun out of control, and he probably told her sweet nothings, and unfortunately she probably fell for it. And next thing you know, she's having a baby, and now they're tied together for life, but he seems like he's just a controlling, like pseudo traditionalist, like when it suits me kind of man. And he just seems really like
Well,
insecure.
he can well, you said pseudo, because if he's traditionalist, it's very a la carte traditionalism, because absolutely not. But
Yes,
I
it
don't know
is.
if I don't know if he's controlling. What I do know is he's disrespectful, because absolutely not.
He is, but like, how are you trying to tell a grown woman who has autonomy over her own body what she should wear when, like, we all know what is appropriate and what's not appropriate to wear outside if you're a functioning adult who's rational. So it's like, if any person or like man tries to tell me what I can wear out of the house, that is a red flag for me, because who are you trying to tell? Why are you trying to tell me what I can and can't wear when I know what's appropriate and what's not? It's just like she's going to a concert, and it honestly it wasn't that inappropriate. Like, it looked nice. It was not like too revealing or anything. So he just seemed like he probably didn't even want her to go to this thing, and because she went anyway, I think he like threw a hissy fit on the internet. And I honestly, one more thing before I go, I honestly think also maybe what Rihanna did with ASAP Rocky might have influenced her decision a little bit, because I think she probably saw how like Rihanna was getting on and like how she's having this baby by ASAP Rocky, and was probably like, oh wow, the queen can do it, she can do it, I want to try this too. But the thing is, ASAP Rocky is like, he made it known he wants the soft life. But this Darius guy, I don't think he wants he doesn't want the soft life. He wants to be a traditional man who brings home the money and the bacon. But she makes like 10 times more than you do. So where's this bacon coming from? I don't know. So
Not where's this bacon coming from. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Before we continue, I can play this on the screen, and I'm pretty sure I can't even play this because it's going to be a problem. But like, let me play. Oh my God, my stream is going to come down, isn't it? I'm going to attempt to play a conversation Steve Harvey had with Keke Palmer. And the first time I heard this was on Yanni's stream. And when I heard it on Yanni's stream, I'm going to attempt to play a conversation. I forgot it, and then I heard it on one of Sinji's videos, I think yesterday or the day before. And I don't understand Keke. I don't understand Keke. Anyway, let me play it, and then we'll talk.
Uncle Steve ain't trying to get you with no billionaire. He trying to get you with somebody that has a plan to have something. That's what I keep trying to get you to do. You can't quit bringing these.
Uncle Steve love billionaires. I'm gonna just tell y'all, he do. Every time
He stopped when he said, you can't keep bringing these I think he was gonna say you need to stop bringing these wannabes. Like I actually think not those words obviously, but I think that's what he was saying. So that would mean among the people who are close to Keke, she's known for this. Because if you're saying you can't keep doing something, it means you've been doing something, and that something was bringing these certain kinds of men around. I think that's what Steve was saying. Don't know for sure, but that's what I heard. Let me continue.
Anytime I see Uncle Steve out, he's like, now I got this guy. He's got a net worth of 300 zillion. And y'all can really create generations and generations
You need
of
something
zillionaires.
with somebody with something. Quit trying to give a boy your lifestyle and he ain't earned it.
Oh my God. But you know what? Everybody don't start.
Quit trying to give people your lifestyle when they don't earn it. So, like, Steve Harvey's the same man that said men and women can't be friends, right? So, like, grain of salt, like, block of salt, really. But it is an interesting thing because I do think that maybe Steve Harvey does care for Keke and was like, look, find someone with something and stop, like, giving what you've had to someone else. And this is Keke's response to, like, stop giving people what you've worked so hard for. This is what she says. And, like, so people who said they don't feel sympathy for her, I feel sympathy for her because I actually really like Keke Palmer. Like, I love her. But this is her response. So y'all are valid in your opinion.
Start off as billionaires. I'm not a billionaire yet.
Everybody don't start off a billionaire, but you got to have a boy that's got a plan to at least be one. I'm not saying you got to be a billionaire, because hell, I ain't a billionaire.
And I've dated some real horrible billionaires, honey. They not good all the time. Sometimes they're crazy, Steve, and that's why I stopped taking your advice.
You didn't pick the one I told you to.
I'm Steve, the billionaires
Because you
are terrible.
Because you don't listen to who I tell you.
The billionaires be having 4 and 5 and 6 other wives.
Well, you the one over there and got them.
Keke's not listening right now at all. Keke's performing for the audience. And maybe she's uncomfortable being called out in this way. And maybe this should have been more of a private conversation, but apparently they've been having the conversation privately, and she wasn't listening. So they're having it publicly now. I don't understand this. I don't understand this mentality of, like, I don't know if there's anything wrong with it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. And the feminists would say there's nothing wrong with it. But, like, the women in heterosexual relationship being, like, the providers. Because I think men are online currently shaming women for it. And women are still doing it. And men are getting with women who are providing for them and resenting these women for providing for them. I heard this degenerate person also talking about how the larger you are in weight, for women, the more money you have to contribute. And there are men who would specifically go after bigger women because of provision and these men wanting essentially to rest in their femininity. And so I feel like women probably should watch the manosphere more because they tell on themselves and adjust accordingly. But that's not advice. I'm just saying it. Let me continue.
I ain't never bought you nobody like that. You gonna sit your crazy ass up here and say that?
See, he knows I'm right. He knows I'm
You
right.
just a lie. You're not finna sit up here.
Them billionaires. Don't believe what you hear.
Palmer, you're not finna sit up here and act like I done turned you on to some bad dude. You do not listen to me.
I do.
No,
When
you
told
don't.
me about these billionaires, I said,
No,
you know
I
what?
told you, but I didn't tell you to go get him. The hell you go get him
But he was
for?
a billionaire. He had a plan. He was just lying about it all.
But I didn't tell you to get
I'm
him.
telling you, liars are liars, rich
This
or
little
poor.
girl right here.
You just have to find who's for you. And, you know, that's just it. Because I'm telling you, billionaires, they have just as much baggage as the rest of them.
Ready? Go.
Billionaires have just as much baggage as the rest of them, minus $1 billion. Sorry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Let me continue. I don't know. I actually want to stop because there's a lot of people on here. Truth teller, you're next.
Hi, Themis. It's funny that you ended on that quote because I just said out loud, I'm like, if they're all the same, then get the one with the money. Like,
right? What do you mean?
It's kind of a no-brainer. Like, if all men are the same and all of them are going to cheat and do you wrong, then why would you not do it with the rich one to let it be worth something? So with that being said, I think the issue is clearly Keke Palmer's mindset. I'd seen this video, I think a year or so ago, and I was like, oh no, this is not good. So I'm not too surprised that she chose the guy that she chose. But I agree with you. I think that the reason why they're not married might be because she don't want to get married to him, and I don't blame her for that because he ain't got, I mean, she'll end up like the rest of them, like Wendy Williams, like Mary J. Blige, like Jennifer Hudson, like so many other Black women, beautiful like Black women artists that it just is saddening to me. I don't understand why. Like, why do you think it, like, do you think it's because there's such a lack of selection in the pool that so many successful, beautiful Black women, especially in the entertainment industry, because we only know about that because they're public, have such a hard time finding proper mates? It's upsetting to me to see it because I'm like, oh my God. Whereas women, by contrast, in other groups and other races, have no problem finding men that are closer to their counterpart by comparison.
Yeah.
Or seemingly no problem anyways, because I mean, we don't know all of them and all their business.
So there is, I think, the fact that I keep going back to like history in a way that I think people find annoying. I understand, so I apologize. But I think when Dr. Umar says Black women have been holding up the community, I believe that both in a sort of financial but also like psychological sense, insofar as I think Black women obviously are more, I believe, more community minded and believe in the community and being a part of the community and uplifting the community. That means that you have to take what the community has to give. And if it doesn't have a lot to give, you can't be raising your standards unless you believe raising that standard is going to impact the man in the community. The problem with that is if you raise your standards and the men in the community live up to your standards, do you actually believe they will choose you? Or do you believe that if men in the community do well, they won't want to be in the community? And if you believe they don't want to be in the community, then do you have an incentive to keep your standards low so that they don't improve? Because if they do, they won't choose you. I've been like grappling with this, and I wonder if there are some women with issues around understanding that men wouldn't choose, like Black men in particular, would probably leave if they have more access. So them not having more access is good for Black women's access to them. And I've heard Sinji, I think Yanni, but I know I have heard Sunji talk about this, and I'm still grappling with that, whether or not like the women who are like diehard Black community, I want to protect Black men, whether or not they actually believe that Black men would choose them. Like, 'cause if you actually don't believe they would choose you, what does that say about your own self-esteem to work? Because like let me explain why. I've spoken to someone who is like pro-Black, I'm only dating Black men, and then she saw a Black man that she liked, and she was like, I wonder if, because he was successful, I wonder if he even dates Black women. And when she said that, something dinged in my head. It was like, wait, so if you're wondering if he dates Black women, it feels like you know what we talk about online about dating out with success. So do you know that they wouldn't choose, or do you believe, because this is not a no, do you believe they wouldn't choose you if they're successful, but you were still limiting yourself to them? And so I started down a path. Sorry, go ahead. I started down a path of like thinking about this.
Yeah. That would be very sad if the women feel that way. But it's a reality, though, that Black men statistically date out far more than Black women do, and more than even other races of men do as well. They date out more so, and particularly those that are more successful do date out. But I think it would still be better for Black women to raise their standards because they're still getting the crappy end of the stick either way. You know what I mean? Because they're getting a piece of man and not like a whole man that's there for them. And all they end up getting is more stress and anxiety and like whatever anyway. And then they ultimately, if they do marry them, it's only for a period of time. And then they get stressed out and then they end up getting divorced, and that divorce rate is high. So it seems like if that is the fear or concern, to not raise the standards, because if they raise the standard, then Black men may spitefully choose to go after other groups of women even more so than they already have been doing. I just don't see the benefit of Black women choosing to keep their standards low in order to keep access to men who, at the end of the day, if they do choose them, quote unquote, they're still not satisfied when engaging in relationships with them.
So I don't want to. I don't want to do this, and I won't really. But like, I have. Oh, can everyone please remember to like the video? But I was watching. I feel like I keep referencing Sinji, but I was watching one of her live stream where she was going through the issues that women face, in particular Black women, when they marry. And so obviously I've been doing my own research on that. I don't think I would ever do a video because it would seem so anti-marriage. And even after all those stats, I'm still not anti-marriage.
Yeah, no,
And yeah, and so, but like when you look at those stats regarding marriages and you are faced with the reality that as a woman you're giving up essentially happiness, or at least your peace, and maybe your health, it I don't know, it's a hard thing to just advocate for, but I can empathize with people who truly want it, may still have trauma by the Trey Songz incident. True. Go ahead, sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah. So that's sort of my thought on that. And I was watching something that Funky Deneva said. I think the guy made the statement that he made out of because he was pissed off and jealous and it was very obvious even just watching it or whatever. He was jealous of Usher because he knows his place. That Keke is a very beautiful, young, successful woman, and Usher is also successful, also in the entertainment industry. And I think he just got in his feelings and he lashed out and publicly tried to shame her like everybody else has been saying. And that's what the motivation was for that, because it definitely wasn't about, no, he's a traditional man, because he's clearly not, as everybody else has stated, from observing. But I also wanted to make a comment, if I can, regarding the affirmative action stuff.
Yeah,
or are you only doing Keke?
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Because you were saying before, and I agree with you, it feels like, to be honest, that the American government has been playing in Black people's face, particularly African American descendants of slaves, because I feel like they don't want to give it. They don't want to pay the reparations, just period. They don't want to, there's something that feels wrong to me, and I'm pissed off, and I'm not American. But I'm angry because I have observed that they have paid literally every other group that has been historically wronged in the US, but the African American.
Yeah. And just come
Every
out and
other
say, look, we're not about to pay. You were slaves. It is what it is. And
Yeah.
so we can decide what to do about it. But like
But it's
to
the
sit
gaslighting for me, where it's like, oh no, it's not that bad, and oh no, like, and I'm like, what? Like, are you rewriting history?
yeah.
Like, we know what the history is, and so
But-
they have,
yeah,
right?
wait.
So I'm just kind of like, it just, I'm like, they
I
paid
don't
the
like
Japanese.
I do
They
not like
paid,
people playing in my face. Like
yeah,
at all. Like it's not a PlayStation, playground, not my face. Black women need to make black men compete for access to them. This is one of the only things that will make them do right by black women. And you know what? I usually don't, well, I'm not blaming anyone for anyone else's behavior, but based on the conversation, it sounds like black men are saying the reason they do everything is because black women. Like literally, like there is no accountability at all. Everything is like, I do this because black women, like everything. So I agree. Darius was in his feelings because he cannot compete with Usher. That's his real issue. Yeah, because he's
Yeah.
posted videos like that with her before.
Yeah.
So
the one of her working or whatever.
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So, but what do you think? Because then I was thinking, I was like, but why is it that the American government has been able to consistently play in Black Americans' face like this? And I feel like this is where the issue of the delta between Black men and Black women and the Black community in general as a whole becomes the crux of the issue, because it feels as if what they do is they sort of silo off people and they sort of get them to be representatives for the people and sort of pay them off in order to sell Black Americans like a dream, or like and this is one thing that Umar had said that I actually agree with, where symbolism, like symbolic victories as opposed to real tangible victories for African Americans, right? Because it's like, they, now correct me if I'm wrong, the 40 acre and a mule thing that they promised, was that not an actual like legal document or like something written down that this is what they had intended to pay after?
Absolutely. So when you say legal document, I feel like it's said in a way to ask if it was binding, and
Yes.
so I'm just gonna go ahead and say absolutely not, because they didn't do it, so it wasn't binding.
It wasn't. No, but that's the thing. So if I was the Black American leaders and they try to come up to me and say, oh, XYZ, they're about to do this and that, I'll be like, okay, but then just run me my money. Because because the thing is that, right? Because the thing is that, like, and this is why it's, I can't even, they don't like Black people, like, just period. Like, they really don't. And they seem to have a resentment, is what I'm picking up on, what I'm observing, in refusing to do the thing that they have committed to do, like over 100 years ago, that they've committed to pay this thing. And they've done it before for others, and somehow they're able to figure out the math, and somehow they're able to figure out the distribution, a way of distributing it, but yet they just seem to just be at a loss whenever it comes to this particular issue.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the amount they would have to pay is actually
I know it's a ridiculous amount, but still, listen, they are, I just read something where they're, I watched something at Valuetainment where they're talking about how JP Morgan and BlackRock are trying to lobby the government to get $41 billion in order to begin the plans of reconstruction for the Ukraine. So all day long, they're sending money to Israel. All day long.
No, this is not, no, my statement was not to say they shouldn't, but I feel like they should just hand over America. Because, like, if you think about it, like, it's not just like you're trying to value the work of slaves. Like, it also includes like the building of the country. Like, it's gonna be a lot. That's why when people say like, oh my God, it feels like it's too much and affirmative action is too much and it doesn't comport with this, it's like, girl, I'm listening because I respect. I'm trying to respect everyone's opinion, but you're gonna have to cut that check. And by you, I mean the government, and not to me, obviously. But Like, I don't have the time or patience, really.
Yeah, exactly. And they're trying to pretend like they're up to. It's like, I don't understand. And how are we going to determine? No, you can determine because you have all of the records. You have all of the records, so you know who ought to be paid, and to be able
Yeah.
to differentiate them and African American descendants of slaves separate from other Black immigrants, let's say, for example,
Yeah.
whose ancestors did not go through that. For us from the Caribbean, we can have our own claim.
Oh yeah, we're going to the UK. I'm going
Exactly,
to the
to
UK
the
because
UK. That's
you know
different.
what? Wait, before for most Black women, most Black men they encounter can only give them Black children. The Black men won't claim, and the Blackness and the Black men don't want. I don't disagree with Finn on this. I think I differ slightly in that I don't think it's like quote unquote. I do think Black women value Blackness particularly more than
I agree.
whatever. But I think there is a need for intimate partnership and community outside of wanting children. And I think because women have been socialized to get the man, for Black women is to get the Black man. I think Finn believes this too, but I think it's that it complicates it because I think Black women want that kind of intimacy. And I don't think this is wrong, by the way. I think it's wrong because it has been sort of bastardized. But wanting community with people who look like you, I think everyone should branch out now. We live in this new world or whatever. But I don't think it's fundamentally wrong. I just think it puts you at a distinct disadvantage and thus need to be reassessed.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing that is sad in regard to that. I think what the girl said, Fairest, it is true. That's what I've observed is that Black women tend to care way more and maybe way too much about preserving the Black community and Blackness, but it's very one-sided. I think, last time we had spoken about reciprocity or whatever, and there is no reciprocity. It seems to me the situation as it pertains to dating and mating in the Black community is a case of largely unrequited love, where the Black women have consistently given love, maybe too much, to the Black man, and it has just they've taken it and taken it for granted.
Yeah.
And
Wait, we're gonna go around and then come back.
Yeah.
But well, let's discuss it after. Sheer, go ahead. Sorry, just realized there were like two more people up. Not just, but go ahead.
I'll mute.
Sheer, go ahead. Sheer. All right. Hey, go ahead. Hey, Haji. Hey, Haji.
Hey, Themis. On the reparations thing, I just think it's funny. I mean, I wasn't here for most of the conversation, so I don't want to get too deep into anything the guy said because I don't really know much about what he said. But I just think it's funny that whenever reparations comes up, it's like, oh, why should we have to pay for this or that? And why should we all be grouped in? But they're more than happy to group Black people in with every single thing that every other Black person does. If it's, if you see some people twerking, oh my God, that, all Black women are ghetto and just want to twerk 24/7. If a Black person wears a certain thing, then all Black people wear this thing and it's all inappropriate and they all are just nasty in how they dress. You know what I mean? It's so bad.
Wait. There are two comments that I need to respond to. So Robert, the link is there. If you do not click the link, you will be blocked. So Robert says, Will says, why are we eagerly? I don't care. Black women have always been the staunchest agent and advocate of white supremacy. A statement like this needs to be defended So Robert, Demus, you got a lot of black men haters over here. I feel bad for your sons. You have to come up, and if you don't come up, please block him, because I don't understand this comment and I need to understand it. Like, I can't move on without understanding it. All right, so block him. He said he will be blocked if he's not coming up. All right, good. Go ahead. Hey.
But yeah, if someone, gets unalived by the police and we want to talk about it, then the first thing they say is, oh, well, what about, black on black crime, or what about the crime in Chicago? Even though the person who's been unalived has nothing to do with Chicago, has never been violent, has nothing to do with any type of crime whatsoever, then it's, so what, that person was unalived. What about Chicago? It's ridiculous. It's so bad to the point that it has us, which leads me to Keke Palmer, it has us coming at each other crazy. This black man needs to prove so bad that he's still the man, despite having this woman who has money and who has this status. He still needs to prove so bad that he's the man, that he has her all over his social media, showing her body parts, wanting people to drool all over her, to show off his trophy, his prize, what he got. But then the minute that she's being that person who he wants people to drool over, then it's a problem. Oh, she publicly disrespected him. She publicly embarrassed him. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. She's an actress. She's a singer. She's just an all-around entertainer. And though, we don't know what prompted her to get with him, we don't know what type of nonsense he fed her, what type of dream he sold her. We do know that he knew that before he got with her, she's an actress, a singer, an all-around entertainer. He knew she's a ham. We all know she's a ham. Keke will ham it up. You understand me? So
Wait, StreamYard just kicked me out.
Oh. I was wondering what was
It
happening.
does that often.
That was not okay. Anywho, Will is glad to you can come up and chat. That's fine. Sorry, continue.
But it's like she's up there being Keke. If Usher this is not little Miss Mary Mack from the prairie. This is Keke. If Usher comes her on stage and he's swaying from side to side and she happens to have on a sheer dress, what is she supposed to do? Stand there, look crazy? Like, this man is putting on a show. She can't just stand there and look stupid. To be clear, if this were, let's say, Offset, and Janet Jackson was still doing the whole pull a guy on the stage and do all kind of nasty stuff to him. Let's say she pulled Offset up on stage and did that. No one would be saying, oh my God, he embarrassed Cardi. He disrespected her. Like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would never happen. And then it has, other black women chiming in, talking about she need to respect her man. It has India Ari talking about, what Janelle Monáe should be doing and what Megan Thee Stallion shouldn't be doing, as if people haven't lost their minds bringing their children to Essence Fest. I want to know, since when is this grown and sexy event for children? I want to know, did your ears not hear them say Megan Thee Stallion was coming to the stage? Did your ears not hear them say Janelle Monáe was coming to the stage? And then people say, oh, she's not trying to impress white people. Oh, really? She said this is not what she wants to be, the representation of us going on around the world. What world? Because every black and brown world, I know.
Will, you can hit the link to come up. All you have to do is there's a link at the top of the comment section. Just hit that. Sorry, go ahead.
You can't say that it's not about white people when around the world in Black and brown communities, when the music starts, so do the booties, okay? In every Black and brown community around the world, when that music gets to going, the butts start to shaking, the hips get to whining, and the boobies start to jiggling, okay? So clearly, we are just talking about impressing white people, okay?
I'm still actually struggling with. Oh, sorry. There is like this question of, is there only one? Sorry. If there's only one sort of imagery, and if that is just attempting to create an over sexualized image, but I would agree that it's not about stopping people from being who they want to be. It's about sort of including other image. And Jill Scott had her rendition of the national anthem that you guys should definitely watch and then come back and tell me about. At least tell me your opinion about it. But yeah, no, I'm with you. Before we share, can you speak to that?
Yes. Can
All
you
right.
hear me?
Yeah.
StreamYard threw me out too, so I understand Themis.
What do you have for us?
Okay, so Truth Teller, you said a mouthful, which I absolutely loved. But if we want to start from the beginning and go down, so back to Mr. Libertarian, it kills me to no end when the first people who have never experienced what we've experienced have something to say about what we need to do. That kills me to no end. Prescribing how we should get our reparations when you haven't experienced anything is just arrogant at best.
Hey. How are you? Wait, sorry. Well, welcome to you after our share.
To the question of if it was a binding document, if I'm correct, all of it was in place until Lincoln got assassinated, and that's what undid the whole thing.
Oh, really?
So
oh no, it kicked her off.
Oh, actually, I had so many questions about the whole thing and what whole thing. V, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I am doing well. I feel honored.
Oh, don't. I feel honored. I'm like totally obsessed with you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Wait, what do you have for us? And also, you can stay on to join the conversation because I'm very concerned with what Will has to say.
Okay. First, I'm just like embarrassed because I'm super obsessed with you. I'm always telling Cynthia how obsessed with you I am, and how much I like watch all of your shows, even your like old ones. So
I appreciate that.
A little starstruck. No.
You are starstruck. I am honored. Not sit in the comment.
But on this Keke Palmer stuff, oh my god. So first of all, I feel like Darius Jackson is like a glorified Manny. Because I totally do not believe in stay-at-home dads. And I know that it might sound a little bit mean, but I don't. Like, his net worth is $500,000 and hers is $7.5 million. So I feel like his embarrassment was that she was up there on stage with someone that could actually give her the lifestyle that he never could. And like he is not her husband. He's her boyfriend. Like, she is not your woman. She is a single woman. And if you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it, like Beyonce said. So you literally you chose to not do that. And I feel like if you could be a provider and you could provide her with the lifestyle that she deserves, then you wouldn't be on Twitter throwing a fit. if you had some emotional discomfort at that moment when you saw that, then you should have wrote in your journal, or you should have called your therapist. You should not have jumped on Twitter to look for some emotional support there. He knows what the climate is right now towards Black women, but he chose to go on Twitter so that Black men would attack her, putting her in danger. That's not okay. My suggestion for Keke Palmer right now would be to not go to him and try to confront him, but to go to her lawyer and get an NDA drawn up. Take that to him calmly. Be like, sweetheart, I need you to sign this. Get that signed. Go get it. I'm serious. Go to the judge and get that NDA filed, and then go to him and be like, I still wouldn't go to him. I would then go to the court and get a parenting plan filled out. That's when I would go to him and say, here's our parenting plan. Goodbye to you. And then I will move on with my life. Like, that would be my plan.
The fact that there are people who are celebrities who don't have NDAs is absolutely bizarre to me. Like, it is.
And it's interesting because I saw her sitting down with Steve Harvey and him giving her some advice, and she chose to not take that advice. And Lori Harvey, when she dates, she has all her men sign those NDAs. So that is very interesting that she doesn't have one.
Keke.
Wait, I think it's also a two-pronged issue. A lot of Black men think of sex as conquering and children as a means of ownership of women. So now he has to also overcompensate for his masculinity in other ways. Humiliating women is one way. Yeah, I actually agree with this. This person should be blocked. Thank you, Furious. This person should be blocked if they don't hit the link.
You're never wrong.
Black women are never wrong. Please hit that link and come up and talk to me about what this is and what you mean. But yeah, the fact that we, the general public, and UV have to like talk about an NDA is weird because I feel like that should just be standard procedure. Like, if you are going to be with me, if we're going to talk and I'm a celebrity, there is an NDA. They're like, what do you mean? What?
Yeah, but I feel like sometimes as women we have this false sense of security with the man that we're with, and we think that they have our back, and he should have had her back, and he should be her soft, space to land. But the truth is he isn't, and he showed his insecurities, and he showed the fact that he doesn't have her best interest at heart, and she needs to take this as an opportunity to protect herself and to protect her child, and not to say that he's a physical danger to her child, but if he doesn't have her back and he's not willing to protect her interests, then she has to look at that.
Yeah, and if you sully her name, you're not just affecting her back as an isolated thing where it's only her. You're affecting your child's ability to eat and have resources. Like, you can provide the life she can, so why would you disrupt your child? Like, this is a lot, and I don't think for a second that he doesn't understand her social media work.
He does. And that's what he used that for. And I think, and that's what some men were saying. They were saying like, oh, this is what he took it as a way for people on the internet to check her. Why do you want other people to check a woman that you're supposed to love? You should have sat down again, took out your journal or wrote it down, or waited until she got home to say something to address her personally. You don't go to internet and blast her. You felt insecure because you knew that this man could supply her with the life that she deserved, and you can't do that. That is on you. That is not on her. Again, she is not your wife. She is not your property. And that's on you. Your insecurities are something that you should be checking in a therapist's office, not on Twitter.
Yeah, and she's not your property is very important because I feel like he doesn't know that. I told y'all to block Robert an hour. We should have listened. Um, Wait, don't leave, V. Please don't leave because I actually want to come back to something you said. But Will, what were you saying? You're muted, Will, if you're speaking.
Am I able to be heard now?
Yep.
Okay, great. I said, well, I put a couple things in the chat. Thank you for offering to have me on your platform. I do appreciate it. I've only just discovered your channel. I find it all very interesting, and I continued on to the channel. I'd intended to go when I found yours, and then I actually came back after about 2 minutes because I just found your presentation and the thoughtfulness of your guests at a high level. I love it. That said, there are a lot of generalizations, a lot of them being made about Black men, and every one of them is problematic. Not just because they're generalizations, but for the most part, they've been very negative and accusatory and minimizing and diminishing. And I love when you
What's
spoke
an
back to,
example? What is an example?
there's so many, I'll give you 3. But before I do, I wanted to say how I appreciate that you spoke back to a couple of things. For example, what was, man, there's so many. There's so many. The one about Black women, not Black men not wanting Black women because of Black women having Blackness and giving them children that Black men don't want. And I'm just like, wait, what?
Wait,
And
so you wait. On that note, do you disagree with Dr. Umar on this? Do you disagree with the stats on this?
Stats on what? Sorry.
On the how often Black men date out, which is higher than all other races of men, and like higher 2 times that of Black women.
I'm not sure where that came from, but I will say
You can
this.
look to the Pew Research has it, but also
Oh no, I'm not sure where the question came from.
no, because you
I
said there was too much. No, wait, you're saying there are too many generalizations, but generalization doesn't mean every, but it is speaking to sort of a phenomena that is captured in statistics.
That is not even something that would ever have occurred to me, what you're saying right now. So I don't even find that relevant. But what is relevant about that question is that
wait. You can't just say, you can choose not to find it relevant, which is fine.
That's what I said.
Yeah, you can choose to do that, but that means that your opinion on that issue becomes invalid, right? Because if we're speaking,
no, it doesn't.
if we're speaking about statistics and we're talking about what is observable and a statistical reality, and you don't find that interesting or useful, then you and I can't have a conversation about that which is happening over here because we are just coming from 2 different perspectives. You don't care about stats, I do.
Of course I do. I'm a social researcher, actually.
All right. So how come? Wait. What's your issue with generalization in language then?
I would love to talk more with you about that. I'm not talking generally. I'm talking specifically about things that have occurred in this space in the last.
Yeah, and one of them you said was about.
Can I finish my thought? Can I finish my thought?
No. I am not doing this with anyone. I'm so sorry.
I think it's kind of.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
It's kind of upsetting. You want everything to be based in like research and fact. I just don't believe it.
Yeah, and I'm talking about it, but yeah, I don't want to talk about that. But can I finish my thought? No, we can't have a conversation. What do you mean? Like, no.
Why is the research relevant? I don't understand.
Who does this? Like, I'm just so confused why Mr. Witty think he can go change his voice and come up here and not know. I'm kidding. I don't know. I don't know if that's Mr.
So you think I'm wrong just because the data contradicts me?
Oh my God. Like, who does, like, this is so entitled and weird. The Fun Push Gardener, thank you. Welcome to the membership. Block Happy is beautiful. Thank you, Giggles. Sinji says, here we go with the bandit tears, mad at the truth and crying about it. Well, he doesn't even want to engage with research, apparently. So I don't know. I can't do anything with that at all. Like, there is literally nothing to do. So yes, I removed him, and I will continue to remove people like that because I'm not doing it. Too tired, work too hard. I think Petty was talking, and it's open panel, so we can all come in where we fit now. So yeah.
Oh, I just came up because someone was saying something about stay-at-home dads. They were like, they don't believe in that. And as a future
Aspiring stay-at-home
yeah,
dad.
as an aspiring stay-at-home dad, I wanted to know a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I know it might sound weird, but like I have this thing that I think I'm more like, I lean more towards the traditional thinking, and there's something about the whole stay-at-home dad thing that bothers me. And it feels lazy.
Okay,
on
so
the
you
man's
believe
part, and I don't think, like, raising children is very hard, but I feel like it's more of a woman's role.
Oh, so you
And
believe in?
it's not that I think it's a woman's role, but I feel like a man's role is to be a provider. And the reason why I feel like that is because we live in a patriarchal society, and men typically make more money. Even now that women, especially Black women, are more educated than men, if you look at the pay, men still typically make more money. And I know, like, with Black men, okay, I have to say first, I don't hang around a lot of Black men typically, so I don't know how their money has been. Typically,
now me personally, I think being a stay-at-home parent is extremely difficult.
right.
Some people would even call it the hardest job in the world.
I do
You
think
play too much.
no. Let's roll back, because I heard that live, and that
Lot.
debate.
Oh,
I was very upset with that debate, and I had to stop watching it live.
Wait,
I
why?
literally was so mad that
Wait.
I had to stop watching it within like 10 minutes. I literally logged off, and I
Wait,
was like,
why? You
I
have
will
to
watch
explain this.
and I said I'll watch the playback, and I did watch the playback, but I had to like keep stopping it and walking away.
Wait, who do you agree with? I'm not curious. Who do you agree with?
As a mother, it is literally the hardest job ever. It is
All right.
so hard, and this is a
But
person
if
that.
the men, so should the men not be doing the hardest job?
Let me tell you. Okay, first let me tell you, I just walked out of a conversation with my son, so irritated, and just had to walk out because you cannot engage with it is the hardest job. You can't quit. You don't get to quit. And even with the hardest job, like you guys were naming, I was like, those may be very hard jobs, but you can quit, you can slack on them. And I was like, when you guys were saying like parents can quit, well, then you're not parenting.
Can I
Wait. I'm not debating you. I'm going to accept it. I'm going to say staying at home, being a parent is the hardest job, and staying at home. But you just said that men who stay at home are quote unquote lazy. How does that work?
Men don't parent the same as women do. I've seen like.
Okay, so you don't believe parenting, you believe being a mother is the hardest job.
Yes, but the thing is, there is a definition for parenting, and I was really upset that the fact that you guys were ignoring the fact that Cynthia actually did read off the definition for parenting. You guys
And
were
you're not biased at all. You're not biased.
I'm okay. You guys can say I'm biased. Yes.
No. Go ahead.
Sure, but you guys weren't sticking to the actual definition of parenting. And if you maintain, I'm a very I think that there are levels to parenting, but sometimes people aren't actually parenting. If you're not doing these things, then you're not parenting. You're being lazy.
So I am not a parent if I don't do what?
You're not parenting.
So can I be a parent without parenting?
You have a label because you said parenting is the hardest. You didn't say being a parent.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm asking. Do you think you can be a parent without parenting?
Sure, you can have the label of being a parent, but you're not actually practicing parenting.
But you do agree then that there is a sliding scale for like parenting. There are some parents that do this kind of work and then others that do that. And some are harder than others.
Yes, in the way that you can be a doctor without actually being, with letting your patients die.
All right, so it wouldn't be, I'm just testing, not a debate, because I'm not pushing back. But you would agree then that not every kind of parenting is the hardest.
I'm saying just like all of those jobs that you named as being harder than, you can be those without it being harder than being a parent. Because
yeah, but what I'm saying is it's the kind of parenting, it's the parenting style in your mind that's the hardest, but not every kind of parenting is the hardest.
If you're doing it as described as the definition of parenting.
Wait, the definition. No, I'm not debating. I won't debate because I appreciate this. So if you believe this, if the man is parenting in the ways that was described,
under the definition of parenting.
Yeah, then he should stay at home so the woman can do the easier job to go out and provide.
Yes, but I don't think men do parenting under the actual definition, meeting the qualifications under the definition of parenting.
Do you think they can do it though?
Yeah, I think that my boyfriend right now does it, but he's not a stay-at-home parent. He runs a company as well.
So he should be a stay-at-home parent, and then you should work.
I wouldn't because I wouldn't be with him.
No, but that's.
I wouldn't consider him as a viable mate because he's not working, and he's not. No, I would never.
But that's the thing, though. You described if men stayed at home, and you said they can be good parents, and if they're good parents, then they wouldn't be lazy, right?
Well, I'm not saying that. For me, in order to be a qualifying man, you have to be a provider.
Yeah, but is that lazy? Like, if I work hard, that doesn't mean I'm lazy. I'm just like taking care of the children while you do the easier job, which is like provide for me. I'm kidding. I would never.
But I'm not saying that all of them are lazy. I said the ones that I've seen have not been under the definition of parenting. They have not been meeting those qualifications. The guy I'm dating does meet those qualifications with his children that I've seen. However, he also runs a business. I would not date a man that doesn't qualify as a provider as well. I would not. I don't think a man qualifies as a man if he does not provide. Period. Point blank.
London said the guys in the chat been quiet since that parenting conversation dropped. They ran. They're like, yeah, no, this is above me. But no, I appreciate your perspective. I'm not pushing back to debate. I just wanted to like understand it. And I think, yeah, I mean,
yeah, I'm not pushing back either. Me personally, the women I've met generally describe it as like one of the harder jobs or the hardest job in the world. And if it's your genuine belief that it is like the most difficult thing to do, then as a man, the least I can do for my woman is let her do the easy part while I do the hard part.
But yeah, I think that it's hard for that. I don't think that should be a debate because hard is a perception, I think. And so
yeah,
agreed.
So you couldn't like holistically say anything is like the hardest, but some people do.
Right. So there was that. But
Petty's being petty.
But yeah, as a man, if you're not a provider and you can't be a head of a household, I think and as a head of a household, I think we take a lot of things because I watch your show a lot. I don't think I've missed like any. I like love your show. I love the way it's ran. And I think that being submissive comes up, and a lot of things that I think it's taken out of context. I don't disagree with submission, except in the way that it is described in the manosphere. But I do think the man should be the head of the household. I think he needs to be a provider. I saw your face, Venus, when I said that, but I don't think
I don't believe in male supremacy. But this is the thing, though.
I'm not saying it in that way, though. I don't believe in man supremacy. No,
the thing is,
to me isn't that way.
I do believe that a lot of Black women actually think because a lot of women are Christian. I'm not saying you are, by the way, but a lot of people grow up thinking that men should lead, and they're waiting for these men to lead. But y'all gonna keep waiting.
And I'm more of a women's supremacy than anything. I believe that submission is a man. My version of submission is like the man pays for everything. Like if you're gonna go on a vacation, a man picks like 2 places that he knows that you like, and he'll say, do you want this vacation or this vacation? And then he'll schedule the vacation. So you're submitting to him, like picking out of the 2, and then he's scheduling the flight and the hotel and all of that.
So if your husband says, or the person you're with, not the currently, but if you're submitting, if they say, let's move, and you just had a job that you love or whatever, you would just get up and leave when they say it?
Well, I mean, because his job, he's going to be making the most money, and he's going to have a full-time job. I don't like working full-time. So it's my submission. I think submission means that the woman should be able to rest in her femininity. She doesn't have to work full-time. He should be able to afford a maid service, so you're not working hard. Like, you're able to pamper yourself and like stay soft. And to me, that's what submission means. Submission is not a submissive provider. You're not making all the money. You're not stressed out. That, to me, that's submission.
Your sister said, no, you would not just move if the man tells you to move.
No. Okay, I'm not going to move to a place that I don't want to be in. Like, if a man move. No, okay, but this is the thing. A man shouldn't want you to move somewhere that you don't want to be. No, like you're laughing, but I would never be with a man. To me, you don't be with a man that isn't going to have your best interest at heart. So I would never be with a man that wanted me to, let's say, move to the South because ew.
All right, so your submission is submitting to what you want. Because you were like, yeah, I will submit if he comes to me with two places that I want to go on vacation, and he gives me, I will choose one of the places to go on vacation. Period. I'm here for the submission.
Look, why would a man that's an actual real man that should be looking out for his woman's best interest? That is the head of a household. A head of a household that wants a woman that's going to submit to him is going to look out for his woman and his household's best interests. He is not going to move her to somewhere that isn't in her best interest, that she isn't going to thrive in.
Mm-hmm.
So why would he be moving me to somewhere that I'm going to be unhappy in?
I mean, in that way, I'm submissive too. Like, if you, I like the submission. You go where you want to go. That's great submission.
Why would he be taking me somewhere that I'm not going to thrive in?
I agree with you.
Even
I
in
like
the
this.
sense, which I don't believe in. I don't believe in the Bible, but in the biblical sense, the man of the household is putting the woman where she is going to thrive. That is his duty. That is literally his duty, whether you believe it in the biblical sense or not, which I don't believe in the Bible. But submission means you're the head of or him being the head of the household means it is your duty to make sure everybody in your household thrives. Right?
He will submit to what makes her life easy. Period. That's all I got. That is all I got.
That is your husband's job. Like my job is to make him happy and his life easier. But his job is to make my life easier and me happy. We're supposed to make each other happy.
Agreed.
If I'm not happy, why am I going to make you happy? I'm not, because I'm not happy. I need to thrive and be happy. I'm not happy if I'm working 40 hours a week. I'm tired and I'm upset.
Look, I am with you, and if that's how we're defining submission, I believe in submission too. I will submit.
Submission I believe in. I'm gonna submit to you if I'm happy. If I'm happy, I look good, and my skin is soft. That's the truth, though. That is the environment. The environment should be made in a way that a woman feels soft and relaxed, and that's when she submits. That is the truth, though. These men are pushing submission in a way that it is not meant to be.
Yeah, no, I'm for that submission. He's a social researcher who doesn't believe. Look, I am for that. Like, if someone came to me, I have no excuse. I was defining submission in like the worst way possible. So like, my idea of submission is kind of outdated. So I appreciate that. If that is submission, I'm pro it. I am pro your submission.
In a war zone, like these men are asking Black women to submit in a war zone. Like, go lay on the floor in this war zone where we don't have anything, and like you're in complete chaos. You're marching to keep us alive, but submit instead. Then we're all gonna die. We're all.
That is so funny. I'm so here for it.
But that's the truth. Like, my whole channel used to be like fighting white supremacy and all of this, and then I stopped doing it because I'm getting attacked. The same thing. I was getting attacked by Black men, and then I'm sitting there thinking like, then this whole submission thing is going on, and I'm like, well, if Black women are docile and submissive, we're all gonna die. We're literally all gonna be dead. Like, what are they looking for? Soft, submissive Black women and soft, submissive Black men. Like what?
Everyone is soft and submissive, resting in her femininity.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like the whole last 5 years, I'm sitting here watching just YouTube video after YouTube video, just thinking we're soft and submissive, they're soft and submissive, and we're all just gonna be dead.
Are we submitting this resignation from life? Will is obviously backed up on his social skills. He would understand why the audience over here understand the need to deal in reality and not delusion. I feel like Will is, well, let me not, because I don't know that for a fact. Thank you. The Schman quit parenting our parenthood everyday look. Wait, Love, go ahead. Oh my God, you've been up for a minute.
It's okay, Themis. Hi everybody. It's been a while since I've been on, but I do recall listening to Will saying that this was kind of his first time over here. So I think because and he knew that everybody on this channel was intellectual and that we had the range to talk about what we were talking about, but I think he didn't think that we were dealing in stats. It's almost like he came in on the middle of a conversation that we've been having for a long time. Like we're not just saying these things because we're just pulling shit out of our asses. We've been reading the stats, as Cynthia will say. We've been doing this, and he just now discovering your channel. And so I think that's why he was like taken aback by us generalizing, because we've had enough data and seen enough stats to put all of these things together and to be able to say these things generally.
Yeah, my thing, I am intentionally choosing not to extend patience to people who, for people who just
Well, he did say he came on and then left and came back. So that was the problem.
What is the alternative to submission? Why do y'all? I just don't understand why, like, people who don't have, you know what? I'm not doing it. Not doing it.
There is an alternative.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, you were talking. I was just listening to what you were saying. You said you've decided to not have patience.
Yeah, no, like I think I've extended myself too much to engage in foolishness. And so like having spoken to Malcolm, even Chris, and like a bunch of people on here, I don't have to reduce myself to like not speaking to certain people to feel like I need to do this. No, like if you can't have the conversation, you can't have the conversation. It's really annoying. And yeah, it's just really annoying to just sit there and have someone talk in circles.
Well, it was because he thought he was more intellectual. That was what it was. He really was trying to over intellectualize the conversation as if we have not been doing the work over here. That's what he was trying to do.
That part.
He really was. He really was trying to be condescending.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to be condescending. I saw it.
Yeah.
Agreed.
You got it right.
I saw that because I was like, I'm pretty sure we were not generalizing, but okay.
Yeah. And then he tried to say, well, what's stats? As if, well, if you would have listened a little bit longer, you would have known that we were talking about things that we've been talking about. You may have wanted to just sit back and listen and understand why we were talking the way we were talking, because had you done your research before you jumped in on a conversation that you don't have the full range for.
But he's a researcher though.
Yeah, but you're a researcher. You're trying to jump in on a conversation and on top of that,
for all my statistician men in the chat and researchers in the chat, please go look into Chicago and the crime rates and victims in Chicago, and then come back and we can have a conversation about what is happening in Chicago specifically. Then we can do it more generally, but let's start in Chicago.
Bloop. That part. Okay.
Like that, like for me, it's like at this point, like, yo, I feel bad. Y'all are attacking me. It's like, no, do the research. Come and let's talk.
Well, a hit dog gonna always holler. I mean, they say that all the time. A hit dog is always gonna holler. If you know it's not you, why are you offended?
Yeah.
You're not in the general population if that's not you.
What I don't get is why are they incapable of actually, it's funny. I'll tell you a quick story. I was at a conference recently, a tech conference. It was actually somewhat inspiring because there were actually Black men there that are doing big things. It's a general tech conference in Canada. And then we started talking about something, and I mentioned with this Black guy. He was Jamaican too, Themis. And I forgot what it was. Someone else asked me a question about something, and then I proceeded to say, and this was actual fact that I was speaking, something about the man or the woman's husband or something like this. And then he's like, oh, here we go again with the men, and I was just like, okay, before you dismiss what it is I'm like, yeah, because it's actually factual, the thing that I'm saying. I can't remember what the person asked me about, but there's like an automatic rejection, it feels like, whenever anybody brings up legitimate concerns or claims that are backed by statistics regarding Black men and the way in which they've been operating in the Black community in all different categories where they've been failing. And the automatic like knee-jerk reaction is to just dismiss it, reject it, and not actually grapple with what's being said. And so then, in as many times that I've been on your channel, I've been wondering, and I think I said it before, whether or not this is an exercise in futility, because it feels like it's getting nowhere. And I don't know whether or not we're getting through, because even this guy came up and is like, oh, what's with the generalizations and this and that or whatever. But the statistics bears it out. In all metrics, the statistics are what they are. Black women are winning, period, despite all of the challenges that we've been facing. And
I disagree with that statement, by the way.
Pardon?
I disagree with that statement.
That we've been winning?
Yeah. I think
I think like economically, I mean, in terms of comparatively compared to Black men, in terms of us striving to.
You want to know something very interesting? I don't know. I didn't know that like people did this. I don't compare Black men to Black women or Black women to Black men. I will point the stats out, but I don't compare them because I don't even view it as a competition in any
I
meaningful
don't view
way.
it as a competition either, to be clear. But what I'm saying is that,
But I'm not correcting. Wait, this is not to correct you. It's to say that I think we are not doing well. And I am encouraged by Black women's willingness to even move the needle a little bit by their own hard work and tenacity. And I wish we were all sort of at least doing that too, because we could be a lot further. But yeah.
But the reason why I mentioned that is because whenever people bring up issues or whatever in the Black community, then the Black men bring up all of the institutional challenges and other challenges that they're facing, as if to say that Black women are not facing the same thing, and sometimes even more so.
Yeah.
They're all excuses.
Pardon?
They're all excuses as to
Exactly.
why they're not
Exactly.
doing what they're supposed to do. And it's and to your point, truth teller, everything what he did coming on here with that visceral reaction is another tactic that they do. And I agree with you, Themis, about not comparing us Black women to the men, because we should not be comparing ourselves with them. That's the problem. They keep comparing themselves to us
more so, yes.
Because they don't want to compete against who they're supposed to be competing against, which are the men of other cultures. They're below the standards of all the other races of men, and they know that. So that's why they keep fighting with us about things that we shouldn't even be entertaining. Like we shouldn't even be entertaining any of that nonsense.
Yeah. I like to be okay with the concept of submission, but money and trips have been used as justification for me to tolerate bad behavior. Yeah, I think
That's a
V
good
would
one.
actually say absolutely not to bad behavior. V says, I am not about to do what I don't want to do. You should make me happy and comfortable and live the best life. And that's what I'm submitting to. And I'm here for that. Because I'm pretty sure she would say, don't, well, she's here. You would say, don't submit to bad behavior, right?
Absolutely not. I say standards, boundaries, and expectations. Just like no, absolutely no. If you don't feel comfortable with the situation, then no. Why would you? Why would you be in it? I don't have the tolerance level for any kind of bad behavior, as you put it. I'm not exactly sure what kind of bad behavior you're talking about, but
Maybe cheating.
no.
Yeah,
Girl.
I'm assuming that's what she's alluding to.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't share guys. So no.
Huh?
I said I don't share guys.
Oh, good.
Share them and then lie about being in a open relationship.
Who did that?
Yeah, look, everyone doing that now. Because
Oh, yeah, the celebrity women like Cardi B.
yeah. Wait, well, she didn't say that yet. Wait,
Here's
V.
Latasha Scott.
Yep. Mr. Davis, what say you? Or is it Miss? I don't know, but V Davis, you have a picture up. You're muted if you're speaking.
Oh, what I don't understand. What's the question?
Oh, I
Can
thought
you
you
hear
came
me?
up. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I was saying.
What do I
What
say
you?
about what exactly?
Oh,
Sorry.
you came up. Were you trying to add to the conversation?
Yes, actually, I had a question for V Smith actually. She was saying, I guess my question is, you have this thing about stay-at-home dads being lazy, and I don't remember the exact words that you used, but why do you think that? What's the difference between a stay-at-home dad that does all the household duties that a stay-at-home wife does? Like, what I don't understand what the difference in contribution is if they're doing the exact same thing.
So I'm not saying that they're typically lazy. I said that all the stay-at-home dads that I've seen don't typically do the exact same stuff that women do. So they don't actually do all the stuff that women do. They do the bare minimum, and the women typically have to come home and do all the actual work. They usually have to come do the laundry, clean the house, and all of that stuff on top of um, the work that they do, the job that the 40-hour work.
So basically, that's just your experience, which is limited to a few men, right? Hypothetically, there can't be men who will do the same exact duties that a woman would do, and in that situation, would you still consider them, inferior in that sense? I mean, as opposed
I
to
think that's
equal.
what she was responding to earlier. Because she said maybe she shouldn't have said lazy, but there was a question about when the child is really young and about breastfeeding, and the fact that like men can't breastfeed. It- I'm very afraid of saying that because I don't know what you know what I mean. Is that V? How do you respond? What are your thoughts?
My thing is, even my answer is, even if they did all of that, and even if they did breastfeed, I specifically still wouldn't date them because I think a man should be a provider.
Yeah, and so it's a personal preference. V. Davis, last response.
Yeah, so I mean, look, I personally, I wouldn't date a stay-at-home husband, but I know I have a lot of friends who have married men that are stay-at-home husbands, some of them with children, some of them without, and they do, a lot of them do a lot of, equivalent amount of work as the women. I know one of my colleagues, for example, they have two kids. One is like 6 months old, and
Okay, wait.
the
I'm
wife
going to put a
pumps.
dagger
No, no,
in.
let me
No, no,
finish.
no, no, no. No, I'm helping you. Not helping you, but I'm actually agreeing with you, by the way. If anyone
Yeah, so
believes,
go ahead.
wait, if you believe parenting is the hardest job in the world, then you can say like men shouldn't stay at home and do the hardest job in the not V. I'm not saying you can't. I think personal preferences is personal preferences, but I don't think a general statement that it's men who stay at home uh, aren't doing their part or not working hard. If you believe, I don't, but if you believe being a parent is the hardest job in the world and the man decides I want to be the parent and you be well, I guess both of them are parent, but I want to be at home and take care of the child, then you can't be mad at that, I don't think. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was just gonna add to the breastfeeding thing. So this one colleague of mine, she will pump and they'll save all the milk and he can still feed the baby, even though he cannot make breast milk, but she pumps and saves it and sends it home and he still is able to breastfeed the child. So it
Wait,
is
so
possible
she
for them to do equivalent.
wait, so the child is
Sorry.
still breastfeeding. The child is still breastfeeding, and she had the child, and then went back to work, and and he's at home, and she's providing for him at home with the children while she has to pump her breast to feed the
Yeah,
child.
so yes, she is the main provider. He does work, but his work is, part-time and remote. I think he does some IT stuff. I don't really know them that well, but he does work, but his work is part-time. But she works full-time and she definitely makes a lot more money than he does. And what she does is she pumps and they save the milk and he's able to provide breast milk to the baby even when she's not around to directly breastfeed the baby. And again, I'm saying this as someone who would not want that. I'm the kind of person that I don't want to work either. So if somebody has to not work, I would like the guy, to be the one working. But I'm just
I
saying that
don't
it's a
no
generalization to make to
wait
say
wait.
that
I
women do
don't
more. Yeah.
I don't give advice, so I'm not even going to comment on this. How y'all structure your relationship is how you structure it. If you want to provide for a man and a child, then period. Go ahead, V. Oh, what happened? V, go ahead.
Oh,
Oh, you're
I don't know
muted.
which V is talking to. I don't know which V
Oh,
he's
not
talking
you.
to. Are
V
you talking?
Smith. V Smith. You're muted, V. We can't hear. Can she hear us? I don't think she can hear us.
I'm curious for V. Davis, how long has your colleague been married to this fella? How long have they been having this arrangement?
Wait, oh, V left.
So they've been married for 6 years.
Okay. And so the baby sounds like it's a newborn baby?
Yeah, like 6 months. So they have two kids. The first one is 2 years or almost 3 years, and the other one is 6 months.
Okay, so they did that already 2 years ago. And does it seem to you like she's very happy and they're like content? Because my concern is, I don't feel that they're lazy or whatever, but I just feel like the man's ego may eventually be eroded. Just given like very much still in this society, the expectation is it is shifting because a lot more men want to rest in their femininity.
Wait. Before you continue, V Davis, did you say some of them didn't have children? So some of the stay-at-home husbands are just like home?
Yes. Some of them don't have children. You're making me laugh.
Are we diminishing what a stay-at-home partner can do? Is that what we're doing today?
Y'all need to decide.
Listen,
Like,
let
what?
the men live their life though. But are the
No,
women?
But they clean, like they do everything. They clean, they cook, they
They're a
maintain the
maid.
house, they pay the bill. Like
Do
they
they
do
make
everything that
doctor's
they say.
appointments too for the children and take them to and from
Yes,
care
Thank
and
you, V. That
yes,
man is a nurse.
yes.
He's a stay-at-home doctor. He's a maid. He's a nanny. He's a cook. He's a
I
sex
hate
worker,
y'all,
and we're just
honestly.
trying to devalue what he's
is
doing
he a
because there's
houseman?
no
I
child.
hate y'all right now because there's no way. Like,
That dude is cheating on
Look,
her.
He's
no
a house
way.
manager.
no, can I say something? I have seen, and the thing is, I've seen all sides of this because I work in a profession that a lot of you have a lot of women that are very high earning, but I have seen situations where the woman is the breadwinner. She has a stay at home, not a father, but like a stay at home husband, and obviously he doesn't do much, and he may cheat or whatever. But I've seen also other situations where it does work.
What do
I
you
have
mean?
seen where it works.
Okay.
Well, I think I think he's cheating, but I don't. The person has not confirmed to me that he's cheating.
Okay.
Just
So
based
how
on
do
the
you
things
know
that
the
you're
other men
saying.
are cheating? How do you know the other men are cheating if that's not confirmed?
How do you know?
I don't. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know.
So
I
you
don't
don't
know
really
anything.
working
So
either.
let me finish.
Wait. I'm gonna pause
Let,
everyone
let me
for a
finish.
second. Wait before. So she doing that shit her breast milk back home. Stop, yo, stop. When I was younger, they called men who lived off women pimps. Oh, all right. Wait.
I'm just fascinated.
Concern. Wait, yeah, I'm very fascinated. So I'll go back to V Davis. But concern, go ahead. Actually, you were here before V Davis.
It's okay. I think is this good?
No,
My
that
mic?
is perfect. Yeah.
Okay. I think with Keke Palmer, the hard part is that I want to support her freedom to choose who she loves, and I want that for her. I think that this guy is such. I mean, I didn't have high hopes for him, but I mean, you would want her to be able to get what she was trying to get, right? Like, I think I was rooting for her for her to be right,
Yeah, I remember us debating about this.
Yeah, I was rooting on her for her to be right, like because I don't see why you wouldn't, but I think it's sad that it had to be in a humiliating way, and especially as her star is rising right now, in terms of the warmth in our hearts, in terms of name recognition, both within our community and outside of it, and all of the things that were going for her, it's just so frustrating that the malice that we saw for somebody who, first of all, like, opened himself up for so much harassment. Like, I would hope you would love me enough, but I also wish you would love yourself more, because all of the, like, why do you want anyone to point out the elephant in the room, which is, like, first, you're not married. Second, you're a traditional man, but we have pictures of you doing the exact opposite of what you seem to love city girls behavior and outfits when it's directed at you. And I think, I'm not saying that that's what she was doing, but I'm just saying the blatant hypocrisy, and the what Keke's trying to do for her career. A lot of people have not gotten there at that young age, and she is so much ahead of her. And to see what feels like a Mary J. Blige situation, obviously Keke wasn't married, so there's not as much money involved, but the embarrassment happened to somebody this young because he did it so maliciously on purpose.
Wait,
It's just really sad.
this child fight for a child is gonna be. Look, Keke came out and said that he's the best father. I was like, I mean, even if he's great, I wouldn't put that out there. And then saying that he wanted a child more than she does. I was like, ooh, I wouldn't put that out there too, because your words will be used against you.
In the court of law.
Exactly. And it's I think that the continuation of the heartbreak, even if you sit down and kind of like take away some of the stuff we've been talking about, like the level of betrayal within our community, like we are you are in a lifestyle right now that even though you live really well on your own, allegedly 500,000 is a lot for anyone, you live a very different life now. And I like, why did you have to do that? And it's one of those of like, why are you pulling us down? Like, why couldn't you just enjoy the prize? Like, why couldn't you just like eat your cake and be happy? You know what I mean? Like the level, like, why do you have to now mess up your bag, my bag, on what laurel? Like,
Yeah.
it's just like, why take us a step back? There's just a lot of whys in my assessment of this guy's behavior. And I but he's so common, he's so basic. I think he would qualify as one of the good ones too in our bar that's in hell. And it's one of those of like, Black women, we have to move on from this conversation, because you see how little they think of us, of our
Wait,
intelligence, of
pause,
our
pause,
self-preservation.
shake a pin, wait. So that brother better get his child support and find a clean cut girl. Y'all better pay attention, because these people are not, they're not ashamed to just come in, take women's money and then move on. Apparently that's the thing. So meanwhile I'm the fruitcake, but period.
Listen, well, first of all, y'all know that $500,000 a year or his net worth is false. We know that is not true.
Even in that situation,
That
right?
is
Like, 'cause
so
we know it's
false.
a lie.
You know
No.
it's a lie. He
Oh
don't
yeah,
even
like
make
no
that much money. Y'all
personal
know he
trainer
don't
makes
make that
much
much
money.
money. That is not his net worth.
Facts.
That is a guesstimation that is over exaggerated. We know that is not true. He's a personal trainer to whom? Who are his clients? No one knows.
Stop playing with
Um
Darius. Y'all know Keke set him up a trust worth 500,000. You
Oh
know
my
he worth
God, I hate
500,000.
that.
You know that trust is sitting on ready.
Oh my God, I cannot.
there should be a support fund to keep male single baby mamas from bringing their nonsense to Usher's doorstep. Will Darius we pay Usher what he owed? Period. Wait, but we have a dissenting voice, so you know me, I like to highlight the dissenting voices. V. Davis. So the anti-feminists are mad, and I don't know why, because you were saying that women should be able to feel free to take care of men.
Yes, I feel that way. Sorry if my voice is not loud enough. Somebody suggested
No,
I
no,
lower my volume, so let me know.
your voice is perfectly fine.
Okay.
I'm just the
No,
worst person in the world.
No, I think so. I think that let people be, and it can work out. Like I said, I've seen people where they seem happy. You're right. I have no idea. I'm not in their house following them 24/7. So in the situations I mentioned, I can't 100% say that they're happy, but they seem happy. I know the person, one example I gave you, they were married for 6 years, and I don't see any sign that they're gonna get divorced or any sign that there's a problem with their marriage. But I know people who've been married longer than that. But I also know situations where it doesn't work out. So it can go
Do
both
you
ways. But I
do you
think this
consider
idea that
yourself
automatically,
Do you consider yourself a feminist?
yes,
All right, that
I
makes
do.
sense.
And about the Kiki Palmer situation, I
Well,
actually,
before
miss.
you move on, let me be clear. Wait, let me
Mhm.
be clear. I love feminism and feminist writing. I don't consider myself a feminist because I'm not even pushing back on this idea, because apparently a lot of women are like take care of men, pay bills, and all that. And like, I am struggling to accept that, but that's none of my business. So period. The other
Can
V,
I?
go ahead.
I just want to say I'm absolutely an anti-feminist.
And that's okay. That's okay. You have the right to be that way, but you also have to admit that feminism has given women, including women like you, a lot of advantages in society that you didn't have 200 years ago. Whether you disagree with the current iteration of how feminism is presented, it still has benefited a lot of women, traditional wives included, or traditional women included.
Well,
Any
I
woman
think
who would not want to provide for a stay-at-home husband or father, I would want to be the one to stay at home. But I still respect
V,
other women's
the
decision.
the men in the chat are with you. They are loving this, and I didn't realize. So I should have called the men up to talk about wanting women who provide for them. Ah, I missed an opportunity.
yeah, because the men that are in the chat that are agreeing with me are probably feminists. I think we would have to separate white feminism from black feminism, and then I could be on with feminism.
Wait a minute.
I'm with black feminism, in a lot of different ways, but we would have to sit down and have a talk about the difference, and then I could be more on with it. But I'm definitely not a feminist. I think men should do.
I guess how do you define feminism? I mean, for me, it's just
I'm
the
just doing it the
socio-economic
basic.
equality of the sexes.
Wait. I'm just doing the basic equality of the sexes, and I think that's what you're saying. So, if women can stay at home for you, V. Davis, you think men should be able to stay at home too, and women should be able to provide in the way that men can provide, and so you believe in both equally can do the things. I mean, there's a problem because the men don't carry children, but that's neither here nor there for you. You just want like equality across the board. So, right?
Yes, absolutely. And like again, I'm not gonna. Men should carry their own weight. If you decide to stay at home, carry the weight. Don't
But I
just stay
just
at
think
home and do nothing.
I just think that you're ignoring the statistical facts that when men stay at home, that the domestic and the woman is financially supporting them, that the domestic abuse rate rises, the cheating rate rises. So just
I would love
ignoring
to
the
see those
facts.
stats.
You want to see them?
I would love to. Yes.
Well,
What are
I
the
think
stats on that? And because people quote a lot of statistics, but I would love to see the exact details. So, what is
I
the
don't
sample
think
size?
anyone's
Right? If they
stopping you
sampled
from seeing
1,000
them.
people,
Are you saying that
well,
someone's
I
stopping
haven't
you
seen
from
that
seeing them?
data. So, no,
You
I'm just
can
saying
look
I
up
haven't.
the
I'm not aware of
CDC.
that
You can
data.
look. Yeah, but I mean,
Since you
the
know it,
CDC says.
tell me the numbers. Since you know it, tell me the numbers.
Well, I mean, the CDC says that.
No, but tell me the numbers. You say you know the stats. Tell me the numbers.
Wait, what stat are we talking about?
I mean, the CDC says that, and I mean, there's no
About
one.
men being more violent towards women when they're stay-at-home husbands or whatever.
I think we can go back to the 60s when black men weren't working and black women had to work. And they said welfare took black men out of the homes and they were making other families and beating
cheating
those
on them,
women.
yeah.
And
But
cheating
by the
on
way, let me just
back
say,
in the 60s.
I feel like this is just a difference of opinion, and I think that's fine insofar as like if there are women who want to take care of men, period.
Black women been taking care of men.
And if they want to continue, then
Had
period.
us.
And if there are women who are like, no, you should provide, then period.
But it's
I
not It's a difference of opinion. It's dangerous for the Black community for the Black women to continue
Exactly.
to hold Black men on their backs. And I'm not saying that to say anything against Black men. To be honest, I've never even dated a Black man, so I don't have any bias towards them. I'm saying that because it is dangerous. It's dangerous for our communities. You can look at the communities and see how they're crumbling. They are at the bottom.
I don't think
Well,
people
that's
who
anecdotal.
I don't think people who think Black women should provide for Black men think highly of Black men.
I don't either. That's what I'm saying. I don't have a bias towards them. That's why I've never said anything negative about them in a dating capacity, because I've never dated one. Anyone that looks at the community can say, wow, you know, Black people, Black women continuously fighting for them and carrying them on their back and letting them off of taking care of their children and continuously letting them be absentee fathers is very bad. Anybody can see that. So yeah, you can let them be stay-at-home dads, quote unquote, because I've seen that and it's just them saying that. Yeah, you can do that. You can continue being 50-50 with them or paying all the bills. Yeah, sure, you can do that. No one's going to stop you. No one stopped you from doing it. Go ahead and keep doing it.
But she wasn't recommended for herself. She doesn't recommend it for herself, though.
Well, yeah.
People are asking for clarity.
I don't tell, but just because I'm not trying to push my beliefs on anybody. I just believe people should be able to live the way they want and make them happy. So that's just my belief in general. And as for Sinji's question, she said she knows the data. Why can't she say it? I mean, I don't understand why that is wrong to ask. If you are speaking of specific
Davis,
data, then quote it.
Can I ask you a question?
You don't need data to see that it is destructive for the community. Sometimes you just need to.
No, that's anecdotal though. That's not fact. I mean, you don't know the numbers. Just because of one person or two people or three people you know, that's facts. It's just
open your eyes. Like, if it's that important for you to see the data, you can look it up yourself.
What's anecdotal is you saying that it's working for the few people that you know of. That's what's anecdotal, because I haven't seen it.
No,
is that white people?
I know, but I get it, and I'm saying that.
I want to know if they're white or black.
Or black,
it doesn't sound like they're black to me.
Yes, most of them are white.
That's what I figured. Exactly, because we're talking about a whole different community.
And we also don't know if those women are happy.
Perfect.
We really don't know. I mean, when we think about the feminism discussion, white women were present too. So happy women don't burn their bras.
That's true. I don't know if they're genuinely happy. I can only go by what is presented to me, and that sometimes can be false. I agree with that.
Because they're white, they're only going to let you into their home just as much as they're going to let you in their home. You're an outsider. You're not going to know all that's going on in their home.
I agree, but I can say the same for black people too. I mean, just
no,
we
see what's going on. We see in our communities. We see the damage. It's been perpetuated, and then the fact that the men of the children of the men that we're talking about from the 60s and the 70s, the men are the ones who are complaining. The products of men staying at home because they couldn't work to provide for their families, we're seeing the repercussions.
Hey, can I jump in and say something really quickly? Because I think it's interesting how, number one, this lady can easily just type into Google, you know, the effects of female breadwinners in a home. You can literally type that up and do the research. But is the topic not about literally this very dynamic that she's asking you to provide data on? You have Keke Palmer, who makes substantially more money than her boyfriend. She is far more successful, and you literally have this man acting out being abusive because he cannot compete with other men who can provide more to her. So why is it that you can't even look at the topic that's giving you literally an example of what's being discussed here? And you can also go type into Google and find the information yourself. It's not hard.
So you're giving one example. There are millions of people in
Okay,
this country.
okay,
I'm not going to use one
go
example
do
to
the research.
generalize
So
about an
go do the
entire
research.
group.
I'm gonna generalize black men. I'm going to, and there's literally nothing
That's
that
okay.
anybody
You have
can
a
say
right to do
that's
that.
gonna stop me. I've seen the data in the research, but do I have it off the back of my head? No, absolutely not. But have I seen it? Have I done the research? Have I done content on it? Yes, absolutely. So therefore, the data is there. Nobody's gonna do the legwork for you. You can go sift through my videos until you find the one where I'm going over the data if you would like to. But if you want a shorter route, you can go type into Google and do the research yourself. Period. You're the one sitting here trying to basically say that the information is false. So if you think we're lying, then go prove that we're lying then. But all you're gonna do is prove that we're telling the truth. The bottom line is coddling bandits doesn't do anything.
Wait 1 second. So to not end, but to sort of flesh out this discussion, I don't have to because I'm trying to find my word bank. And so I can give you guys the research. While the situation of women earning, this is Psychology Today, and it references two studies that highlight the psychology of quote unquote men based on sort of expectations in society and how they react. The situation of women earning more than her male partner is not new. What is new is how it is affecting people today, and this is when women bring home the bacon. While many modern couples view a female family breadwinner as a sign of progress and are grateful for the income stream, some partners feel threatened by the unconventional power dynamic. Unfortunately, suggestions that spousal violence stem from attempts to control and dominate working partners in marital relationship has serious consequence during times of unexpected employment, particularly for the men. And the study was from Rose Macmillan and Rosemary Gardner, and they point out that when they examine women and men's relationship, it found that if women are making more than the man, intimate partner or opportunities, they call it, for intimate partner violence goes up because of how irritable the man becomes and issues around ego and not being able to live up to traditional gender roles. And so that has an effect. And intimate partner violence again goes up. There was another study that talks about the psychology of men because of societal pressures, which causes again intimate partner violence to go up when they are not the primary breadwinner or when they have been laid off and the woman becomes the primary breadwinner. There's also another that speaks to altruism. um I don't know why they use that word here, but it talks about how the man feels inadequate, and instead of dealing with that inadequacy through going to therapy and getting help, they externalize it by attacking women. The best research on it was the Ross Macmillan and Rosemary Gardner study. This one was in 1999, but it is about psychology, which means you can reference it today, unless something changes about psychology. And that's not about to change until we change the way that we view gender. But there's also research in other jurisdictions that has found similar outcomes in 2020, 2010, and 2015. I should have done it the reverse. So, yeah, there are studies to sort of affirm what V and Sinji were just saying.
So basically, theme is they turn around and start treating their spouses the way that black men react to black women, belittling them, toe tagging them, telling them their credentials are worthless, telling them that it doesn't matter how much money they make, calling them masculine. Basically, they start acting like black men.
Yeah.
The reason why black men are acting this way is because they feel inadequate, because they cannot measure up to the standards of manhood, but black women can. So therefore, they're extremely abusive and disrespectful to black women. That should be common sense to you, but you wanted to come up here and black man worship. That's what you wanted to do.
But she's bringing she's bringing anecdotal things about white people. That's not our community.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can I say something? So first of all, I apologize. My intention was never to say that you were wrong. I just there's a different side to this, right? Just as you have anecdotal stories of situations where it doesn't work, I also have anecdotal stories, and I'm pretty sure I said this, of where it works and it doesn't work. Because I think I gave the example of saying I've seen situations on both sides where it doesn't work and doesn't work. Or sorry, where it doesn't work and doesn't
Right,
work.
but
So that's one.
did
So
you miss did you miss the part of the data that highlighted that it doesn't work in most situations? It's a breeding ground.
So
It's a breeding ground
here's
based
the
on
thing.
male pathology. What part are you not understanding?
So first of all, I would have to look at that data, because that people you can find studies that
Why?
say
Because
anything.
theme
You can
is
find studies
reading
that
it
say
to
that
you.
the earth is.
So theme
Let
is
me
reading you
finish.
the data is not enough. You have to go. You still. So you have to undermine the data that he literally just read to you, all because you want to prove your point, which is wrong. Because that's what you're doing. You're basically saying the information that Themis read was wrong or somehow incorrect, or that you don't believe it. So you have to go fact check to make sure. But then you resisted when I told you to go fact check yourself. When I said, why don't you go research it yourself? You sat there and said, well, if you have the data, why don't you just give me the data? Now that Themis gave you the data, now you want to go fact check? You're blackmail worshiping.
So let
You're
me.
blackmail worshiping. Your blackmail worship is showing. And it looks pathetic. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, so as I was saying, typically you can find studies that will show anything. You can find studies that will show that the Earth is flat. I would have to look and with any study, just in general, whether it supports
Then
or
why
doesn't
didn't you?
support
Then
whatever
why
I'm
did you
saying.
push back when I told you to go do it?
Why don't
Then
you
why
let me
did you push
finish?
back when I said go research it yourself?
Why don't you let me finish?
Wait. So V, you were saying that we can find data that can prove anything we want. That's
So what I was saying is, I would have to look. I would have to look and see what is the sample size, right? If they looked at 100 people, is that truly representative of the entire population, right?
Okay.
Number two, how can they rule out confounding factors? I'm curious. It's not because I think that they're wrong. As someone who's a scientist herself, how can they rule out confounding factors? How do they know that the reason for the violence
Oh
is
my God! Wait
100%?
1 second. Can you hear me? Do you believe black men are the most involved fathers from the CDC?
I'm sorry. You said, do I believe black men are the most involved fathers?
From the CDC. That was the CDC.
I don't.
Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if black men are the most involved fathers or not. I mean, I really don't know.
Oh, good. No, well, I didn't mean good in that. I just wanted to test if you were like over on another side of YouTube. So I just wanted to be clear on that. I do agree that research can be manipulated. I do agree to this. And I do think that you are correct in saying you should look at it yourself. I don't think you should be dismissed for that. But Finn is right in that when it came up and you were told to like look for it, then you said, no, you need to present it. And then when it was presented, you were saying, okay, now I have to look at it, which nothing is wrong with that. But it feels odd to say, hey, go look at it yourself. And you say, no, give it to me now so I can discuss it. You brought it up, so bring it to me now. And then it's given to you. And then you were like, okay, I have to go look it up. But that was initially what was said. And the conversation would have been over had you said, oh, okay, let me go look it up and then come back. But you demanded it, which is fair. It is fair to demand that it be presented to you. But when it's presented to you, now you're like, I don't want to continue the conversation. Do you see why?
Look, I didn't say I didn't want to continue the conversation. I just feel like there's certain pieces of the data that I'm missing. There's a lot of conclusions in what you read, but I'm not hearing, for example, as I gave you numbers, like again, sample size. The other thing I'm curious about is, how did they rule out confounding factors?
Wait, their data
So
for the violence. Wait, the violence against women information was gathered from over 8,000 people, women with spouses or who were in common law marriages. So that's where they got that from, and they were talking about not stats in the most direct sense, but stats in, can this be generalizable based on psychology? And so, do you have any further question regarding the stats and how it came about? This is the 1999 one, by the way.
Oh yeah, by the way, thank you for providing that. So 8,000 people, were
Mhm.
they all the same race? I mean, because people brought up a very good point about maybe their racial differences in the dynamics. So
They
people
were
the
not
same
the
race or
same
different
race.
race?
They were not the same race. They were different races.
Okay. The other thing I'm curious about is, how do they rule out confounding factors? And when I say confounding, I mean, how do they know that the reason that for the increased violence is the job, versus maybe the person
Because
has a
they did.
drinking problem,
So they
or
did.
they had
Wait,
a
wait, wait.
bad childhood?
No, these are good. Wait, wait. No, stop. You can ask the question, and where did you go? You can ask the question, and it's fun. No, you didn't. Oh, there you are. You can ask the question, and it's fine. Let us answer, because these are actually good questions to ask when it comes to research. So they did sort of limit the kinds of interactions, and it's hard to sort of block out every it's hard to block out sort of every variable that could affect the outcome. But they measured when the man was employed and when the man lost the employment. It actually found specifically that the Macmillan and Gardner found that the impact of women's employment on her level of risk for violence depended on the employment status of her spouse, right? So what that means is they were factoring for different kind of variables, and how they did it is not as clear cut. So I will have to go back to the research there, because this is from the Psychology Today write up. But they were looking at specifically how employment, factoring for other elements, how employment status of the spouse affected um, the level of violence within a relationship.
Themis, if we even go back to 2020, during 2020, within about 3 months, the domestic violence rate went up. So we can go back to that.
Yeah, but I just wanted to answer her questions regarding the stat. I haven't looked at this in like forever, so I'm using the Psychology Today write up to respond, but I also have the actual data set. So I do think it is important to learn to do research. So you had other questions, I think, V. Davis.
I think those were the main ones. Was I wanted to know the sample size, because I think that matters. I mean, if we're gonna generalize this on the entire population, and I wanted to know how they controlled for the confounding factors, because to me that sounds very difficult. I mean,
It is
for
very
example,
difficult,
people, there are many
but
things.
wait, wait, wait. It is very difficult, but there is a psychological consensus about men's behavior, not all men, but men's behavior in what is a patriarchy where there are social norms. And when you're acting, quote unquote, outside of the social norms, how certain men cope with being seen as less than because they're being provided for, and how they act out. Again, not every man will do this, but it seems like you're rejecting the reality that instability and thus violence is more likely in situations where men don't feel like they're the men, and society is telling them you're not a man because you're not doing X, Y, and Z. I feel like even without research that it would intuitively make sense. And I don't know if you're like fighting that, or if you're saying, like, I'm not sure how you're responding to that.
I just feel like she's being super
No,
disingenuous.
I'm not fighting it. I'm not fighting anything. I'm very ignorant, and I was very specifically said that even personally, I would not date or marry somebody who wants to be a stay-at-home husband, or or father. So I'm not fighting it. I just stating my personal experience from what I've seen, and I'm listening to what other people are saying. And when you mention studies, because a scientist background, although again more in the hard sciences as you would call it, so the way we analyze data is a little bit more rigorous, I think, than the social sciences. I ask these questions because it's just naturally how I look at data, not because I'm doubting what you're saying. It's just that if someone said, because of my training, thing about data, this is just a natural question I would ask because of my training and background. But I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying anybody's wrong. I'm just, this is just a discussion, and I'm open to hearing, everybody's, perspective.
All right. Storm said, if you are a man living under a woman who takes care of you, you are her son. So the lady
People are so
pumping milk is working 2 times as hard to only be called wife. Nope, I want a plaque that says best of both worlds. I am a wife band. Christian Munch, is that Christine Munch has a number of articles about this phenomenon. Men associate their masculinity with sexual virility and money. Men with less money are more likely to chest as a result. Yeah, and we see this in communities where there are people who don't have a lot of resources. There is an overcompensation for the lack of resources in being the toughest, baddest, strongest, sleeping with the most people, who has the deepest voice. That becomes the contest for measuring masculinity when you can't afford to compete in the providing and protecting and ownership levels for masculinity. It is dangerous message telling the community to encourage black men to stay at home will only cripple black men more. Black male worship do not want the best for black men. I do actually feel like there is a slight contradiction here, though. The contradiction is, if you think parenting and being at home parenting in that way is the hardest job, it feels like y'all are not being honest with me about what you feel is what you feel. Like it kind of. Go ahead. Go
The
ahead.
thing is, I don't think that that's true, because what I'm saying is, when I've seen black men stay at home, and they're not actually parenting, if they're staying home and the children are being borderline neglected, the men are staying at home but they're playing video games, they're talking to their friends, they're just like hanging out at home, and the kids are just there as well, then that's not actually staying at home parenting.
So you think that black men are just like when at home with the child and they're just in the living room with strippers or something while the child is going through empty covers? I refuse to believe something like that could ever happen in any scenario.
Did you see that Blueface video?
I think he's trolling because
No,
of
I
the
haven't heard
Blueface
of it.
video.
I'm serious. The point is, if you see the black men that are out on these streets and the black men that are on YouTube and social media, do you think these men are capable of staying home and raising quality children?
See, that's unfair because you cannot look to the outcome of the children to judge the parenting. That's my position.
I'm gonna have to disagree.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Oh,
That's
You
a
think you
50-50
can look?
for me.
All right, go ahead. Disagree.
Here's the thing. I think when you're parenting, the outcome of the children, you can. I don't think 100%, but I think as a parent, it's your job to put them in situations and in neighborhoods and stuff where they can become the best that they can be.
All
I
right,
mean,
so it is the parents' fault for how the child turns out.
I don't think it's 100% the parents' fault, but you do have to look at how they were parented, what neighborhood they were put in. If you put your kid in the in a bad neighborhood, and let's say, for instance, and I hate when people say Chicago. I literally hate it because I feel like that's the go-to. I'm not even going to say Chicago. I'm not going to. I'm going to say in the Midwest of Idaho, like some racist area where they're going to be targeted. They're going to be the only Black person there. They're going to be bullied. So they're going to have low self-esteem, low self-worth, hate that they're a Black person, and that's going to be their life. Then yes, you're responsible for that trauma.
What if you can't afford to move?
I don't believe in that. I'm not someone that believes in that. I don't believe in when you're in a horrible neighborhood and you say I can't afford to move. I don't believe in that. Because I don't have a large income, and when I have my son, I didn't have a lot of money. I was in my 20s, and I was like, okay, I got to go to college. I went to college, on financial aid and did all this stuff. You do what you have to do. I don't believe in telling yourself, oh, I'm too poor, and just falling into what you're in. You have to do it.
Actually,
You have to do it for your kid. You don't have the option to say, I'm too poor, I can't get out of this. Get on a bus. I don't care. If I have to move to a richer neighborhood and be homeless for a minute and get whatever services they have to get into a better neighborhood, then I will do that. I do not.
Wait, 1 second. So let me put you here. Who said I agree?
I agree with what?
Oh,
With
All right,
parents
so
being.
the two V's agree. Is there anyone else who agree?
I agree 50%. Yeah.
All right, so let me. Y'all over here are to pull yourself up by the bootstrap bunch.
I agree, but I don't agree about moving. I agree, but I don't agree about moving because you can still raise quality children in environments that are not
you can't.
wealthy. You don't have to be in a wealthy environment. We have the internet.
About a wealthy environment. I'm talking about you're not putting your kid in a school where they walk outside and people are smoking drugs and they have guns and there's gun violence. No, you're not. You're not, because you're not
There's gun violence in the suburbs. There's drugs in the suburbs. You're gonna find that in the suburbs as well. But my thing about that is
Wait,
wait,
no,
Yes,
wait,
but not to the same
wait,
degree.
1 second. Nope. We're not leaving that.
Oh,
I
yes,
feel
it
like that is disingenuous, love.
That is very disingenuous because
No.
I just said walk outside and there's people selling drugs on the corner and with guns. That is two different things. That is not safe. If your child is living in a war zone and their first thing that they're thinking about isn't trading Pokemon cards, but whether they're going to get to their home safely, that is two different brain connections.
All right, wait, but I want Love to respond because someone said Timus is a little level. No. I love this. I apologize. Wait. So, Love, I want you to respond to this. Do you think that there is a sort of communal difference between the so-called ghetto and the suburbs?
So that's not okay. So what I'm saying is, as a parent who has raised their children and also has been also
Wait,
raised.
no. No. You're not pulling on my heartstring because you know I love you.
What are you asking?
All right. You said that, because V said that you cannot raise someone where you walk outside and there's shootings and whatever. You would go to the suburbs. And you said that they're shooting in the suburbs too, which seems to create a sort of equivalency in terms of the violence that happens in the suburbs and the so-called ghettos. And I feel like that's disingenuous.
Okay, so what I was saying is I agree with what she's saying, but I'm not talking about the pulling yourself up by the bootstraps sentiment.
Oh yeah, before we continue there though,
I was only talking about you as a parent can still raise your children to be better in a lower income environment. I wasn't thinking about the extreme that V was speaking of.
No, I never said pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
Well,
So
Demas put us in categories of pulling yourself up by the bootstrap. He was putting people on sides.
Yeah, no, I was being petty. No, okay, wait. That's not V. Wait. That's not V. That was me being petty. I
He was.
apologize. That was me being petty. It had nothing.
So that's why I said that.
Okay, let's roll that back because I do not think Black people should have to pull themselves out of their bootstraps. Let's not even.
Yeah, no. But the sentiment here is that, well, let's do with love. Do you think that it is the same for someone in the quote unquote, I'm just going to say ghetto without the quote unquote anymore. I hate saying it, but like in a bad area, as it is for someone in a better neighborhood?
Is what better?
Raising a child, the opportunity for good outcomes when it comes to raising a child.
I think it depends on the mindset of the parents.
Okay, wait. So you all seem to think that the parent is to be blamed for the outcome of the child.
Well, no, when it comes to their education, because the school may not provide all of the education, but the parent can still educate their children in the home. That's what I'm speaking on.
But the child. Wait. The parent, even if they're in like a bad place where the parent has to be working all the time.
No,
I have.
Wait. Please don't interrupt. I try to find someone who is like disagreeing and try to figure that out before I move on for love.
Before that, I have a degree in early childhood education and a bachelor's degree in social services. So I have education in this background. And
yeah, wait. So love, how do you respond to this?
How do I respond to what was the question?
Do you blame the outcome of the child on the parent? How do you tackle that?
Well, one of the things she was saying was that you can move, but if you're saying that the parent is working all the time to live in the ghetto, then how are they going to move somewhere else?
No. That is a question V and I have to get into. I haven't forgotten the moving bit.
Okay.
And I disagree with this. But you and I have a disagreement now about sort of blaming and who to be blamed for the outcome of the child.
I never said that the parent needed to be blamed, but what I'm saying is that a parent can raise a child in a lower income environment. They can still raise a child with a quality or, a better value system in a lower income environment, depending on the mindset of the parent.
All right. So I don't think anyone disagrees that you can try and you should, and all of that is important. But it feels like we're speaking from the results. So instead of saying, because you're saying they should raise a child with this, but like trying to impart something in someone and trying is different than making sure or saying that they should have this. Because to say they should have this or you should raise a child with this, it feels like the result or the consequence of the result is at your feet.
No. I wasn't agreeing with that. That's what I'm saying. I didn't agree to the initial statement that I didn't fully agree with what she was saying in the beginning. That's why I was saying I agreed to some of what she said. And I said I was 50-50 on that too.
All right. So V, you said they can just get up and leave, and not having the money is not an excuse.
no, I don't think not having the money is an excuse. And it's not about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. First, I think that early childhood development, the environment matters a lot. So if the environment that you put your child in or that your child is in is very chaotic and doesn't feel safe, then it doesn't lay a foundation for learning. So that you're already starting the child off at
So if you're currently struggling to pay rent and provide food, how would you find? Because if you're going to a better neighborhood, it would be more expensive. So how, like, it seems really. Go ahead. It seems harsh a little bit from my perspective.
right, and I understand that. Find a state that has a lot of resources for things. I know that. Look, okay, look, you're laughing, right? But I used to live in Seattle, Washington, and Seattle, Washington had a really good social services, and like housing resources for single parents. Like they would pay part of your rent. They had food resources. I was a teacher then. They were giving like so many resources.
Like
And
home.
But you're speaking from an educated perspective.
So they're giving homes to these people.
they would pay your rent for like up to 2 years.
Oh, wow.
You
That's
don't even
very generous.
understand how many single white women move there.
Wow.
So would you say then the manosphere has an argument in saying that women are incentivized then because they get so much from the system?
No, there's a
to-
bunch of white there as well.
No, I would not say that. If I could,
wait, before you go, Truth Teller, I want to hear V finish.
The
Sorry.
thing is, no, because a bunch of white men move there as well. The thing is, white people take advantage of these systems, and it's about, I don't want to say educating yourself because it sounds like I'm putting Black people down, and I'm not, because I've lived in a lot of places. I've lived in Florida, and when my son was younger, and when I moved there, I didn't have anything, so I did have to go to try to get social services there, and there's none, but there's like a lot of Black people that are poor, and I saw there, and I was getting a job there as a teacher as well, but I needed like help before I could get enough money. I still getting a full-time job, but the pay there compared to Washington was so much less. And when I got there, I realized like the resources there were horrible. They didn't help you with anything. But the sad thing was the difference from Washington. Washington had majority white people. There was only like maybe 3 to 5% Black people, but those people there were fighting for their rights. They wanted more services. They fought for their services. When I went to
but I feel like moving implies the ability and the ability to afford, even at bare minimum, the transportation. It also requires knowledge, which you just pointed out that people should get educated. But to the extent you don't have that education and you don't know that you don't know, is that also their fault?
It's hard. It really is hard to point blame, and this is why when I had my channel before I stopped doing it, my whole channel was focused on white supremacy, because I do still feel like that is a huge issue. Because there is so many systemical blocks that block people, especially Black people, from knowledge of how the system works, and how the government works, and the redlining with schools right now that goes on, how they zone stuff. Like, this isn't accidental that the zoning of schools where there's majority Black schools are so messed up. And I even call it right now that the schools are plantations, because you'll go into a lot of schools that are majority Black kids, and majority, and like all or most of the teachers will be white. And I took my son to one in Seattle because I wanted him to go to a diverse school, and it was very diverse students. Most of them were Black and biracial. But then I looked at their staff board. No joke, all the teachers were white except the janitor was Black. And I'm right in there, and I was like, "What the hell is this? Like, this is purposeful." I'm like, I couldn't put my kid in there because that's showing them something purposely. Like, you're purposely showing them something when all your teachers are white except the janitor. But a lot of this stuff is purposely done. But the thing is, it is something that parents have to be mindful of. And that's why I say parenting is the hardest job, because to me, parenting is something that you do with intent, and you're very mindful about in every step and every age and every stage of development. You're very mindful of. So for me, it's very hard. And it's sad that parents can't do that. But I think that it is possible to do without a lot of money. I think you can just get up and move to a different area. I've reached
So
school.
I'm grappling with this, and I'm at like an impasse, because while I fundamentally believe in agency and I have to, I'm also fully aware and sympathetic to, particularly when there is a child involved, how extraordinarily difficult it is to uh, uproot yourself in an effort to quote unquote move up. And I don't know, I feel like there is a sort of diminishing of the difficulty involved in changing your circumstances, but I don't want to stick on it because I don't want people to believe they can't.
Yeah,
So
I don't think.
it's a
Sorry.
weird. It seems a very weird position to be in for one of the first times, but to want to so overtly disagree, because I do, while also liking the message that focuses on perseverance, and elevation. So, I mean, for me, it's a very interesting place. And I don't think I've done this live where I'm like, someone said something that's like, I want to disagree, I can, but I don't want to give away an argument so as to not tell people that they can do better. So it's a very weird position. Go
I
ahead,
just
truth teller. Wait, go ahead. Respond V and then truth teller.
I just want to say we can't continue to do the same thing, because if you can't do the same thing and expect a different outcome. If we continue to do the same thing, we're going to continue to get the exact same thing or worse. So we have to make a change somewhere.
I was gonna say, I thank you for sharing, V. You're sounding kind of like my mom. I feel like I don't have any kids, but like her
Wait,
perspective.
pause. It sounded exactly like mine too.
Really?
No excuses.
Yeah,
You're gonna do. But anyway, go ahead.
She's sounding exactly like my mom, and that's it. In fact, what my mom did. So, and I don't believe that she's saying that she doesn't have empathy for the people, because even, and it is a difficult thing to say because it is very hard when you're a single parent, especially if you have multiple kids. I don't have, and that's part of the reason why I'm as old as I am and I don't have any kids, because I am a firstborn for my mom, and she has 4 kids as a single mom, but she did that thing. Coming from Jamaica, and you know about Trenchtown, Themis. That's where I came from. And anybody that knows anything about Jamaica, you know that Trenchtown is not exactly a great place to grow up. And my mom looked around and saw the violence that was taking place there. And she had 2 little kids. She only had 2 kids at that time. And she was like, hell no, I'm not staying here. And she did whatever it took. Like, talk about persistence and perseverance and tenacity. Like, only God knows how she was able to get from Jamaica to Canada. So she wasn't just moving states, but whole countries. And she was determined to make it happen. But with that being said,
Pause. Oh my God. I feel like my worldview is getting so fractured, and it's so wrong. Like I just
and I'm not trying to dismiss that,
no, because it feels like at the core of this is you're not working hard enough if you're failing.
No, it's not that. I see how people see it as
That's
that.
what it is. It has to be what it is, and that's a problem.
And
it's not a problem.
Because it's like I have a lot of empathy because as someone who myself as well, I think it has to do with mindset and whether or not you may be in a place of hopelessness and despair. And I think it also has to do with the individual and their capacity to use um, negative situations that they find themselves as or difficulties as a motivation to propel them forward. And some people, like for example, I will say I'll fully and readily admit that my mom has a greater capacity for that than even myself, right? I don't know that I personally would have been able to do what my mom did. And so what I would say in those situations is that it is possible, because people have done it and continue to do it, to be in a very
Yeah, but it's
situation and to move out of it.
I don't disagree, and there is nuance in at least my perception where I don't think if A then B, right? I think that you should try your best and fight tooth and nail, but because of disadvantages, you might not get to B. And I feel like the way we are discussing, like it feels very bootstrappy. And I am not opposed to
But that's not I get where you're saying, and I get why people might think that and believe, and I've had this discussion too, even with friends. And it's very nuanced, I will say that. But I think maybe what V is getting at, and what my mom, and even I've had these discussions that turn into arguments too with my mom, to say that like people have different capacities though. So, and I admire V's persistence and like tenacity and grit to like keep pushing until something like happened. But sometimes people will try their best and it still doesn't work out. And unfortunately, like that's life. But I think the question really is like, can you say to yourself, have you done everything that you can possibly do, it despite the challenges or whatever, to make a better life for yourself and your child, right? And the thing is that unfortunately oftentimes people tend to just sort of become resigned in their situation, because it is tough and it is challenging, and it's easy to do that in a sense, because it's like, well, why bother trying, because every time I try, things don't work out, and it's so difficult. But I think the point here is that although it's difficult, it's not necessarily impossible. And so keeping the hope alive, because I actually had a discussion with a Caribbean history professor that I had in terms of the high murder rate in Jamaica, for example, and like coming from the ghetto in Jamaica or whatever, I'm like, it doesn't make sense, because the garrisons are fighting against each other, and it's literally you're fighting against your neighbor down the street. And it appears that it's happening in that way in the ghettos in the US. And it's like, you ain't got nothing, we ain't got nothing, so why are we fighting each other? Right? Like it's a zero-sum game. And it's baffling to me, because we're making a bad situation worse. And then she said something to me that made sense. She's like, it's because of hopelessness, right? And it grips you. And if you feel like you have no way out, then you become like scavengers and like the crabs in a barrel or bucket or whatever it is that they say. And so that's why it's so important to not necessarily like accept, because that's all you have really at the end of the day as human beings. We either strive or we accept the situation as it is and we just sort of subsist and die. I mean, what other choices do you have?
I think we can change the premise. Like, I think in the way that we're talking about it, it's a zero-sum type of capitalist worldview. And I think, and I understand that even in other structures and other societies, there is the haves and the have-nots. And it's always going to be better to be a have. I'm not fighting the principle of, trying to attain more than your fair share. But I think that when we think about it from a capitalistic standpoint, I think that we can argue that must it be at the cost of our survival? Like, if we would be more hopeful in our ability to think of something new, and instead of trying to make this thing that does not work, then I think our efforts would be better served there. Our intelligence and creativity would be better served elsewhere, because, they're even smart, hardworking, disciplined people end up with tragedy. There is also, like, people go bankrupt over random medical issues that you don't even realize is coming. And I appreciate the importance of grit. I'm not saying no. I'm saying that it is atypical in society at large on a global scale, where you really are fighting for your life in the same way as capitalism requires.
But wouldn't
Go ahead.
But wouldn't it be best then to set your children up from the start in the best way you can? And in that way, but I mean, like, for me, since I saw the first time that parenting was going to be super hard, and I saw how challenging and how expensive it was, and I knew that I needed to put him in the best environment for him to thrive. I have one child, because that I knew that my capacity would only allow me to do this for one child. And then I didn't have any more children after that. I think that's, and I'm not saying that is going to be what works for everybody else, but I'm saying that we have to step back and look at the community and where we're at, and we can't say this environment, let's just use Chicago, and I'm just using Chicago right now because of the incident where the 14-year-old boy had to step in to save his mother. This environment is not conducive for raising a child. So,
but two things can be true, right? Like, we can acknowledge that it's not the best environment and you should do everything you can to put your child in the best environment. While
it's the best. It's not about it being the best. It's
it's not a good environment. It's not, so it's not good at all. And you should want to move out of that, recognizing that that is true, and also that there are some people who just either can't or don't know how to get out.
I don't believe in can't. That's the thing. I guess
Let's not say can't then, but don't wait.
I think that
Wait. Oh, sorry, you just came, so I'll let you go, Lala. But not can't, but don't know how to, and that you don't know how to, and you don't know that you don't know.
With we're in the
21st century
of information, so you can ask ChatGPT.
So
that's from an educated perspective. That's from an educated perspective.
So ignorance for you is not an excuse. Does it get sympathy?
It does until you choose to bring another life into the world. Because for me, before I had my child, then yeah, I could just lay around lazy, make excuses and stuff like that. But once I chose to bring another life into the world, then it's no longer my life. Then you have to get it together, because you are now building a human being. You're building onto his life. And
But what about women who don't have that option though? Because that exists too. Like example, now that these states are having a, with the divide with the abortion laws, women with resources can go get abortions. Women without them can't.
Saying the option to have an abortion.
So I'm sorry. Can I ask you something? And then this will be to V and the
Wait,
other
wait,
and truth teller, right?
before
That
you do,
really.
wait, no. Wait, before you ask the question, Lala has not spoken yet, so I want to go to her before we come back, and then you can ask the question.
Thank you. So I was just kind of adding on to what V. Smith was saying. I do think that it does take a particular type of personality and
Mhm.
lived experience and mindset to actually have the fortitude to make that type of life decision. Not everybody is going to have the bravery, the courage, or even like the gumption to up and leave and uproot yourself from everything that you're familiar with, everything that you've known, even if what you've known is dangerous, even if it's toxic, it's familiar. To do that, not everyone is going to have that. And I understand that it's not easy to look at another parent and say, look, what you're doing for your child may not be in the best interest of them. But when you're saying, hey, you're telling someone to uproot themselves from what could be potential support systems, like their parents, their family, the community that they do know, even if it is a dangerous community, I think it's a little short-sighted to say you have no excuses for that. There's so many things beyond just not having resources. You're also taking away support. So when you're talking about moving, you're talking about like finding another job in another place, finding a place to live. I don't know if homelessness is best for your child. I think that's equally traumatic and can be damaging too, to not have a secure place to sleep. And even if it is in the suburbs, even if it is in a quote unquote safer neighborhood, I do think that is a little short-sighted to look at it in that perspective. I could be coming from. Go ahead.
You said it's equally traumatic than gun violence. And have you been homeless?
I think I have experienced close to it. I've had definitely risky.
I've experienced homelessness.
Wait, because I'm not 100% Yeah, I'm not 100% disagreeing with you. But when you're telling a parent, especially if it's like, let's say a young mom, that, hey, you've got to leave your parents, you've got to leave whatever you know.
I answer something of what you said, because you just said homelessness is equally traumatic to gun violence, and I've been homeless
to a child. No, to a parent, sure, but to a child.
My child, I was homeless with my child, and I assure you that my son was not traumatized from our homeless experience. He doesn't even remember when he was homeless. When we were in the shelter, he just played with little kids, and he was not traumatized whatsoever.
I'm not trying to. Oh, I'm sorry if I'm coming across it. I'm saying that your child was traumatized. I'm saying if you're talking about, generally speaking, for a parent to uproot themselves and to do that, it could have those type of repercussions. Because when you're saying living in shelters and places like that, we know that may not be a safe and secure place for a child. Now, in your experience and your child's experience, sure, that worked out. But like I am personally, like I said, I've experienced close to it. But I know people who have and have been like assaulted in those shelters, have not had any backup, anything. So that's why I'm just saying that. But actually what I wanted to comment on initially wasn't even this particular part of the conversation. That's the reason why I joined in, but we kind of got off topic. But I will let you go ahead and respond.
I mean, I'm sorry, that was a touchy subject for me, because I've been homeless multiple times when I was a child. And yes, it can be traumatizing, but that's what research is for. And I would definitely not just say go to any random homeless, like be homeless on the street or something. That was not my suggestion. Um, I did suggest do a lot of research. And when I was talking about Seattle, they were putting people in actual houses, apartments, and paying their rent for 2 years. So I would never suggest just moving somewhere without doing any research. And that's why I mentioned a lot of times doing extensive research. I think we had quite a lengthy discussion about the research part. But
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that that is definitely important if you're making such a drastic change in your life. And of course, for the betterment of your child, we all want that. So I totally get you.
But having your child live their entire life in a war zone where they have to walk down the street with people with guns and doing drugs and selling drugs and walk through metal detectors and stuff like that is not good on their psyche. You can look at statistics and see what that life is pushing out, the quality of human beings is pushing out, and
Oh,
we have
I'm not
and
against that at all. I agree with you 100%.
we have the whole school to prison pipeline. So what is the future of these young people looking like right now?
I've heard multiple men saying young men should go to prison to experience it. And
The thing is, they are going to prison, and
yeah,
it's
but
not.
let me just say that I know a lot of people think, oh my God, I don't talk about men. Let me talk about men. Well, don't give good advice to men or advice to men. Here's an advice. You do not need to go to prison to become a man. Please note that the people who are telling you that you need to go to prison to learn what it means to be a man do not have your best interests at heart. They don't know what manhood is. And I'm not claiming to know what manhood is or isn't, but I'm telling you that if you want more out of life, going to prison is not the way to get it. And so the people who are saying that over in the manosphere, I've heard multiple people, don't want to say any of their names, said this. It is ridiculous. Please don't listen to that foolishness. All right, Lala, you said that wasn't what you came up to say.
Yeah,
What were
actually, I came up to kind of like back up what V. Smith was saying earlier when it came to being in a relationship with a quote unquote stay at home dad. Now, this is not to put down stay at home fathers. I think that there's probably some great ones out there. I have not yet met one myself, as particularly in the Black community, but I'd like to give you my quote, my sort of stay at home father experience. Um, and just to kind of like, just to kind of back, I know it's anecdotal, but just to kind of back up like what she was saying, like it doesn't work. Let's just say it doesn't work. And I also wanted to, earlier when Cynthia was on, I wanted to thank her because it was me getting out of that situation with and I say to put it lightly in quotes, stay at home dad, and even considering going back to that relationship. And then I found Cynthia and I was like, yeah, I was totally deep diving, swimming and floating in BMW. I had to get out and she woke me up, opened my eyes. So I really wanted to thank her, but I got kicked out of StreamYard. So anyway, if she does see this at some point, thank you, Cynthia, you saved me. But I am a young mom. I was a young mom for sure. I had my first child at 19 and I was determined to still go to school. I had 2 jobs, was going to school full time, and I had a baby. My child's father had no interest in going to school. He didn't want to do any of that. He's like, I'm just going to find a job and work. So I was like, okay, we're waiting for that to happen. I'm working 2 jobs to support us. That job never came for him. So he's like, well, you're at school, you're working 2 jobs. I'll stay at home and I'll take care of the baby. At the time, my mom was like kind of giving us some daycare. And we also had some other, family members. I have a big village, so I was fortunate. More fortunate than most, but it was I realized that the stay-at-home father thing wasn't going to work when you leave in the morning. I would make breakfast, I would pump. I was the one who pumped and left the milk there, went to school, then go to work. I'd come home to pump some more, check on everything, and I'm looking at my child and I'm like, wait, they're still in the same exact outfit that I left this morning. Their diaper is completely full. And he is playing his video games. exactly what V was. I was like, did she know my life when she mentioned, no, just staying at home playing video games, the child's not being cared for? Yes, that was, and it was like, did you do anything today? Did he get his teeth brushed today? Did any of the, the question, and it seemed like, oh, you're nagging, and just let me be, I'm taking care of him. He's happy. Look at him. And yeah, the mistakes you're making, and then on top of it all, like my mother was kind of there too because we were living with her. Because again, I'm 19. I'm a teenager. I just finished high school, and I had no business having a child. And I thought, I absolutely loved this man, and everything was we're gonna be together, and all these different things. And I should have opened my eyes then. And it was like, oh well, his family will help and give support. Somehow he had so much support from my mother and his brother and his dad and my siblings, like so much support. And still, even with all of that, the basic needs of bathing and feeding and changing the diapers and just stimulating him was just not happening. And then and of course, me being again, like I said, swimming deep down in the depth of that, like I was that ocean wave submarine. I was in that level of black male worship.
Not the
Yeah, so when sorry, I was just saying, all right, 12,500 feet under the sea of black male worship, and it was bad. And I look back and I'm like, what were you thinking? You do stupid shit when you're in love. Excuse my language. You do stupid stuff when you're in love, and when you are in worship. And it's like, oh well, he'll get it together. We are both young. Me being younger than him, but we're both young, and he'll grow. And here I am going to school full time and working 2 jobs and paying all of our bills, and then coming home and cleaning and bathing him and doing all I was tired, Themis. I would go to work at I would have shifts at 4 a.m., work from 4 to 7, so just a quick part-time shift, go to school at 8, school all day, then go to work again, had another part-time shift, and then my other job would start. So I wouldn't get home till 10 p.m. And as my kids grew, we still continued this for years. And there were times where I would come home and the question was, what's for dinner? And it's 10:30 p.m.
Wow.
Sorry, I mute myself.
Lala G. Yeah, Lala G, I just want to say I'm truly sorry that you had to experience that. And I'm sorry that happened to you. He sounds like a really terrible person. And I would never
I wouldn't say he was terrible,
anybody,
except
to let your child sleep in a dirty diaper all day, that's a terrible person.
That
to see your wife or your significant other exhausted like that and still stay home and say, come take care of me, that's a terrible person. That means he lacks empathy. He's very selfish.
He lacked a lot of things, and one of the things I have to say he lacked a lot was I enabled a lot of stuff. I was like, it's okay, it's all right, we'll do this. I know that I enabled a lot of stuff, but I wasn't the only one.
Rose, thank you so much.
It's so kind. But it's I look now. We have children together, so we discuss stuff. And he was like, I was stupid. What in the world? I said, well, it would be his mother sometimes would come and she'd be like, hey, the kids are hungry, and I'm just like, yeah, oh okay. And I'm looking at the time like I just got off work at at 9:30. It's 10 o'clock right now, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different adults that were in this household.
We're taking a detour. Wait, let's do this in the after show.
No.
Lala, Lala, you brought up something that I actually want to talk about because I'm interested in feedback on this. Oh, bye, Dee Smith. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Dinner,
Bye. All right, let's do this in the after show because you brought up something that I need help with.
Yeah.
So, I have spoken to people, and I think I don't. So, I think I understand love, and I only care to define love as choosing to commit and uphold someone to the highest degree you can, matching values, right? So that's the way I consider love. And if you can't keep to the commitments you make. You can't convince me that you are in love, right? But I see so many people doing like a lot of things. Like in the way that you were explaining how much you poured and poured and poured and gave, I think I've heard those stories too many times now to count. And obviously, the need for love and wanting acceptance, and maybe not for you, but like abandonment issues that makes you want to perform in order to be chosen and continue to be chosen, requires a kind of effort. And in the moment, you can see anything and you don't want to release because you don't know what's next and you don't want to go back out there and date. And all of those things come to mind. How, if anyone knows the answer to this, how do we start sorting? And I'm going to be cutting you off a lot, whoever is talking. How do we start sorting through those kinds of feedback loops that happen, that if you look at a relationship objectively, which when you're in it you can't, and you know this is not good, yet I am giving so much, and I know that the sunk cost fallacy is going to kick in at any moment because I am giving and this other person is not giving anything. How do you guys, and Lala just expressed for years, she was with someone who was just taking. How do you counsel someone out of that? Is that something you should be trying to counsel someone out of? How do you build the kind of self-esteem required to walk away from things that aren't serving you and actually are a detriment to you?
I don't think you can effectively counsel someone out of it.
Well, nope,
I agree.
that's not the answer I want. That's not the answer I want. So
Well, all right.
who
Well, then,
thinks they
can
have
I
an
say
answer?
this
Wait,
much?
no. Nope. Who think they have an answer? Let's start there.
I kind of have an answer only because there's this other dating coach girl that I watch. And she was saying something, and I might get it wrong because she's also big into psychology, as it relates to dating and women making the choice to remain in a bad situation. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it could be something else. She related it to sort of the confirmation bias situation and the doubling down, because psychologically it's easier to hang on to the non-existent hope that something will be different because of the time already invested in a relationship, that something will change or something will eventually change. And that is a thing. I don't think it's necessarily 100%. Well, part of it might be self-esteem, especially as a woman, especially as you get older. And if you have if you've opened up yourself to these red pill talking points or whatever, and start to internalize that and believe that, okay, now you're over the hill, quote unquote, you've been with this man for X number of years, especially if you have a child together, then you are bonded together with that. And so then, with all of these variables in mind, it then, from your viewpoint, whether it's true or not, it seems like because you've already invested so much, and because we're risk machines, is what she says, it is easier in our minds to remain in something that is familiar, though not serving you, than it is to branch out and try something new that would actually be better for you.
So the descriptor seems, the familiarity argument makes sense, but it also, there's one that seems to be like a drug addict. And with this person, even though you can't get it back, it's like constantly chasing after the high that you either had at some point or you believe you can have.
Again.
Right? And so I am curious as to sort of like, is there a waning off of someone? Like, what would the advice be if it's that scenario? Or maybe it's another scenario where, well, I think the drug scenario is probably the most prevalent, if I'm supposed to be guessing. But there's also the insecure. I am not good enough. I cannot find anyone. I have anxious attachment. And so I'm going to hang on to this person for dear life, even though they literally give nothing but take things from me. The question then is, like, how do we get, and I'm asking this because the way Lala just explained herself, I've heard it before where there people are just like, and I've seen it where people are just giving. I know an attorney who is with this guy who he is like in the military or whatever, and it's just so the education level, the financial level, the maturity level is just beyond the guy, but she'll give everything to keep him. The guy's cheating. She also says we're in an open relationship, and it's so toxic that, like, the fact that you can see that he is a narcissist, in my mind, not diagnosed, but that he doesn't care about you, that he doesn't love you, that he's beating you down, that he's not good for you, and that you can find better. It's true objectively, but she can't seem to see it. How do you
Have
do you
you
let them go through it?
have you pointed that out to her? Have you brought that to her attention?
Yeah, she knows.
I
Okay.
have
It starts when we're kids.
exactly. Who said
Exactly. I
that?
was gonna say
Exactly.
that.
Who said
Childhood.
it starts with the
Yep.
kids?
I think.
Sheer
Well,
Dresser said that.
that's the thing, but
I
what part of this
agree.
community will counsel anyone out of it? Like it took a lot of me like kind of kicking myself and looking at what am I doing? Like what are we doing? Like we have goals, like, or at least I thought we have goals, but it was my goals and him just saying yes, but not actually contributing to us like achieving those goals. And so it like in what part, like, and then hearing my mom say, be patient, it's okay, he grows a little slower, his mother saying, you're really ambitious and I'm worried that you're going to outgrow him, and and then and not everybody's the same, he's this, there was all kinds of excuses for any level of like like there was it was, yeah, and so how, and then even for myself, like it was hard for me to say like, oh, I should go, because there were times I was thinking, I don't know if this is going to work, I don't think this is working, and then it was like, no, you're just you're just frustrated, you're just tired, you're just this, everything was excused away
Wait,
beyond the fact
Lala.
that, hey,
Wait,
this
wait.
person, yeah, go ahead,
Lala,
sorry.
wait, I want you to respond to this because someone is like, "Oh, there are no experts." We know there are no experts. I don't know why Sam is here. Don't block him. Or her. I don't mean to say block him or her. The comment is annoying. But you said watching Sinji helped you, and you might not know exactly the answer to this. But what can you describe in any meaningful detail how you were able to get one, how long it took, and how you were able to change whatever cycle you were in with this guy?
So I was actually really finally like, yeah, I'm firmly done. The biggest one, and this is like after child number 3, we were preparing for her to go to kindergarten. I had to work. He had just lost his job, so he wasn't working. He was back on the video game addiction again. And I said, look, she's got a kindergarten orientation. I cannot make it because I have to work. It's at this time. The school is literally 10 minutes away from where we were living. And I said, can you please take her? I have the flyer for it on his desk, right in front of that computer that he loves to get on and play the games on. Please take her to the orientation. I have to be at work. After work, I'm on my way home. Actually, it wasn't even after work. It was during my lunch break because I always went home during my lunch break to just spend time with them and everything. And I said, how did the orientation go? Because it was in the morning. What orientation? I said, her kindergarten orientation. Oh, that's not until 6 p.m. And I'm like, it's at 11. It was at 11. So she missed her kindergarten orientation completely. And it was like, it was at that moment I said, when I think about it, every time I tried to rely on you, I ended up getting disappointed. So many times that I was taking on stuff to myself because I had a mindset where if you don't rely on them, then they can't disappoint you. That's
Wait,
not
I
a
have a
healthy way to
question.
be in a
How many
relationship. It's not a healthy way
years?
to operate in general, but
Yeah,
that was my mindset.
but
It's always been like
I
that.
do have questions, but
How
how
many years were
many
we in a relationship?
years?
Or
Yeah.
so we were in a relationship for, let's see, at that point, because we've been not together for a while. So we had hit At that point, we were together for 13 years.
Okay,
Wow.
Yeah.
wait.
You endured
So
for
At
a
that point.
wait,
long
wait, no,
time.
no, no.
We
So
were,
this can go
oh yeah,
on. How?
oh yeah.
So I just
I mean, when
so
you're so busy,
it
you have
feels
school, you have the kids, you have everything else
no, no, no,
going
no.
on,
This
and
is
then you have
not. This is
everybody saying, "Hey, you're just upset, you're just stressed, and it's not really your emotions aren't really valid. It's just dismissed every time." Oh yeah, over a decade, almost 15 years by the
so.
time I finally separated completely.
And what happened with your child and the orientation was
Yeah,
the
that
last
was,
straw.
I gave him another year after, nope, I gave him another year after that because I wanted to keep my family intact because we had 3 children together. This was the father of my kids. And I saw the good and the bad. It wasn't like it was all bad every day. I mean, of course it wouldn't be all bad every day, but when it counted, when it really mattered, when we needed it most, I was like, I can't keep up with this
Wait,
charade
so
because that's
what?
why I started realizing like I'm pretending I'm okay. But
Wait,
yeah,
so wait,
go
wait,
ahead.
no, no, no. But what was the thing? Was it like the culmination of like all 13 years, or like what? Like I want to figure out how
I
to get that
at
switch to
at
like
that
stop.
So I don't know what it was, but I think I would just kind of had like a mental fracture at that moment. Like, because the moment he told me, oh, it was at 6 p.m. and I'm like, the flyer's in front of you, and I've mentioned it multiple times. Like, I don't know how many ways I can get you there without like buckling you into the car, like your parent, and driving you there. I cried right there. I just broke down and cried because all I kept thinking of is like, oh my gosh, I am alone in this. I have to do everything myself, and I can't rely on the father of my children to do this. I'm starting to get a little emotional right now thinking about it. It's been several years, but that we've broken up, but not been together. We co-parent very well. I have to say that much. Weirdly enough, he is much more involved now that we're not together than when we were. And I think that's why I say I do hold myself accountable to a certain extent because I put so much on my plate because I was like, oh, he doesn't have the quote unquote capacity to handle this and the capacity to handle that. Everybody has their own capacity. And apparently mine was just infinite in my mind at the time, and his was very limited. And so I kept taking on more responsibility because anytime I did give him a little bit, I was left like disappointed, upset, frustrated, sad. And so I said, okay, in 1 year's time, if we haven't saved up a certain amount, because he was spending, and I was the only one that was saving, making money. I said, if we don't save up this amount of money by in a year, it wasn't even like a crazy amount. It wasn't like something like even over 10 grand. I was like, I just want us to work together. We have a goal. We have a joint account. I want to see you contribute to that. So that means you have to have a job because he didn't have a job. And I was getting calls from his collectors for his credit cards. So it was insane, Themis. It was insane. So I said, if we don't have this much saved up, I'm done. I am done. Because that if you care enough, and I'm giving you a whole year went by, and I looked at the account, and the only person who ever contributed anything to that account, can you guess? And I
Wait,
said, you
so
know
you
what? Yeah,
contributed. Wait,
this
so, wait,
this isn't
so you didn't
this isn't
have
real.
a
This isn't
solution.
good. This
So
so
you didn't have a solution. You had like, or you didn't. You don't know what happened, but you just your mind. You just broke down and you couldn't do it anymore. Not like you had an answer that you could like give.
I did not have an answer I could give. I just knew that I was depressed. I was frustrated. I was not happy. I was working super hard and not getting anywhere. And I see this person it felt like a stone around my neck rather than something that we could, move together with. I'm dragging him forward, and the children are catching up to us, if you will, because we were young. We were both young. We were the same age. He's a little bit older than me. We're pretty much the same age.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hopefully this ends on a good note then, because I do actually have questions, but I'm not going to ask. And just one more. How is he? So he's contributing financially, emotionally, and like physically there for his children now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's like a whole different person. And I think that it was that, I don't have Lala to lean on anymore. I can't, I gotta do something. And also, I think the real reality, well, I'm only saying this because he never admitted this to me, but he did admit this to my mother, who told this to me, is that he said I woke up too late. Those were his words, that I woke up too late.
Hmm.
He's doing well. Like he can take care of himself. He's doing well financially. He's contributing. He's much better. I don't know. Maybe, and that's what I said. I think maybe I was just, he felt so, I made him comfortable. Like he got to
But
rest
I'm going to
because
ask
I
you
was working.
I know I said the
Yeah.
last question, but now I have to ask you to
No,
extrapolate.
go ahead. Ask.
Do you think that your experience can be generalized insofar as if you make people comfortable enough, even if it's not the best, if someone keeps providing and picking up the slack, then they don't feel like they have to engage in building?
It's hard to say, but I mean, when you look at the community, it's hard to say that that's not the case. Like, I may be just like, on a micro level, but the black community is on the backs of black women. It always has been. And the men get to do what they want. And we're left putting everything back together again. We're the ones that are constantly fundraising and moving everybody and shifting the needle in any direction. You're the only ones that are really doing that. So, I mean, it's hard to argue against it and say, no, that's not the case, when I lived it and I see other women going through the same thing. I mean, my mother did it for a while before she had to leave my father for different reasons. My grandmother as well. And it's funny enough. I never really bring this up, but like when Truth Teller was talking about immigrating from Jamaica, yeah, my grandmother did the same thing with my dad when he was 3. And she had to send him back because the man that she had my dad with, my grandfather, shot her, and she almost died. And yeah. So, but she did not go back to him. No, that was it. That was the end of that. What you do? But she went to school.
Wow.
Yeah. But I think Prince Petty didn't get to talk, or I don't know. He kept coming off
Yeah,
of mute, but he didn't.
it's a story. It's I hate to use that word, but it does take a certain level of strength, but then also graceful and kind. And maybe that's probably, I took on a level of quote unquote toxic strength, because I was like, oh, I can do it all. I can handle it all. It's okay. And then he'll catch up. I will pave the way, and then he'll catch up. And that was my mindset. And no. And my tale to other women is, no, don't do that. Do not do that. Don't do it. It doesn't work. I promise you, it doesn't work. If he wants to go anywhere, you paving the way is not going to make him go on that path. It won't. He has to want to do that for himself. Every person has to want to do that for themselves. I also tell young women, I said, do not let 19-year-old you, 17-year-old you make decisions for 34-year-old you to live with.
Yeah.
Don't do it. And I love my children. I absolutely do. And they're wonderful. And, but no. It's not to say that this is a bad thing per se, but it's not good. It's not great. It doesn't always work. It's not fairy tales. As much as you can't love someone to a point that they will move. You can't put enough love into them that they have to love themselves. They have to love their own future. And so I recognized that. I said, I remember beating myself up in college. I remember like my last semester sitting there, like my youngest was a year. And this is my last semester of college, and I was determined to finish because I had some classes that I just didn't do great in. So I had to retake them. At 7 classes I was taking, 3 online, 4 in person, and also still working full-time and part-time. So I had two jobs still. And I was sitting there like crying, like, what am I doing? What is happening? And having this toddler on my hip, like, and I'm typing up a paper and it's 3 a.m. and she won't sleep because she's got a fever. And I'm just sitting there like, what is happening? And I remember calling my sister, and she was like, do you not understand? I just felt like I literally was beating myself up every day. I was like, oh my God, I'm so stupid. What am I doing? I should have not done this. This is so much harder. I could just work my jobs. It'll be okay. My sister I called her. I was like, I don't know. She was just like, I look up to you. And I was like, what? She's like, you're doing so much more than anyone could handle. And no, I didn't keep a 4.0 GPA, but 3.5 was okay. I was okay with that. I was like 3.5 and 3 kids, 2 jobs. I didn't think of it then, but now I'm like, oh, you did
That's
that.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like
Right.
it's not.
Sorry, if
Just
Patty
yeah.
wants to go, I
Go
just
ahead.
wanted to make a comment
Yeah, go
about
ahead.
what she said.
Yeah.
But Patty can go first, or whoever else. There's something she said I wanted to comment on.
Wait, Patty, did you have anything?
Truth teller can comment first.
All right, go ahead, truth teller.
First of all, Lala G, God bless you, girl, because my God. Yeah, I hope that you give yourself credit, because that is what you went through is not easy. And thank you for sharing. Yeah. So congratulations on finishing school with like all of that stuff that you had to deal with. But one of the things that you said that I thought was concerning is that, and I guess they said it because they didn't know any better, was the fact that part of the reason why you stayed so long was because both your mom and his mom were trying to encourage you to stick it out in spite
Yep.
of the fact that you were doing everything, going to school and working by yourself, providing and trying to better yourself. It's disappointing to see that even your own mother, maybe his mom, I can see, because, sometimes women be crazy about their sons. But
Yeah.
I think that's part of the reason why so many. And so to answer your question, theme is it depends on the people that are around the women as well. Like, so you may be a
Around
good
you.
reason, but if everybody else in their circle is kind of like encouraging and co-signing it, then that can also contribute to how long they remain in like a toxic situation. Right? And that's one of the things that I've observed as well, even with my own friends. And it's frustrating. And one of the things that because your question was, and it seems like you are frustrated having to observe your friend go through what she's going through with this nothing ass dude, this military guy.
Wait, before we can say that, yeah, I am frustrated, but I'm sad because I feel powerless because
Yeah.
emotions are involved, and
Yep.
it doesn't seem like I won't even just say her, I think we have a tendency to um, over invest, and I'm trying to figure out how to prevent that. And I don't think I have the answer. I think it would take a lot of work to
Yeah.
get to the point where we don't over invest when we want to prove ourselves, particularly if we have like anxious attachment style or abandonment issues. Sorry,
Yeah.
go
And
ahead.
yeah. And I think, because I even fell prey to that too. And I'm like, wait, I'm gonna. It only lasted for about a year though. And then I got straight real quick. But and before that happened to me, I did not see it happening because I dealt with like girlfriends that you're right. This issue is something that women deal with like on repeat. So unfortunately, it's not novel. Um, and I think it is because emotions are involved, and especially if kids come into it, then it makes the situation that much more difficult to leave. Um, so I don't think it's an easy fix. And I think for me, from my perspective, what I have chosen to do with my own friends is to be honest with them and to share my concerns and to point it out to them in the event that they're not seeing it. Because when you're in the situation, hindsight is 2020. But at the end of the day, in my experience, the people just got to go through it until like they just can't take it anymore, basically. And because women are also very
Yeah.
patient and forgiving, and we rationalize things a lot because we may make up fairy tales in our minds. I remember watching actually one of these dating coaches like shows or whatever, where the psychologist was saying the problem with a lot of women is that we fall in love with the potential of a man instead of who he is presently. And so
Exactly.
right? And so because of that, we're like, oh, well, he could be this thing in the future. And so we hold on to that dream and that hope in our mind's eye instead of like acknowledging what's true right now. And then that causes us, and especially after we've, entangled ourselves with them, meaning whether it be having sex or having a kid with them or investing in them financially or whatever it is that you've done, then it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy where it's like, well, I can't be wrong. You know what I mean? Like, so there's a little bit of that. Like, I can't be wrong about this guy.
You're the exception to the rule.
Yeah. Type vibe. Like,
Keke Palmer is effing around and finding out.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So it's 6 hours and I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to end, but I'm gonna, for the people in the Discord, I'm gonna call you because I need to figure this out.
You know, this and around and finding
I don't
out.
think you can.
No. Yeah, well, I actually
I mean,
believe
well,
I can,
part
but
of it, even so, like, even if you could counsel. Oh, sorry, is it me? Am I delayed? Am I on a delay?
yeah, I think so. Because I'm not saying I
sorry.
can counsel this or whatever, but it is a problem to consistently hear stories after stories after stories about like these relationships where like as soon as someone started talking, I'm like, oh, that's toxic. But then realizing, oh my God, it's probably very difficult to like get yourself off of this. And I think if we put our heads together with the people who've been through these kinds of relationship, we can hopefully come up with an answer that can work for some people about like how to like realize and step away from it. But I feel like that takes a bunch of emotional work, self-esteem, and hope for the future. And that's not something I think. So I agree that maybe there's no answer. It takes too much, I think, for you to, in the moment, see how bad it is and have the strength to step away from it.
Yeah.
It's also what's around.
Deprogramming. Black women have been programmed for decades.
Yes.
Yeah.
Centuries.
Yes.
Going and going and
Ayanna
going.
Van Zant, people like
Right.
Ayanna Van Zant, and even our own moms and just the community in general.
Yes.
I've got a post
with Keke. Think about it, right?
Yes.
She's an around the way girl.
Yes.
She hasn't had money for that long. Mary J. Blige was an around the way girl. Sherry Shepherd, Wendy Williams was, as she always likes to say, upper middle class or whatever. She grew up in Jersey around white people, but her result was still the same.
Y'all, I have a post from a family member's wife. My cousin, it's a cousin of my mother's generation. So this man has to be 61 years old. As a matter of fact, he just turned 61. So his wife posted on Facebook just last week. I actually screenshotted all of the comments, but the post said, if your man proposed to you with a $25 ring from Walmart, what would you say? And all of these black women in the comments were like, I would say yes if he loves me, if he's the love of me. This bullshit pissed me off so much. And these are women that are 45 plus years old. These women are much older than me. I said, wait, what?
No, exactly.
This is what we still doing. We still, and she
You
literally.
want to know something horrible? Wait, VTV say, love you guys. Come see me on VTV. Drop your link, or one of the moderators drop the link. Yeah, definitely.
I have my comment screenshot and everything because I actually wanted to talk about it on Facebook. I mean on YouTube myself, because these older women are still perpetuating this bullshit narrative. And married women.
No,
She's a married one.
wait. So this is what I was saying regarding that. I wish I could say the opposite and say it doesn't matter, love is love, and if y'all are working together. I actually feel bad that I can't in good conscience say that.
How about this? Kim Kardashian would never.
Yeah.
Right.
Listen, I asked one of my clients. I asked one of my clients.
The reason why
woman. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The reason why you can, in good faith, say that is because these people can't be trusted. Like you can't, don't build any. Let me not say that out loud. Go ahead, love.
No, but I have a white client that works for the VA. She's a psychologist at the VA. I asked her very specifically, Has anyone ever asked you, white woman, to date a bus driver? And she said, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
I said,
Exactly.
and so we have Ayanna Van Zant, a high earning black woman, asking another high earning black woman to lower her status and lower her standards to date a bus driver. It's not saying that there's anything wrong with the bus driver per se. He's just out of her league.
Facts.
He's out of her league, period, and he know that. So why is it that her saying that if he owns the bus is an insult? These men are just it's just too much. It's the gaslighting. It's just too much.
Agreed.
It really is.
Like Sin always says, black men
The
ultimately
message,
the
overarching message. Oh,
they get married the least, and
the
they
overarching
understand
message in the
clip at the beginning says, what black women miss the trick on is black men know that 90% of the time you're gonna date us, right?
Oh, yeah.
You
Absolutely.
ain't going nowhere except for maybe 10% of the time. So largely, y'all are sticking to us like glue, and we know it. So if we dangle that carrot of marriage, because we get married the least, we know y'all will stick around for it. The educated MBA who married the dude from the Popeyes parking lot. That's the problem. It was such a problem. The New York Times reported on it. Like, we look crazy outside, and we have our lives together in every other metric: education, entrepreneurialism, every other metric. But when it comes to love, because the black men have been falling down on the job for centuries.
Yes.
Right? And the way that we as black women have dealt with it is to be like, well, okay, we just got off the plantation, so let's get that together first. Well, dang, we lived up under Jim Crow. Well, let's go up to the north. Well, let's, and we keep giving reasons for why this nonsense is acceptable. And it's no coincidence that as soon as Brad gave their dude Richard Loving the ability to marry whoever, that our marriage rates and the absentee rate went through the roof and skyrocketed, because they were already deserting us, right? We've gone, every Themis, Sin, everybody's gone over the Moynihan report, so we know what the truth is, as much as they like to bastardize the facts. Our rates skyrocketed and have not rebounded. And now black women get so turned up about marriage that they know they can do the fool. And for the most part, there's going to be some black male worshiper with her cape on who can't wait to tell you all the reasons why black love is the best and you need to stay.
All right, wait. So, Patty, you get the final word on this, because the black men have not been showing up. Was the last thing? Go ahead, defend yourself. Defend us.
I'm gonna say no for dating bus drivers. I would say yes for dating maybe like janitor, custodian, anything like that in that field.
Wait,
oh my gosh.
All right, well, that is Patty closing us out. Do you have anything else you have to say, Prince Patty Reform, Dusty?
Stay-at-home dads winning. Men see the work as easy, women see the work as hard. I feel like there can definitely be a benefit for both people here. So yeah, find y'all.
So the man should stay at home and the woman should go work.
The man needs to stay at home, take care of the kids in the household. The woman go to work and then come home and also take care of the household after.
All right, because the hardest job in the world, period. Got it. Thank you all. And I think everyone is in agreement except me. So have a wonderful night. Bye.
Bye. Good night.
Good night.